When it comes down to web development, some prefer the creative side while others are drawn to the technical one. But there exists a third group of people who are masters of both these aspects. I'm talking about full stack developers, professionals who could handle the creative skills of front-end development and the technical expertise of back-end developers. Most of the modern web applications these days require over 20 plus different job functions, and developers who can navigate these various functions across the stack are definitely increasingly valuable for businesses. That is the reason why full stack developers are always sought after both in startups as well as leading enterprises. According to Glassdoor's report, the average annual income for an entry-level full-stack developer in India is around 7.5 lakh rupees, whereas experienced developers can easily make above 15 lakh rupees. If these facts excite you, then today we are going to help you get started with full-stack development. We bring you an extensive session on full-stack web development. But before we begin with that, please make sure to enable both the subscribe button and bell icon to Intellipaat YouTube channel to come across more technical updates like this. First of all, let me take you guys through the agenda that we have for this particular session. We'll begin this session by explaining what full stack web development really is. Then we'll go ahead and help you in installing Node.JS. After done with that, we'll talk about what is Node.js, asynchronous programming, what is free memory, and what is a path module. Next, we'll cover what is process object in Node.js, what is ternary operator, what is file system.js, etc. Later, we'll discover practices to implement in Express, how to set up an index file, and Node.js. Finally, we'll take you through the most commonly asked full stack web development interview questions. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So without further delay, let's dive into the session.
So let's understand who is a full stack web developer. A full stack web developer is a person who masters all the technologies used in creating an end-to-end web application, including front-end and back-end services. Let us first understand the front-end web development. Front-end development or client-side consists of creating the GUI and visual components of the website, such as web pages and user interfaces that people interact with through their web browsers. The front end is developed using tools such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now let us check what actually is backend web development. Backend or server-side development is a process to add functionality to the components created in the front end of the web application. It focuses primarily on databases, backend logic, APIs, and servers. The following are examples of backend programming languages: PHP, Ruby, Python. A full stack developer has the skill set of both front-end and back-end developers. In addition to that skill set, a full stack developer should also have a few other tools in his tech stack. Below mentioned is a comprehensive list of all such tools and technologies. First is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then comes third-party libraries like React.js, programming languages like Java and Python, database CRUD operations, version control tools like Git or GitHub, computer science fundamentals like networking, data structure, and system design. A full stack developer is one of the most in-demand jobs, and the salary trend is as follows. A full stack developer's salary varies from INR 5 lakh per annum to 14 lakh per annum, while in the United States the average income for a full stack developer is $74,958 and can go as high as $114,000 based on skills and experience.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
I'm just going to talk about HTML. Till now we just discussed before HTML, like what is this word, what is the web word. We discussed few keywords. Now let us start with what is HTML. So HTML, as we know, it's very simple. It is known as a hypertext markup language. It is a standard markup language for creating web pages. Now, if someone is asking me, I need a page. So the very first thing I should be knowing is the HTML. I need a web page which I want to display in the browser. I should be knowing HTML, right? As I said, it stands for Hypertext Markup Language. HTML describes the structure of web pages using markup. Some definitions are there. HTML elements are represented by tags. So here, as I said already, HTML is going to have infinite tags, and each tag will be having some or the other meaning in the browser, right? HTML tags label piece of content such as heading, paragraph, table, and so on, right? We are going to discuss anyways all of them. Browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page, right? So we have a tag, suppose heading tag is there, right? So heading tag, it is not going to display the heading, the name as a output in the browser. But what is going to do? You see here, browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page. So this heading keyword, it is already defined in the browser. So anywhere if you see this heading keyword, you have to do this. Got it? So paragraph, anywhere you see this paragraph tag, you have to do this. Okay, so those tags already, the meaning of these tags are already defined. Okay, now whatever content we are going to write inside those tags, that is going to be displayed in the browser. Fine. Okay, so now the very next question should come to us. How to create our very first web page, right? So this is what a basic HTML template. As I said, it is, just having the tags. You just have to remember three things if you want to study HTML. Tags. That's it. Okay, so you can see here, anything written inside the angular bracket, that is what known as a tag. So HTML, whenever we are creating any tag, there should be a closing tag for the same tag, right? So if I'm opening my HTML tag, I have to close this. How to close this? / and the same name. Okay, now the next thing is HTML is not case sensitive. Okay, so I can write here in a small letter, I can close with the capital letter, I can write here with the combination of a smaller capital, or anything you can write. Okay, but it's not case sensitive. But the good practice is we should always write all the tags in a small letters. Why? Because if you go for the advanced languages like React.js and all, React.js, they will be having, you can create your own tags. See here, all the tags are already created. Okay, in React.js you can create your own tag. So to differentiate between both the tags, it is a user defined, it is an inbuilt tag. In case of React.js, the user defined tags, they should start with the capital letter. Okay, so make sure you always write the inbuilt tags in small letters. Okay, so HTML is a way to tell it's a HTML page. Again, HTML tag is going to have two more further tags. One is head, another one is body, right? Inside head, title is written. Inside body, these tags are written. This is what nothing but known as a heading, right? H1, we'll be having multiple headings like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Till H6 we have the different headings. The output we'll see very soon. How does it differ? P stands for paragraph, right? So this is how we have written a very basic HTML page. Okay, so let us do that. So the prerequisite for this course is going to be, there is no prerequisite actually, first of all, as this is a very basic language to create the web page. But the software which you need, again, there is no software needed. If you just have the notepad, that is also more than enough. Okay, you can write your HTML code in the notepad, but I won't recommend writing in this because we have many more editors available in the market, which is completely free of cost, open source. You can anytime you can download. But let me create the very first page using notepad. Okay, so I'll just write the same code, whatever was written there. So HTML, and let us write the header section and body. And this is going to be our very first hello world page, right? So I'll just write here hello world. No other tags I have used other than HTML head and body. So make sure whenever you are opening, make sure you close it. It's not compulsory, but again, it's a good practice. All the text should be in small letters, and whenever you are opening them, you have to close them. It's a good practice if you do this. I'll save this file. As of now, I'll just save this file in my desktop. Okay, and let us have a look how I'm going to save it. So this is our first file. So let me just write first.html. The extension of the file should be .html. That's how it will recognize it is a HTML page. Okay, so this is what my first.html, and you can see we are getting the output. Are we getting the tags here? Are we getting the tags here? No. But the tags, whatever they are having the meaning, that is going to be rendered in the browser. Okay. Now one more thing. Can I haven't used any other tags, right? So let me just use a tag called paragraph. Paragraph will refresh our page. Can you see any difference? No difference, right? Okay, let me increase the font size of the same. I'll use another tag known as we saw, right, headings h1 to h6. So I'll close this. Whenever you are opening them, make sure you close them also. You can see the font size got increased, right? So this is what the heading tag does. It increases the font size. And as I said, from h1 to h6, we have the different headings. So now let me use the h6 and now see the difference. You can see the font size got decreased, right? So h1, the meaning of h1 is the highest font size, h6 meaning is the lowest font size. And if I don't use any of those headings, it will show in a normal font size. Got it? Okay. So let me show it again. Yeah, very simple. So we have just written a hello world page using Notepad, but actually I should not be doing this. As I already said, we are having multiple editors. So you can download a editor known as the Visual Studio. I already have it actually. This is what the Visual Studio code. Just download it. As I said, it's open source. Okay, you can download Visual Studio Code, and as I already have it, based upon the OS, you can download the corresponding one. So once you download it, you will be getting this kind of a screen. Now the next, I'm going to write all my HTML code here only. I won't be writing in the notepad, right? Because now once I start writing, you will see that difference clearly. Okay, so what I'll do, we have to create a new file and all, right? So already I have created a folder in my C drive. Let me show you the folder structure. In the C drive, I have already created a folder called UI. Inside that, I have a folder called HTML, and I'll make sure all my HTML files should go inside this HTML folder. Fine. So I'll do the same. Already I'm inside the HTML folder. I'll create a now new file. Fine. So whatever code was there, I'll just copy paste from here. Save this file in the HTML folder. Same, I'll say suppose with the same name, but anyways the folder location is different, so it doesn't matter. And the file type should be all files. Okay, now you can see the difference. I believe automatically the font color is changed, right? So I can easily differentiate. These are my HTML tags, and this is what the content of the same. Got it? So now I'll execute the same page, and we are getting the same output, right? Only the way we are not using Notepad. This time I'm using Visual Studio Code. There are many other editors also. You can use any one of them. Got it? So this in this session we just covered, the basics of a web world. What is a web designer? What is a web programmer? Website, the architecture, and here we just learned how to create a hello world page using HTML. Next, I'm going to talk about the different kind of tags available in HTML. So you can see here the main categories of elements and attributes. So as I already told you, there are infinite of elements or tags present in HTML. So no one can remember all those tags or element. So what they have done actually, all the elements are divided into two main categories. One is block level elements, another one is inline elements. Now what is the difference between both? The one what we already saw P and H1 to H6, right? So they are known as the block level elements, whereas the inline elements are img, which is used to create the image or display the image in a web page. Anchor tag, which is nothing but used to create the hyperlink. A span input element, which is nothing for the form tags. For the forms, we use this input element. Now the major difference between both is block and inline. Block will be occupying the entire width of the browser, whereas the inline elements is going to occupy whatever space is needed, only that space. Okay, so let me explain this with the example, the difference between block and inline elements. So I'll be continuing in this editor only, and earlier we did with this p, right? Now again I'm going to create another, say suppose h1, and I'll say here this is my paragraph or this is my heading. Got it? So what do you say? Should I get hello world and this is my heading in a same line, or they should come in one after another? So let us see the output. You can see here they are coming one after another because they both are the block level element. And so block level element, as I already told, it is going to occupy the entire width of the browser. Okay, so the one thing which I missed out, the browser, you can use here any of the browser. You have, the liberty. You can use Chrome, Mozilla, IE, all these. But only thing is the HTML5 features or the advanced HTML features, they are completely supported by the Chrome. So in that case, I'll recommend you to go with Chrome. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just copy this URL and type copy paste in Chrome. Okay, we are getting the same output. Let me do Control Shift I. This is what known as a developer tools. Okay, so how I did this, how I got the right screen. Control Shift I, that's the shortcut, or you can do right click, and here we have the inspect, which is nothing but known as the developer tools. Okay, so you can see the same elements. You can see this code what I have written there. You can find out here also. This is P element, this is heading, this is entire body, this is head, and HTML tag. Got it? Now just have a look on P. Okay, so check out the highlighting part. When I select this P, you can see the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. When I select H1, again the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. The reason, they are the block level element. Remember, they said one more element, that is a span element, right? Which is nothing but the inline element. So let me just show you how this is inline. So after this, I'm going to create, suppose, okay, I'll create one text box. So as per the PPT, they were telling the span and the input element, both are the inline elements. So let us, just ask for the proof. And you can see here, this is span and this is, as they are the inline elements, they are going to immediately start one after another. They won't take you to the next line. Now if I highlight this, you can see highlight part is only, this is span. If I select this, you can see only the text box is selected. Are we clear? So the major difference between the block level and the inline element is, the block level elements occupy the entire width of the browser, whereas the span is going to occupy whatever space is needed to display that content. Okay, so as I said, all the HTML elements are divided into two categories. Either they are block level or the inline elements. So that's how we can design our page. Okay, so next is, we discussed about this. Now I'll be discussing very soon about how to create IMG, how to create table, form, input, all those things I'll be discussing with you very soon. Okay, so now one more thing, div and span. Span is the inline element, div is a block level element. Okay, but see, each element is going to have some or the other meaning, but only div and span, these two elements are there which don't do anything other than making a element a block or inline. So what do I mean? I'll just show from here. So suppose this span was the inline element, right? Now I'll just surround this span element with div element. As I said, div makes the content as block level. Okay, so I'll just do this. We'll see the output. Does the output get changed? Yes, because now we made the span element as a div element or the block level element. So div and span, they are very useful. We use them a lot. Div is used to convert your content into the block level, where the span can be used to convert your block into a inline element. Okay. Other than that, they don't do anything else. Yeah. So this is what, the elements. We just discussed one thing, elements. Now there is one more thing known as the attribute, right? So we'll discuss now the attribute. Attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Element we already saw. When we are talking about the additional information, that is what known as the attributes. The example can be name, width, height, alt, title, ID, class. Again, they are the inbuilt attributes. Each attribute is going to have some or the other meaning. Fine. So, anyways, we discussed div currently, right? So, let me just take this example here. Div, how to write the attribute? Space, you have to write the attribute name equal to the value of the attribute. Make sure always the attribute value should be in double quotes. Again, it's not hard and fast rule, but it's a good practice if you write the attribute value in double quotes. So as it's already mentioned, attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Now there are two inbuilt attributes. One is ID, another one is class. It is exactly same as you can think you are in a class of your college, right? And each student is going to have their own unique ID. So multiple students can belong to a same class, but each student is going to have its own roll number or the ID. Okay. So see here, this is what one of my HTML code snippet. You can see all the div elements are having the same class name CLS1, 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 but their IDs are different or the unique, right? So if my roll number is 101, my next person roll number cannot be 101, right? In the classroom. Same here, ID should be unique. But again, it's not hard and fast rule. You can have the elements with the same ID. Okay, but it's not a good practice. You should have, we are having the same IDs for the multiple elements. So make sure whenever you are using ID concept, all the elements of the same web page should be having the unique IDs. Now, can multiple elements have the same class name? Yes, they can have. Can they have the different class name? Yes, they can have the different class name also. Okay, now I'll be showing you very soon how you are going to use these class names, right? So I've just written, see, this is what my user defined value, right? See, the class attribute name is inbuilt. ID name is inbuilt, but the value is, the attribute value is my user defined. So how you are going to use these values? So I'll be showing you that very soon, what is, how you are going to use the ID value and the class value. Clear? So ID and class, very important in your web page designing. ID meaning is uniqueness. Class meaning is multiple elements can have the same class name. One more thing about ID and class. So as this nomenclature you are going to do, make sure this nomenclature, the very first letter should be alphabet. Okay. And it's hard and fast rule. Okay. It's nothing, you have the other option. The very first the letter should be alphabet. It cannot be number, it cannot be space, it cannot be any special character. It has to be alphabet. Okay, so now you can see this div element is going to have multiple attributes. So the thing is, a single element can have the multiple attributes also. Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll also create ID and class, and we'll see, do we get any difference? ID equal to, this is my own user defined value, so I can write anything here. So we'll see, do we get any difference in the output? There is no change, because the thing is, see, I have told you have this ID, you have this class name, but where are they defined? Do they have any meaning? No, because they are the user defined. So I have to tell the meaning of this ID one, I have to tell the meaning of this CLS one. So that I'll be showing you when we start with CSS. Okay, so the next thing is, what I'll do, there is one more element they are discussing here, the IMG element. I'll use this IMG element also. Now what is IMG element? It is simply used to display the images in the web page. IMG, okay. It is going to have multiple attributes. One of the attribute is, you have to tell what you want to display. Where is your image, right? That is what SRC meaning is, source image. Where is your image? We have many other attributes, like we have width, again inbuilt attribute. Here you are going to tell what should be the width of my image, right? You can change it. Suppose the image size which you are trying to display in your web page, it's a bigger size. So you can change the width or height using the width and height attribute. Yeah. See, as I said, attribute value should be always in double quotes, but till now I haven't placed any value. So I'll be placing very soon. Then there is one more attribute which is very specific to IMG, which is alt. Alt meaning is alternative. If the image is not available in this source, display this alt. Display this alternative. So I'll say here the image is not displayed. Are we clear? And I am closing the IMG element here only. Yeah, we'll see this output. I haven't given any source code. So it means if the image is not available or the path is given wrong, I should get this message. You can see here the image is not displayed. And this cross is there means the image is not there. Right? So alt meaning is if image is not available, display this alternative message. And it is very specific only for IMG element. There is one more attribute which is common for all the elements. You can use this, that is title. Okay, title is nothing but, I'll simply say my image. Title is nothing but when you hover your mouse on that element, you should get the title. It's not you can only use with IMG, I can use with anyone. So suppose with H1 I'll say title. I'll just write some title for this, my heading. It is a user defined messages. So when I hover on the image, you can see my image is coming. When I hover on H1, you can see my heading is coming. Okay, so this is what the title attribute does. Okay, now, but till now we are not displaying the image, right? So let me display some image here. So I'll just copy paste some, or you can download from net, anything. So what I'll do, I'll just copy paste. I have one folder here. I'll just place it there. Okay, so all my images are inside this images folder, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have to make sure I have to give the proper extension. So let me just check the properties. It is a .jpg file. Yeah. So I'll be giving the path of my image. Okay. So there can be multiple ways to give the path. So one way could be I can simply right click properties and copy paste the actual path, right? Absolute path actually. So I'll say here C drive UI slash images folder, right? It was in images folder, right? And then 1.jpg. Okay, let us check. We are getting. But the question is it a good practice to do in this way? See, if I'm doing in this way, suppose my project is running in client system and client does not have this location, right? Client does not have this JPG inside C drive UI images, right? So in that case, I'll be getting this alt message, which is not a good thing to display to the client. So this is what known as an absolute path. So you are telling your image location absolutely, right? There is one more way to tell the location, which is nothing but known as a relative path. Relative path is very simple. The meaning is very simple here. You are telling corresponding to my file where you can find your image, or relative to my file where you can find out the image. So if you see the the folder structure, to go to images, I have to come out from UI. I have to go to images folder and there my image. So I'll do the same. How to come out from the folder? So there's a way called dot dot. Dot dot stands for come out from the current directory. So come out from the current directory. Now I'm outside the UI folder. Go to images folder and there you can find out. We'll refresh. And we are getting the same output, right? Now, no matter you are running in the client system or someone else's system, you should get the same output. So we should make a habit always to use the relative path. Never ever use the absolute path. Okay, so when I'm going to share my code to the client, or when we are going to host our website onto AWS, right? In that case, I'll be hosting this UI folder altogether. HTML files, images, and next we are going to talk about CSS, JavaScript. So everything we are going to host together, and we'll make sure everywhere it is going to be relative path, no absolute path. I think it's clear. Okay. So IMG we saw SRC. Then there are two more attributes which I haven't used till now, width and height. So you can change the width and height of the image as per your design. So suppose here you can give some number. Suppose I'll say here 50% size of my image I want to display, and suppose 80% size of the height of the image. So you can see here 50%, 80% meaning is going to be, it is going to occupy that much space from the browser. Correct? If you see here, till now we were getting a very small image. Now I'm telling 50% of this space you can occupy as a width, and 80% space you can occupy as the height. Okay, so using width and height, you are going to tell the same. Are we clear? So this is how, I just covered the IMG element, and we discussed the different kind of attributes. Not all the attributes, the selected the attributes belong to IMG, the attributes like ID and class which can belong to any element. Fine. So this was all about IMG. Okay. And next, as I already told you, there are different types of elements, and all the elements are divided into two categories, block and inline elements. Right. So I'll just show you in a very fast all the elements present in HTML. Okay. So there is something known as a empty element. See, till now whenever we are opening any element, we'll make sure it is closing also, right? We use P, H1 to H6, span, div, right? But if you have observed this, when I use this input element, where is that? Yeah. When I use this input element, immediately I close this. So this is what known as the empty element. So there are some elements in HTML which do not need the explicit closing. There you close them immediately. Okay, so one of them is input. Then we have the BR. BR is nothing but line break. Then we have the nested elements. The nested element is as simple, element inside elements. Then we have the different kind of headings present, the paragraphs, list, tables, images, link, text formatting. So let me just talk about list here. There is something known as an ordered and unordered list. Okay, so now what is this list and all? Let me just show you with the example. OL stands for ordered, UL stands for unordered. Now if I just write OL, let us see the output. Do we get anything or not? Okay, first I'll remove the image because it is occupying so much of a space, or maybe I'll just remove the width and height so it won't occupy that much of a space. Okay, you can see when we used OL, nothing came up. Okay, now OL, UL, they are having nested elements. If you want to use them, you have to use these nested elements. LI. LI stands for listing. You are listing what your ordered or unordered list should have. We'll see the output. Yeah, so we are getting in a format of listing, right? This is nothing but known as an ordered list. Now I can simply convert into unordered, just replace OL with UL, and you can see it is coming in a bullet symbol. Got it? So with OL, UL, okay. Now by default, UL or OL, if I'm using, OL displays in number formatting and UL displays in a bullet formatting. You can change this formatting also. For that there is an attribute called type. I can tell if I don't want in bullet, I can say, I want in a square format. You can see now it is coming in a square, right? It's no more bullet format. The circle is default one. You can change it to the other one, but whatever name you change, that should be supported with your browser. It's nothing you can write a pentagon, all those things. Whatever is supported in your browser, only that type you can change it. Similarly for OL, I can do this. Suppose I don't want numbers. I want, with the ABCD, I'll say capital A. If I want in capital letters, if I want a small letter, I'll say A, small a. If you want in the Roman numbers, you can simply say here I. The meaning is, We are talking about the Roman numbers. Got it? So this is what the meaning of this ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll discuss about the anchor element. Okay, so anchor element is very simple. Let me just show from here. So anchor element, I'll say, please click here, click here. Okay, and anchor element, always you are going to use attribute called href equal to. The meaning is very simple. This anchor element is used to link multiple pages together, right? So href, if I say here, I want to, when I click on this, I want to move to another page, suppose google.com. Okay, so let me just show from here. See, we can open this google.com from here. Got it? So this is how your anchor element works. In the next, so here, what all the things we discussed? Let a quick recap. We discussed a few elements like img. We discussed anchor element. We discussed the different kind of attributes. We discussed the ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll show you how to create tables and forms. Okay, so the table, as we know, table is something which is going to have some data. We are going to display some data. So to display the table, we have altogether the tag name itself is a table. So what I'll do, I'll just remove the previous stuff so that we'll be having the clean browser, and I'll create a table which is going to have some rows and some columns, right? Generally, table contains these two things. To represent it's a row, we use an element called tr. To represent it's a column of that row, we use a element called td. So a single tr can have multiple tds. Are we clear? A single row can have multiple columns, right? Now suppose I'm going to create a table of students data. Okay, so which is going to have few fields like name, say the department, and the age. Let us have 3 columns, right? So I'll create a table which contains further 2 elements. One is tr, which is known as a table row. Another one is td, which is nothing but table data. So tr is just going to represent one row, but the data you are going to write inside the td element, right? So as I said, name, age, and department. Okay, so now I'll create first one row which is having those headings, right? So I can say here th, either I can say td, name, right? Let me first show you with td, then I'll show you, introduce one more tag known as a th. Name, age, these are my headings of my table, and department, right? This is what are we are expecting. Okay, now my first row is going to have all the headings. Next row is going to have the actual data. So let us have the name as Sam, the age, okay, so I'll just put 20 years, and the department, I'll say computer science. Okay, let us have the output. Okay, so let me open this. So you can see we are getting the output like this, right? So I'll just open in Chrome because that is more effective. Yeah, so we are getting like this. So similarly, we can have n number of rows, right? I can keep on writing and we'll get multiple rows. We'll change the name also. Yeah, so that's how we create a table. But generally, table contains the border, right? So, and moreover, if you see, generally the headings also, they are in bold letters, right? So to get the bold letters, there are multiple ways. One way could be you can simply use the element known as th, which is nothing but table heading. Right? So if I do this, you see the name, it is going to be in bold letters. Okay. Other way could be, as I told already, as I said, I'll be discussing the text formatting here. Text formatting is same as you are going to use multiple elements which they are going to do some of the other stuff. Like if I use B stands for bold letters. So it is going to display the content in bold letters. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just put the age here inside B. Yeah, either we can use th or I can use the b element. So here in this case, as we are talking about table, let us continue with th because that also does the same, right? Why to write the multiple tags? So I'll simply use here th. Got it? Otherwise, b can be also used to make it bold letters. Now, similarly, like anyways, we are discussing about the text formatting. Let me talk about some more formatting elements. So like how we have d, similarly we have I element. What is that? It is nothing but it is used to make it italic. The output will come in a italic format. Make sure the nesting elements, as I said, see, you can see that it's an italic. Okay, so then we have U. U stands for underline, so it's mentioned here. Text formatting, the elements are I, U, B, strong, EM. I stands for italic, U stands for underline, B stands for bold, and then strong is similar to your bold letters. Either you can use B or the strong. Actually, this element was introduced in HTML5. Okay, which gives the special meaning, right? If I'm talking about strong, it means actually it is a bold letter. EM is nothing but emphasizing. We are emphasizing on that element. Okay, so these are the elements, the basic elements of HTML. So I'll talk about more about HTML, more about table tag. So let me just go back to the same, and I'll not use this and these text formatting elements. Instead of that, I'll just go with the th. Yeah, I'll just replace with this th because we have to put the border and all, right? This table does not look good. This is without the border. Okay, so let us see how to place the border. Got it? Now to place the border, we have an attribute altogether. The border, the attribute name itself is a border. Okay, so if I say here, say border, the value, as I said, all the attribute values, they should go inside the double quote, and it has to be some number. So if I say 2, and let us see the output here, we are getting the output like this, right? So which looks proper table, right? Now my TD, you can have a text or you can have a image, anything, right? So can I place the image here inside the TD? Yes, let us give a try. And as we know, img is a empty element, and make sure whenever you are giving the path, it should always be relative. So that's the beauty of this editor. If you are writing in this notepad, it is going to be you have to be very conscious while writing, right? Here it gives the auto suggestion. You can see here we are getting the image also. Okay, so see in this I told you about the basic tags, right? Table, tr, td, th, all these things. We have many more attributes also. We just discussed border. We have call span. We have row span. Call span attribute, row span attribute. They are nothing but to, club multiple columns or club multiple rows. So that is the assignment for you people. You have to find out how to use call span and row span. Okay, so that is, I'll clear again. Call span and row span, they are used to club multiple rows or multiple columns. Suppose, I'll just show from here. Suppose a single student is belongs to multiple departments, right? So what I need to do, I have to place a this vertical line here, right? Vertical line here. I'm not going to divide department column. I'm just going to divide the data into 2 columns. So one CS, another department, right? So you are going to place a vertical line. So you are going to have 2 TDs in this TR. Got it? Along with these 2 TDs, you should have 2 more TDs for this TR. But this TR can only have a single TD for department. Okay, so we have to club 2 columns together. So here you are going to use call span. Row span, as I said, it is going to club the rows. In the next video, I'll discuss about how to create the form, which is very important. The forms are something which allows you to accept the data from the user. So first let me show you one form, then I'll come to how to create using HTML. So this is what Yahoo website, and I'm going to create a new account for myself. So when you open this page, you can see here you are getting something wherein you have to tell what is your first name, surname, email ID, the password, the phone number. If I write something in other than numbers, it is going to display me in red color. This is what the drop down right? This is the gender. So altogether, if I see in this page, we have the text box. These are the text boxes which does not have the complete border, just the underline is there. Text boxes, and then we have this drop down, right? This is also one of the drop down with the different countries. Okay, and then finally we have a button here, and these are few hyperlinks which takes me to the next page, which is nothing but using the anchor element they have done it. Right, generally any form whenever you fill, which it always contains few fields like the text boxes, radio button, check boxes, drop down and buttons. So let me just show from here list of elements contained inside a form in a normal form. Okay, in generally in a normal form, which all the elements are always present, but again it's optional. Like in the Yahoo website, they haven't given any radio button checkbox. So now first thing should be text box, which is nothing but a single row. Then radio button, in which you can do a single selection. So generally radio button we create for gender and all. Checkbox, wherein you can do the multiple selection, right? Checkbox, we can use it for the technologies which you are aware of. Drop down for multiple selection, wherein you can create a drop down for which all the cities you lived in. Text area and text box, the only difference between both is in both the cases you can write the things, right? In text box also you can write something, text area also you can write something, but only thing in text area we are going to have multiple rows, whereas in case of text box it is a single row option. Then we have a different kind of buttons like click button, submit button and reset button. Submit button, reset button, they both are related with your form, right? Whereas the click button is a normal button which can be used either inside a form or outside the form. Now all these elements, they should be inside the form element if you want them to behave as a form in which you are going to take the input from the user. Right, so now I'm going to create a registration form which is going to have all these basic elements. To let us create a student registration form here. So how to create text box, radio button, checkbox, drop down. So one by one I'll be showing you. In the same example, I'll create a form here. Okay, as I said, whenever you are creating a form, it should always have a form element. All the form elements should go inside the form element altogether, inside the form tag. Okay, so first thing is I'm going to ask the user, please enter your name, right? So I can say here name, and it has to be a text box. So I'll say here input. Remember, we have created a text box actually by just doing this. Let us see, do we get a text box or not? You can see we are getting a text box. Okay, just we have written input element and closed it as they are the empty elements. Okay, now age, it has to be a number, but it has to be a text box only, right? Or you can make it as a drop down also. Let us just do with the text box. Okay, now you can see age is coming immediately after this. So what you feel, which kind of element it is? So yeah, you got it correct. This is what the inline element, it is coming next line itself. So in the next altogether, not next line. So if I want to put a break in between, I'll use a BR, which is nothing but line break. Okay, now we can have some more. If you want some more text boxes, you can have it. Now I'll just jump to the radio button. The next is radio button. So I'll just ask the gender of a student. Okay, now how to create a radio button? See, for all the form elements, if you want to create, it is only with the input tag. With input tag, you are going to do everything. So how, on which basis? We'll be having an attribute called type here. Okay, now based upon the type value, you are going to get different form elements. So if I say here radio, I'll be getting a radio button. Okay, so we'll just check. I'm getting a radio button here, correct? Next is, okay, so as I'm asking gender, I have to give the option male. This is one, and another one is female. Yeah, it's coming here, and the only thing is we have to place a BR so that it will come to the next line. Okay, this is what type radio to get the radio button. Now the question will come, why for text boxes I haven't given any type? So by default, the type value is always text. Okay, by default the type value is text. If I skip, then also there is no problem. If I write something wrong, like if I say, anything, if I write anything random, then also I'll be getting a text box. You can see the text box is coming. By default, type value is text. You can write either text or you can do something else. It doesn't matter, because browser will never show any error there, right? It will always consider it as a text box. But if you want to get other elements, you have to specify properly. If it is a radio button, you have to say radio. If it is a checkbox, let us create a checkbox now. I'll place the break checkbox for the technologies known, or say okay, this page I am making for, actually this registration page I am making for an employee who is going to apply for a job here in this company. So this guy is searching for a job, and it's a checkbox, right? We are going to make a checkbox. So input type equal to checkbox. So this is what another keyword. So if I do this, I'll be getting a checkbox. Radio, text, checkbox. So different type values, different output. You can see one checkbox is coming. Okay, now how many checkboxes you need? You have to write those many checkboxes. So I have to give the value also, say HTML. I'll add multiple technologies. After this, I'll place a BR, because we know all the input elements are the inline elements. You can see we are getting multiple, and you can do the multiple selections also in case of a checkbox. Yeah, so we have done three things: text box, radio button, checkbox, right? Next, let us discuss how to create a drop down. Okay, now don't say for drop down we have the input type is good drop down. No, we have altogether a different tag, that is a select and option. So I'm going to use the same. So these are the technologies known to the person, and next I'll say here city, say lived in. So as I told, the drop down, see, drop down can be used in two ways. From a drop down, you can do a single selection as well as a multiple selection. So first I'll show you with the single selection. Okay, so the combination, the elements which you are going to use, select. Okay, so if I just use select, let us see the output. You can see we're just getting the drop down, but no options coming. To get the option, we are going to use the element name. Yes, you got it, option. So I'll say here Bangalore. Next option, say suppose Delhi. I'll just put all the metros. Okay, so let me just put only these many, and we'll see the output. You can see we are getting the options also now. Right? So it's very simple. I'm just explaining step by step how to get the text boxes. Text box, can I write something? See, but it's wrong. I should not be allowed to write anything other than numbers for each. Right? So I'll just talk about that. This is what known as the validation. Name, I should not be allowed to enter the numbers for the name. It should be only alphabets. Okay, so we did text boxes, we did radio button, checkbox, drop down. Next is going to be the buttons, right? So I have to submit this data, right? So as I said, there are three kind of buttons. How to get the button? The type value is going to be button. Okay, so if I say simply this, input type equal to button, let us see the output. I'm getting a button but with no value. Generally in a button, if you see here, we get the value, right? Continue, cancel, reset, all those, right? But here I'm not getting a value. So in that case, how to get a value? There is another attribute known as a value. So again, value attribute is common for, I can use with input element, right? So anywhere I can use this value attribute. So value, suppose I say here, click me. You can see the button is coming, but see, even though I'm doing something, I'm clicking, nothing is happening, because I have to tell explicitly if it is a normal button, what should happen if the user is clicking, right? Which I haven't done it. Okay, so this is a normal button. Now I'll create a submit button. Not placing the value. Please make a note, I'm not placing a value, giving a value, but by default the value is coming as submit, because the type is submit. I'm getting a submit as a value. But don't think like, this output will be common for all the browser. The same page I'm running with Mozilla, and here I'm getting the value is submit query. So different browser give the different value for the submit button. Okay, so what if you want a same value? Use the value attribute. I'll say here submit form. Now I'll refresh. Okay, M got. Sorry, bad luck. Submit form here, and let us check in the Mozilla also. Here also we are getting the submit form. Okay, so make sure if you want the same name in the different browser, use the value attribute. First let me place the line break. Yeah. Okay, so this is what the submit button. Now, but what submit button is doing, that also let us check. Okay, so let me write something randomly, HTML as a name. Age suppose 20. I'll select its mail, Bangalore, and click on submit form. Just have a look in the URL. Okay, first.html, it's written like this. When I click on submit form, you can see here it's coming as question mark. So the meaning is very simple. The form data got submitted. But the thing is, whom it got submitted. Generally, when I create my account here, I write my details here, right? Suppose I write my details here, right? And when I click on continue, so here the continue is the name of a submit button. So if I click on continue, the data gets saved into the server, Yahoo server, right? But here in our case, do we have any connectivity with the server? No. So how the data will be saved? No, it won't be saved. So what is happening? It is refreshing my current page. Okay, that's the reason you can see here question mark. Like the data is getting submitted, but there is no server connectivity. It is coming back to the same page. Are we clear? Okay. So that's how the submit button, and when I click on click me button, the button type value, we are not getting anything because you have to tell the functionality explicitly. Whereas the submit button functionality is already defined inside the browser. Okay, now there is one more button called as reset button. So input, and if I refresh this page, reset is coming. By default the value is reset. Okay, we'll check in the other browser also. Do I get the same? It's coming same, but maybe other browser they show in different way, reset form or something else. So why to take a chance? So you can give the always the value. Okay, so now what reset does, let us see here. I'll just write something and click on reset. It resets the form. Whatever data the user has entered, it is going to erase that or reset that. Okay, so that is what reset does. I hope it's clear the difference between button, input type equal to button, the input type equal to submit, and the input type equal to reset. Okay, so we discussed only one element, that is input. with the different type values, and we got the different elements. Only thing, for the drop down, the element is select and option. But again in HTML5 we have the replacement for this select and option also. Okay, there they use the input element itself to get the drop down. I will discuss that during HTML5 features. Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, we discussed the attributes type and the value. Okay, but one thing I'll show you from here. See, as I said, radio button, there should be a single selection, right? I'll select this, I'll select this. Both are getting selected, which is violating the radio button fundamentals. But for checkbox, can I select multiple checkbox? Yes. Can I have a single checkbox? Yes. Can I select multiple drop down? As of now, no. I can select a single drop down, but you can select the multiple drop downs also. But the main problem is this radio button. I should not be allowed to have a multiple selection for the radio button. Got it? So we have to somehow do something so that that problem gets resolved. Okay, before that, one more thing. Text area I haven't discussed, right? So text area, let me just write, then I'll come back to the radio button problem. So we have a drop down after this text area to take the address from the user. Just text area I'll just place and place the BR if it is not a block label. So you can see here we are getting a space with the multiple rows. The difference between text box and text area, you are getting the multiple rows the moment I keep on writing, and you can see the automatically this vertical scroll is also coming. Right? You can increase or decrease the size of the width and height of your text area by using calls and rows attribute for the text area. So I'll use this calls. Calls meaning is columns. How many columns should be present in your text area? If I say 10 here, rows, by default how many rows should be displayed to the user? So if I say 20 here, and I'll place here some address. You can see I increase the rows, right? So you can see the 20 rows by default get displayed and the calls is 10. Okay, so I'll decrease the rows now. Are we clear? Okay, so by default 10 rows will be displayed. By default 10 columns will be displayed to the user once you load the page. Okay, now coming back to the same radio button issue, we can select the multiple radio buttons together. Now there is one more attribute name as name itself. I'll just use that and show you the output. Name, I'll just tell you the meaning of this very soon. I'm just giving the same name attribute value for both the radio buttons. You can have multiple n number of radio buttons, right? Okay, so now if I say male or female, yes, it's working fine. So now what happened all of a sudden? We just use the name attribute, which is going to have the same value for all the radio buttons, right? In that case, you can have the single selection for the radio button. But why didn't I use with other form elements? Can I use here also? Let me see. Can I use here also? I'll give the same name value. Okay, there is no issue. But when I click on submit form, okay, now just have a look here. This is important one. When the data gets submitted, as of now no server connectivity, nothing is there, but just have a look on this URL. You can see here question mark gender equal to on. Till now this gender or these keywords were not coming, but now all of a sudden they started coming. Why? Because whenever you use the name attribute, for whichever field you use the name attribute, only that attribute value is going to be displayed or is going to be served to the server. Okay, so simple meaning is Whenever you want your data to go to the server, for that element you have to use this name attribute. Otherwise your data won't be submitted. Okay, how can I make sure? So suppose I am entering, first let me just go back. Yeah, suppose I'm entering name, some values I'm entering, and click on submit form. Though I have given name and age, but name and age are not coming here in the URL, whereas only those fields are coming wherever we have given the name attribute. So looks like name attribute is very important. So what I'll do, I'll just have the name attribute for the person name. I'll say here uname, username, and for the age, user age, username. So name attribute, let us have a look. Okay, so I'm this time again I'm entering some name, some random values, and click on submit form. Now you can see the uname, whatever I have entered, it's coming. Whatever age I have entered, that is also coming. Gender, that is also coming, right? So it's coming. But see, is that clear? So the name attribute is important. For those field, whichever field you feel, right, it should go to the next level, or it should be that data should be saved to the server, or the data should be sent to the server. Okay, there all in all those places you use the name attribute. Yeah, that's clear. Now, why gender, even though I have selected male or female, why is it coming as on? So now one more important attribute, that is a value, right? Did we use value attribute till now? Yes, we used value with the buttons, different kind of buttons. So now value attribute is very important in case of radio button checkbox dropdown, where you are not writing anything, where you are hitting something. Okay, so what I'll do here, I'll say the value attribute. So this is suppose M, this value equal to F. Meaning is very simple. I'll just explain. The meaning is very simple here. User is going to see this value. Which value? In the display, user will be seeing male, female. But when I select male or female, the value which goes to the server is either M or F. It does not go as male or female. Similarly, here if I say value equal to, suppose I'll say here, same HTML, the value should go HTML, value equal to say CSS, okay, and suppose I'll say here JavaScript, which is a full name display to the user, but when the user select this, we are sending to the server a shortcut, short form JS. Okay, now let us execute our program again. Refreshing, write some name, say UI, age 20, female, HTML, CSS, and suppose I'll select JavaScript also. Click on submit form. Uname is coming, age is coming, gender is coming F, no more on. Tech equal to HTML, CSS, and JS. Yeah. So whatever data values are defined for each tag, that is going to be displayed or sent to the server. That's how we need it, right? So we use the name attribute. We learned how to use the value attribute also. So after this name and value, let us check out for the rate for the drop down also. But there's one thing here, you can see the technologies, the name of the technology, as I mentioned in the HTML page or in the code, the name was tech, right? So tech, all the tech values are coming as HTML, CSS, whatever the user has selected, we are getting that. Either you can do in this way, or you can have the different name values. If you want to do in this way also, you can do this. So if I refresh my page again, you can see if I select only CSS and JavaScript, submit form, you can see tech2 is equal to CSS and tech3 equal to JS. I hope that's clear. Now this is all the text boxes and radio button checkbox is clear. Let us check how to fetch the drop down value also, or how to send the drop down value to the browser. Solution is, answer is always name and value attribute, right? So when I use the name attribute, only that value will go. If I use the value attribute, only that will go, otherwise the value will be displayed as on. Let us check out. So name equal to, here I'll say as city. Okay, as it's a single selection as of now, so I'm selecting suppose Delhi, right? Submit form, you can see city equal to Delhi. Okay, but whereas the uname and UH, they are not coming anything. The reason is already I haven't typed any value for the name and age. Okay, so city is coming as Delhi. Name. Okay, what if you don't want display as Delhi? You can have your own value. I can decide like, I want the different, I don't want to send the big values. I can simply send the shortcut. Say BGR, yeah, some DLH, right? So if I do in this way, this value will go instead of this. We'll refresh and cross verify again. It is selected as Bangalore. You can see the value is going as BGR here. Instead of Bangalore, that is what going at the backend. Clear? Now, as I said, okay, so name attribute we used as well as the value. As I said, in the drop down, you can do the multiple selection, but as of now, we are not able to do. Now I'm going to use another attribute so that multiple values can be selected from the drop down. Okay, so this value, the attribute name is multiple. You can see this attribute does not have the value. Generally, whenever we mention the attribute, it always has the value. Okay, so these attributes are known as the self-contained value. So even though I can write like this, or I can say multiple equal to multiple, right? The value is also same as attribute name. So instead of this, I'll simply write multiple. So in that case, I can select the multiple options, and you can see here it's coming. But how to select the multiple option? You have to hold the control key and then select. Okay, I've selected two options from here. Okay, for Kolkata, I think I haven't given the value. You can see here, city value is coming as BGR, DLH and Kolkata. Are we clear how to get the multiple values selected from the drop down? Okay. So we saw one more attribute named as multiple, and this attribute is known as a self-contained value. Okay, so no need to say multiple equal to multiple or multiple equal to on. You can simply leave that as it is. Like this is one of the attribute which does the same. Similarly, we have few more attributes which do not need the value. Like for the radio button, what if you want radio button to be selected by default, right? So you can see, you can use an attribute called checked. Checked is again a self-contained attribute. Either you can say checked equal to checked, or you can simply leave checked. Similarly, for checkboxes also, what if I want CSS to be selected by default? I'll say checked. Okay. So checked I use for radio button, checked I use for the checkbox also. You can see by default these values are checked. Now for the drop down, you will say, use the check. No, for that the attribute name is selected. So I'll use selected. You see by default Kolkata is selected. Okay, but then further user can change it. Similarly, CSS, even though by default is selected or checked, but user can change it. Okay, so we saw, three attributes which does not have the value or no need to mention the value. One is multiple to get the multiple drop downs. Another one is checked to get the by default checked value for radio button or checkbox. And third is selected to get the a particular option to be selected by default. Are we clear? Okay, now let us go back to our PPT. The next slide. Okay, so quick revision what we discussed till now. Text box, how to create input type equal to text. Name, if I don't mention name, it won't go to the server. Value is the default one. Say suppose if I say value equal to something here, say I'll say here John, same example. Refresh, the default value is John. If I click on submit, that value will go. Okay, so this is the default value which you are sending. Yeah. Okay, now radio button, input type equal to radio, name is gender, value equal to M, right? So value, we understood the difference, the usage of name and value attribute, which is very important you to know. Checkbox, that is clear, input type equal to checkbox, name and value. Text area, rows and calls. For drop down, name and value. This value goes to the database, and if I don't mention name, if I don't use the name attribute, the value won't be submitted to the server. And these are the different kind of buttons. Okay, now here we used one of the attribute checked, which makes sure one of the checkbox is selected by default, selected for one of the option of drop down. And one more attribute we use, multiple. Multiple allows to select multiple values from the drop down. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll discuss the other attributes also. The very first one is size. Size is nothing but changes the width of the text boxes. Now, if you see here, by default, the text size is this much only. Yeah, if I want to increase or decrease, you can have an attribute size. So if I say size equal to 20, so I think that is, just a minute, let me go to the its previous size. Yeah, okay, I'll just increase the size. You can see the width of the text box got increase or decrease based upon what size value you are giving. So size attribute, it works with the text boxes. Okay, now the next attribute is max length, min length. Before that, let me just talk about the placeholder, display the placeholder value. So this you must have observed in the website, placeholder, which shows, what to be entered in that text box. So I'll say, please enter username. So if I want that to be displayed, I have to remove the value attribute, otherwise that is going to be displayed by default. So placeholder, another attribute, you can see please enter your username, and the moment the user starts writing his name, that will go off. Yeah. So this is what placeholder. Check selected we already discussed. Now the max length and the min length. Max length is nothing but the maximum number of characters entered in the text box. So these are most of the attributes actually we have for the text boxes. So I'll say here max length. Okay, so suppose I'll say max length is 4. So the meaning is maximum 4 characters the user can enter, not more than 4 characters. So we'll cross verify. So I'm trying to enter more than 4 and it is not allowing me to enter. Okay. Now another one is min length. Min length, suppose I say minimum 2 characters to be present in the name. Okay. So what I'll do to check this, first I'll make sure I'm entering only minimum 2 characters. So 4 or 3. Submit. It's submitting. It's working very well. Now what if I say only 1 character? Okay. Click on submit form. And you can see here we are getting the pop-up error message. Please lengthen this text to 2 characters or more. You are currently using 1 character. Yeah, all because of I use the min length attribute. So minimum length of the text should be 2, and wherein I'm just passing 1 character, it is showing me the error. But this error is not, the appealed one. I mean, if I see this kind of error in the UI design, it won't be that much appealing. So the error should be always in the red color, and it should not come as a pop-up. They should be always next to the element where the error is coming. So in this case, I should get my own error message first of all. If I again click on submit form, you can see this error message is coming. What if I want my own error message, right? So I want next to that text box in the red color, not as a pop-up, right? So that is you can do using JavaScript. So once we learn JavaScript, there will see how to add the the content on the fly. Okay, so this one thing we saw min length, max length, but not user defined error message. It is coming as inbuilt error message. Okay, now next is multiple, we already covered. Then we have read only, disabled. Read only disabled, the meaning is very simple. The data is, you cannot write anything. They are just going to be read only. You cannot write anything in those text boxes. Okay, action, method and target. Okay, so now I'll just show you how the read only and disabled works. So what I'll do, I'll simply say here, suppose in the age, I'll say read only. This is the attribute which does not need the value. It means I cannot enter anything here. See, in the age, I'm not allowed to enter anything because it's a read only. Similarly, for disabled, if I say disabled, I'm not allowed to enter anything. Again, I'm not allowed to enter, right? But then what is the difference? So that is your next assignment. You have to find out how read only and disabled behave differently. So solution is already written here. In case of read only, data is going to be processed. In case of disabled, data is not going to be processed. Process meaning is simple. The data is going to be submitted to the server. Okay, in case of read only, that data, whatever data is already written in the text box, that data will go to the server. In case of a disabled, the data won't go to the server. So please cross verify this. Did I say correct or not? Okay. Next is action. Now, the form element. See, we discussed multiple elements, but the form element, which is very important, it contains one attribute called action. So it tells us, ask you if the form gets submitted, what action you want to be taken. Okay, so that you can do it using this. So suppose I want, when the user clicks on submit button, I want to move to the next page. Okay, your next page could be, welcome page, right? As of now, I'm just taking him to the google.com. If the user clicks on,
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of the render method in React? And your options are, it is used to define the initial state of a component, or it is responsible for rendering the component's output to the DOM, or it handles the component's lifecycle events, or finally, it is used to define the component's props. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
on submit button, I'm taking him to the google.com. Generally, it has to be welcome if user has entered his details properly. Okay, as minimum 2 characters, submit form, and you can see it is coming to google.com. Till now, the same page was going to be refreshed. Now, as we have given the action, it is taking us to google.com. Yeah, okay. What is the next attribute? The method. The method specifies the HTTP method to be used when submitting the form data, and the last is target specifies if the submitted result will open in a new browser tab or in a current window. Okay, so what is a method? Method is again, see, now we are talking about all the attributes of the form element. So one is action, another one is the method. So method is always, either get, these are the HTTP methods, get or post. By default, the form method is get. Okay, so we'll see, does it make any difference if I say here get? We'll see that. I'll just enter, make sure 2 characters are there, and click on submit form. And there's no change. You can see the data. Earlier also we were able to see the data here. Now I'll just change it to post. Simple meaning is how the data should be submitted to the server. Okay, which method you want, get or post. Again, I'll add some data and click on submit form. And this time you can see here the data is not visible in the browser URL. Moreover, in the google.com, that is a problem, not with our coding. The google.com does not take any post request. Okay, so what to avoid this, what you can do, instead of sending to google.com, you can send to some your other HTML page, say welcome.html. You can transfer the request to the welcome.html. So instead of saying google.com, I can send the action to the welcome.html. So method post, the meaning is the data whatever user is entering, that won't be displayed in the browser. That is the difference between get and post. Okay, so post is more secured. So whenever you are asking the user to log in, give his credentials, username, password, we need to make sure the method is always post. By default, the method is get, which is not secured one, because whatever you enter, that will be displayed in the browser, right? Suppose here, like instead of age, I'll just make it password. Okay, I'm asking please enter your password, right? So first let me remove method as instead of post, let us have get only. By default method is get, no need to mention explicitly. Okay, so I'll enter some name and password, suppose I'll enter, okay, it's read only. Let me remove this, disabled. Okay, so I'll just enter some password. Say, HTML is my password, and I'll enter some name also. Click on submit form. Now, do I want my password to be displayed in the browser URL? No. The answer is obviously no. So, how to avoid this? In that case, I have to make the method as post. I hope that makes sense. Okay, next is target, which is the assignment for you. You have to find out how the target attribute works. The simple answer is when I click on submit button, you want to open in the same tab or a new tab or a new window. Okay, as of now, when I click on submit button, the same tab gets changed. Now, do you want to open in a new tab or in the same tab or new window? That is what the target attribute does. You have to find out the different values for the target attribute. So this was all about the form elements and the form attributes. Next, we'll discuss about the HTML5 forms new features. We have already learned how to create a basic form using HTML. Now it's time to upgrade ourselves to HTML5 form elements. We have already learned how to create text box, radio button, checkboxes, drop down, and the buttons. Buttons can be submit, reset, as well as a normal button. Now let us find out some other type values. So as we know, any text box, any form element has to be created by using input element. And the type value, whenever we change, we get the different kind of form element. So we have already seen type equal to text, type equal to radio, type equal to checkbox to get the different form elements. Now we have different kind of types which give a different kind of element altogether. So the very first HTML5 form input type is, if I say type equal to color, you'll be getting a color palette from where you can select a color. If you say input type is equal to date, you will get a field that should contain a date. You will be getting a option wherein you can select the date from the calendar. Then we have date time hyphen local, in which you can get the date as well as the time. Now at just time, you can get only the time. So let us give a try with these input types. This is our same sample HTML page which we have created earlier. So I'll just add few more fields. So first let us ask the user your favorite color. And I'm going to say input type equal to color. And let us close it. And place a BR to break the line. Yeah, we'll see. Let us see the output. You can see the color option is coming, and from here this is a color palette. You can select any color. Are we clear? Okay. So this is what the color type and the other options as we saw. What if we are asking the user, please enter your date of birth. So I'll say input type equal to date. So these options actually they are added in HTML5. You can see we are getting this color calendar option. From here you can select the date. Okay, and next, as we saw, there is an option for time also. So birth time, let me just ask. So input type equal to time. Okay, so we are getting here the time. Are we clear? And what if you want a combination of both? Then there is a option called date time hyphen local. So I'll say job applied, say details something. I want to show you the type which gives you both the option. You can see this is coming as both the calendar and the time. Yeah. So these different types we have already seen. Let us move to the next line. Okay. Similarly, we have input type equal to week, which allows the user to select a week and year. And then we have a month, like how we have a calendar, a date. Similarly, we have week and month. Okay, now three more. Email is important one, number and range. Okay, so now what is email? So we know, right, email validation, like, there should not be any spaces in the email ID. There should be exactly one at the rate, right? And what else? There should be some after at the rate, there should be dot, right? So that kind of validation, if I'm using this input type equal to email, okay, so that kind of validation is already available with this HTML form input type. So I'll show you with the example. So we'll ask him, please enter your email ID. Okay, let us have a look. So email ID, suppose I'm giving, some random details with a space and all those things. As of now, no validations we have mentioned explicitly. Let us see what happens when I click on the submit button. And I get an error. Please include an at the rate in the email address. At the rate is missing in this. Okay, so you must have seen this. This is something similar kind of pop-up message what we received when I said here a min length and max length, right? In the min length also we were getting this, that kind of error message, but that error message only comes when you click on the submit button. Similarly here also, if I click on this, nothing will happen, but when I click on the submit form, then only I get this error message. Got it? So input type equal to email, if I'm using, already this email keyword is having the implicit validations. So in that it is compulsory you have to have the at the rate and no spaces and all. Right? That validation is already written inside. But when this HTML5 was not there, earlier we used to do the validation by ourselves by using JavaScript. Okay, so anyways, very soon we are going to learn JavaScript also. So there we do the same. We, put the validation exactly one at the rate, no spaces. After at the rate, there should be at least one dot, right? So those kind of validations are, we have to write. Okay, but in this case, the only thing is we are getting the error message, but again, it's a pop-up. The error message should always come next to the text box or maybe below the text box in a red color so that we can get to know, yeah, this is error. So I'll show you an example. In the previous lecture also I have used the same. Here also I'm using the same. So suppose sign in. I'm going to create a new account here. So suppose the mobile number I'm giving wrong. Right? You can see this red color and this underline is coming. Let me do the continue. And what it says, this is required. These fields are required. Email ID is required. This is required. But for this, actually, it is not showing any validation. It should show like, this number should be there. Okay, let me just write for the email ID. Some random thing I'm writing here. Say at the rate also, let me say here. That's it. Okay, and we'll do the continue again. Okay, now you can see the proper error message is coming. You can only use letters, numbers, full stops and underscores in your username. So we'll remove the error one by one. Yeah, okay. See, you can see the error here. It's coming. So it does not come as a pop-up what we are getting. It shows the proper error message over here. So something similar, if you want to implement, you should not use input type equal to email because that internally validation is there and will always show you the pop-up. So in that case, if you want to display the proper error message with the red font color like how they have done it, in that case, you should not use input type equal to email. You should continue with input type equal to text. Are we clear? So you should use these form input types, HTML5 form input types wisely. Wherever you feel like, it is not possible without this, then only you should use it. Okay, so this is what for the email. I'll never recommend to use this. What I'll say, use the text box, and then further you write the validation, JavaScript validation, so that it can only take the valid email ID. If it is not, if it is invalid, you will be getting the proper error message with the red font color. Okay, so this is fine, and there was one more input type which is nothing but for the number. Okay, suppose I'm asking user your phone number. So input type equal to number. This is again HTML5 form type which allows you to enter only the integers. You can see if I try to write, this alphabets, it won't allow me, right? It won't allow me to write any alphabet. I'm trying to type, but it is not allowing me. But if I enter the numbers, it allows me very clearly. Okay, so this is input type equal to number. But again, this should be used whenever, not for the phone number, you should use input type equal to number. You should use this thing like, for the smaller numbers, like, if you have to put the age, percentage, for those things, you should use input type equal to number. Got it? And can we write the negative value? Yes, negative values are again acceptable. Okay, but can I write the decimal? Yes, that is also acceptable. So any number you can enter, but only thing is, okay, please enter a valid value. The two nearest valid values are -18 and -17. So what I'll do, I'll just click on submit form. Let me see. So you cannot enter the decimal values, right? You can only enter the integer. This is acceptable, whereas the previous thing was not acceptable. Okay, so decimal values are not allowed, only this thing. So again, the number, you need to think wisely where all you have to use it. So don't use, like in case of phone number, I will never recommend go with input type equal to number. Better go with type equal to text, but then again you have to write the validation, right? User should not enter anything other than numbers, and the first digit should not be 0, like those validation, the length of the input should be 10, exactly 10. So that kind of a pattern we are supposed to write to do the validation part. Okay, anyways, that we are going to learn very soon. Yeah, so we have seen email, we have seen number, and the last one is the range. Range is what defines a control for entering a number whose exact value is not important. Default range is 0 to 100. However, you can set restrictions on what numbers are accepted with the min, max, and step attribute. So few more new attributes you have seen here: min, max, and step. Again, these three belong to HTML5 input types, the new attribute. Okay, so this is assignment for you. You have to find out how to use range. Okay, now again the one what we saw, step, min, and max, it's defined here. And before that, let me just show you the other input types. This multiple, hope you remember, we have used this multiple attribute where for the drop down to select the multiple values from the drop down. So that was using the drop down, but now this multiple can be used somewhere else also. What is that somewhere else also? Let me just show you with this. What if I'm asking the user, please upload your form, please upload your resume, right? So I'll just ask, upload your resume. So I'll say here input type equal to file. So this is the existing HTML form element. If I simply say type equal to file, you will be getting an option to upload the file. You can see here, upload your resume, you get this option, choose file. If you select any file from here, then that thing will come, whatever you have selected. Okay, then when you click on submit, you have to write a code so that this file has to be uploaded on the server, right? Using this input type equal to file, we are just giving the option to select the file. But then after clicking on submit, you have to write the code so that the file should be uploaded on the server. Are we clear? Okay. Now the thing is, can we select the multiple files from here? If I suppose I want to upload multiple files from here, can I do? Let me just, select control. I'm just pressing control key. It's not happening, right? I'm pressing control or shift. I cannot select multiple options, right? So for that reason, we have the multiple attribute which you can use here. So if I say multiple, in that case, You can see here now it's coming as choose files. No more it's choose file, right? And now when I say open, it is showing me which all the files you can upload on the server. So this is what the multiple attribute, this is how the multiple attribute works. Yeah. Okay. So next is we are talking about the list attribute. Okay. So this is what, as I said already, like to create a drop down. How did we create? We always use select or option element. But now using this list, you can create a drop down also. I'll be showing you very soon how to use this list to create a drop down. It's again a part of HTML5. Okay, now the next is height and width attribute. Have we used height and width attribute? Yes, we have used for the non-form elements, like we have used with div, we have used with paragraph, all those things. But they are talking about height and width. You can use it with the input element also. So input type equal to image. There you can use this height and width attribute. Next is step min and max, right? So this is what related with the previous line which we have discussed. I asked you have to find out. So please check out how this is how is the combination of a step, min, max, and the next is the type is range. Okay. Okay, so before I move to the pattern, so one thing which is pending here is the list, right? Okay, now let us, I'm going to convert my drop down from a basic drop down. I'm going to create a drop down using this type is list. Okay, so here we had, right, cities lived in. I'm going to replace this drop down created by using select. We are going to replace it with data list and list keyword, right? So I'm going to introduce one more element of HTML5, which is nothing but data list. Okay, so what it does, we want to do replacement for this, right? So I'll say cities. Yeah, so I've just used a data list element and I've just given the id anyways we know very well. Till now I haven't used the list keyword, right? So now with the input element I'm going to use the same list equal to cities. Okay, one sec. This data list has to be after taking the input. Okay, so let me tell you what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, and I'll just copy this options from here to here and remove this part. So no more select element, we are using the input element. Okay, so now what is the meaning? Remember the input element, it always gives you a text box, right? So this input is going to give me the text box, but this is somehow related with this data list. How? Because both of them are having the same value for list and id. So input list equal to cities, data list id equal to cities, right? So the meaning is in this input text box, if I'm entering anything, it is going to do the matching. So let me just show you from here. Okay, so now where it is, cities, right? So we have given input list equal to cities, and you can see in the drop down all those options are also coming, right? And see here option value equal to, I have given BGR, that is coming DLH Kolkata Chennai, right? So if I write anything which is matching with this, okay, you can write anything here. In case of a select element, you cannot enter anything. This allows you to enter something. Okay, so if I say T, so anything matching with T, Kolkata is having T as a alphabet, so it is showing me. So this way of creating the drop down is known as a predefined options. We are giving the predefined options, you can select from there. Suppose generally this thing you must have seen in the website. So when it asks you which country you lived in, right? So when the moment we say I, immediately all the alphabets, all the words which starts with I, that come up, right? The something similar is happening here. When I say D, all the words which starts with D, they are coming here. Okay, so this is what we use a lot in from HTML5. Okay, so how to do, I'll just again tell. We are going to use input element for the same, and new attribute altogether, list attribute, whose value should be the same what is the value for data list ID. So that's how this input and data list are interconnected to each other. Okay, so this is what the list attribute of your HTML5. Next, I'll discuss about the pattern. See, we have discussed about the all the input HTML for 5 form input types. Next is going to be the pattern matching. Okay, so this is for that they have used a attribute called as pattern. Okay, so what is a pattern? Pattern is something, a regular expression. You using pattern attribute, you can specify a regular expression that the input value is checked against before submitting the form. Now remember, for the name or for the phone number, right, or for the email ID, right? So for all those things there should be a pattern, right? The user has to give the proper value. For the name, it can only have the alphabets. Similarly, for the phone number, it should be exactly 10 digits number. Okay, so you are going to write a pattern for the same pattern value. Okay, now on which basis you are going to write the pattern value, so that let us understand. That is what the known as a regular expression. And first let us talk about the regular expression. Okay, so now how to write a regular expression? It is common for any language. It's not only for HTML5. You can use this regular expression for any programming language. Anything you write inside the square bracket, the meaning is only that part can be entered in that field. So in our case, it's text boxes. So if I say square bracket 0 to 9, it means any numbers can be, any number between 0 to 9 can be entered. Similarly, if I say a hyphen z, it means any characters between a to z. Got it? If I say 0 to 9 a hyphen z, it means it's a combination of numbers and the characters, but it's a lowercase. Now what if you want the capital, the uppercase letter also? In that case, you have to say in this way. Okay, it's not compulsory you always have to say a to z. You can come to some range also. Suppose I want the letters between a to d, so I'll say a hyphen d. What if I want only a, b or c? So I'll say either a hyphen c, or there are only 3 alphabets, so you can say a, b, c also. Are we clear? So in this case, the meaning is very simple. You can enter anything between 0 to 9 and the special characters also, like star and dollar. Yeah. Okay. Now we just learned, in the previous slide, we just learned here what to enter. Now the occurrences, how many times that should come. So as we know, the phone numbers, it should be exactly 10 digit, or the name, it should be more than 2 alphabets. Okay. So that occurrences, we are just telling here what should be entered, but how many times that should be entered, that we are going to discuss in the next slide. So this is what the it is known as a quantifiers, how many times it should come. So there are multiple quantifiers like plus. Plus indicates anything you can enter between 0 to 9 at least once. So anything 1 or more than 1. So I can enter the number as 1, I can enter the number as 1, 2, I can enter the number as 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, any number. Okay, any number whose length is 1 or more than 1. If I say star matches any string that contains 0 or more occurrences. So the meaning is I can enter nothing, or I can enter a number with n number of occurrences. If I say question mark, it means 0 occurrence or 1 occurrence. 3, we are telling the exact how many times the number should come, right? So only 3 numbers I can enter. If I say 3 comma, the meaning is minimum length is 3, max length can be anything. If I say 3 comma 6, minimum length is 3, maximum length is 6. If I say only comma 6, it means minimum length can be anything, but maximum length can be should be 6. Okay, so let us implement this pattern in our program. I hope it's clear how to write a regular expression. This regular expression we are going to write using the pattern attribute. So let me just do the same with the name. Okay. So I'll just remove the max length, min length, because anyways that validation we are taking care using the pattern attribute. Pattern, and I'll say here the name. It can only take the alphabets, capital or small, A to Z, and then you have to tell how many times it should come. So if I say plus, it means you have to enter alphabet at least once. Okay. So let us see this. Okay, so I'm not entering anything. Let me see what comes here. Just a sec. Okay, I'll just remove this size thing. Anyways, we were using earlier, and just write proper things. And I hope form is closed also. Yeah, it's closed, and submit button is inside this. Okay. So if I enter anything with length 1 or more than 1, it is acceptable. Yeah. But if I don't enter anything inside this name, let me refresh. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll remove this placeholder value also. It should not happen actually. I hope I have written correct. Square bracket, there is no space. So it is telling at least one character I have to enter. So are we doing correct? Yeah, A to Z plus enter name can only have alphabets. Okay, what I'll do, instead of plus, I'll just say 4. Okay, so exactly 4 alphabets are acceptable. So I'll not say 4 here, I'll simply say 2 character and click on submit form. And now it says please match the requested format. Yeah, so if I say more than 4, then also it should say me please match the requested format. Okay, now if I say anything, capital letter or a combination of this, because I have given, the small capital both, so this is acceptable because I have given exactly the correct value with the 4 length. Okay, what if I give the numbers? Because I know we have given only A to Z. What if I give the name as number and suppose only exactly 4 length? Let us see, it is giving us the error, please match the requested format. Okay, now what if I give the alphanumeric of size 4? It says please match the requested format. Okay, now what if I give this starting some alphabets, then ending with like this? Okay, please match the requested format. What if I say like this, end is this? So you can do the proper testing here, and you can check here. It's showing the error message. It is not accepting the data given by the user. Are we clear? Now one more thing here is, are we getting the proper error message? Do I want to see the pop-up message? No. We always want to see the proper error message next to the text box or below to the text box in a red color. Okay, so that kind of thing we can do using the JavaScript, right? Because you have to write something in your browser. So JavaScript, it is something, you are going to modify your page. Using HTML, you can simply display the data. But using JavaScript, you can modify the page on the fly. Okay, dynamically you can change the content of the page. So that we'll see during this when we start with JavaScript. Okay, now I'll just find out what if I say here 4 comma this. So it means minimum length is 4, maximum length can be anything. Are we clear? So minimum length is 4, maximum length can be anything. So I'm again giving the wrong input. It should not accept. Yeah, it is not accepting. Okay, now I'll give minimum 4 and maximum can be anything, right? So I can give n number of characters here and it is acceptable. Okay, now what if I don't enter anything? Then click on submit button. This should not acceptable actually. Okay, now let me just try one more thing. I'll just tell you the meaning of this also. Okay, I'm not entering anything and click on submit. Okay, so this pattern attribute, it's not working in a case when we are not giving any value, right? So what I'll do, if you want that to happen also, what if you want a user should enter some value? Okay, so there is another attribute known as a required. So required attribute, it is again HTML5 attribute which makes sure the user has entered something. Wrong or right, that we are taking care using the pattern, but using required, I'll make sure the user has entered something. Okay, so now again I'm not entering anything for the name. and clicking on the submit button. And we are getting this pop-up. But again, I don't want a pop-up like this. In that case, what you can do, again, we can write the JavaScript validation here next to the text box to tell I need a validation. Okay, please, this field is required. Fine. So that we'll see once we start learning JavaScript. Similarly, this I have written for the name of a person. Similarly, the password, right? Password, I'll just write a pattern for the password also. We know the password pattern should be, it can have anything. It can be minimum 8 length, and it can be a combination of capital, small, special character, right? 0 to 9 special characters. So let me just take only few special characters, and minimum length should be 8 and maximum can be anything. Yeah, so we can write a pattern like this. Yeah, let us give a try. So what I'll do, okay, first what I'll do, I'll just remove the required from here. Otherwise, we'll keep on getting the error. Please fill this required. Okay, so I'm just entering the value, but not with the 8 length. So it's not 8, it's 6 length. And I'll say submit form. And we are getting the please match the requested format. But again, as I said, we should get a proper error message. So in that case, once we learn JavaScript, then at that time you can write the proper error message. Are we clear? So that's how we write a pattern here. It can be alphanumeric between 0 to 9, right? Now the assignment for you people is going to be, you have to write a pattern for the phone number. Okay, one more thing. The pattern attribute does not work with the type as number or type as email, right? It will only work with the type as text. The reason is type equal to number or type equal to email. Internally, validation is written. Internally, the pattern is written. So you cannot override the existing pattern. Are we clear? So in that case, if you want to write a pattern for anything, you have to make sure you convert that into a text value. Okay, so I'll show you with the example. Say here pattern I'm writing for the number, and I'll say here 0 to 9, and say length is exactly 4. So for the phone number, I'm giving more than 4. It is accepting because your pattern cannot override the existing pattern. So in that case, if you want that to happen, you have to convert into a normal text box. Yeah, so you have to say, now if I say more than 4 digit, I'm getting the please match the requested format. Are we clear? So you have to keep in mind this pattern attribute only work if you are using type as text. It won't work with any other type value. So with this, I have finished the form HTML5 form input types, the different types value, how to do the validation using the pattern attribute. We learned here how to use the data list, yeah, to get the drop down, how this list attribute work, right? So this is what the takeaway from this session we learned here, how to work with HTML5 form. The assignment for this session is going to be, you have to write a pattern for the phone number. So I have to make sure the first digit cannot be 0, or if I'm talking about the India, right? So the first two digit should be between 7 to 9. So you have to write a pattern so that first digit should be between 7 to 9 and the entire length should be exactly 10.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So let's take a look at what is Redux first. So Redux is a state management library which allows us to manage global state of our application in a predictable manner. For those of you who are not aware what state management is, when you're building a front-end application or an application that is purely user interface and doesn't regard itself with how the data is stored on the server side, if you're building it with JavaScript or any other technology which you might choose, the state management aspect of a front-end application is all the data that that application stores, how that data is being displayed on the user interface, and when the data is updated. So for instance, if you have a shopping list application, or you get a new notification, or some item in your cart becomes unavailable for some reason, these are the kinds of notifications. And when you get those notifications, when the data in your application updates, how do you wish for it to be displayed, where do you wish for it to be displayed, and how that data is updated. Because if that data is being displayed in multiple places, that updated data needs to be displayed on those multiple places as well. So this is what state management is. It's basically managing the data of your application and keeping it synchronized with other parts of your application. As you can guess, it's a really complicated topic, which is why we have Redux, which is one of the libraries that allow us to do this. Redux is in JavaScript only, but it's not the only library that can allow you to do state management. There are other libraries available as well, other libraries that integrate with React as well. So how do you use Redux, or why should you use Redux? It's what we'll take a look at next. Also, we'll be taking a look at global state. In case you're familiar with React, you know that in React, there's a concept called global state, and then there's a concept called local state. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but basically local state is data that your app components need to know, and global state is data that many components need to share with each other. And when the data is updated, those components need to be updated as well. So that kind of data is what Redux can manage. And if your application grows up to be large, then you need to use Redux for that operation only. So why should you use Redux? As we have discussed, that there are many other concepts available for us. There are many other libraries available for us. And so why would you want to use it? Let's take a look at that. Redux offers several benefits for managing state, such as centralized. So in Redux, there's just one place where you store the entire global state. There are state management applications in which they slice off particular bits of state in in small pieces. That's doable, but that increases the complexity of state management. It has been observed that using a centralized place to store all of your state is a better way, because it allows you to better understand where to look for a particular piece of data. If you have 7 different places where you can look at to get access to a particular data, to check whether or not a particular data is available, it's going to be a little difficult. Also, the strategy that you implement in order to define which state is going to live in what piece of state management, it's going to be really difficult for other people to follow as well, unless all of them have come to a similar conclusion. So it's very centralized. It's very useful in that manner. Then it's predictable. So one of the major aspects of Redux is that it has been designed in a way that any update to state is predictable. You can even create a log of all the updates that have been made, and can rebuild the original state from which your application started, just by going through the logs in reverse order. So for instance, if you log that the state was just a count of 0, then we were given the option to update the state with 1, so we did that. Then we updated with 1 again, so we did that. We got 2, then we got 3, and now we are at 3. Now if you want to undo those changes, what we can do is just go through these steps in reverse order. So instead of updating it with 2, updating it with 1, adding 1, we just decrement 1, then we decrement 1 again, and then we decrement 1 again, and then we go to 0. So it's very predictable. We can understand what caused the state to update and how that update took place, what operations were performed. It comes easy. So Redux is really easy to use compared to other state management libraries which we have discussed, can have very complicated concepts. Redux is fairly simple. It's basically a state management library that allows you to manage your state in a way that is very predictable, easy to use, and centralized. So you can get started with Redux fairly easily. You don't need to know a lot of concepts. Tooling is another aspect of Redux that's quite good. Tooling basically means that there are a lot of extensions, browser extensions, other libraries available that allow you to integrate Redux with other libraries such as Angular, and you can use it with Vue, you can use it with React, which we'll take a look at. There are Chrome extensions that allow you to check whether or not a particular web application is using Redux, and if it is in development mode and it is using Redux, then you can just look at the state and figure out what are the updates that took place. There's a lot you can do using Redux. And then comes library agnostic. Since Redux is just a plain JavaScript library, you can use it with any library you want. Or if you don't want to use it with other libraries such as React or Angular, but just with plain JavaScript code, which we'll take a look at in a moment, this is what you do. So Redux is basically just a JavaScript package. You just include it in your web page and then just start using it. So you don't have to be tied down to a particular front-end framework or a particular set of libraries. Instead, they will all be that will all be taken care of by integration libraries, or you can integrate Redux with those packages yourself. The important aspect here is to understand how to use Redux properly. Mention would be to understand that you don't need to use Redux for all the applications. Redux is quite a good library. It's very useful, but just make sure that you use it only when it's necessary. Many applications are built where Redux is used even though it might not have been needed. So if you're trying to try things out and understand how to use it, then Redux, you can use Redux in any application. But if you're building something for production, then introducing Redux is just a complicated way of doing things. You can do it quite easily using other ways as well. So try considering other ways, and if it's still not easy for you to use, then use Redux. Now let's take a look at some of the principles of Redux. It's okay if you don't understand all of them right away. Just understand that these principles are what have guided the design decisions that React takes. First one is the single source of truth. As we have discussed, that Redux is centralized. In Redux, there's a concept of a store. Don't worry, we'll cover that concept in just a moment. But basically, it's the one place where the entire state of your application lives. Any update will go through this store, and when you want to check whether or not a particular a particular state property has a particular value, you can just look into the store. There is no other place that maintains the current state of the store. You just need to take a look at the store and figure out, okay, what's the current value of this state variable, and you get that value. If there were multiple sources of information, then it could be really complicated to understand which one has the most updated value. You would have to look at all the values, figure out when they were updated, and then use them. It becomes really complicated. So this is why Redux has a single store, and it's called the single source of truth. No other part of your application is managing state other than Redux, which makes your application very easy to reason about. Then state is read-only. So in Redux, it cannot mutate or modify the state directly. The only way to do so is by emitting what's called an action, and we'll take a look at that. Just in case you are unaware of what an action is and how to use it, don't worry, we'll just show you what that means in a moment. But basically, you just emit an action. It's like raising an event, letting people know that we want something to be done with the current state of the store. And after dispatching an action, Redux will do its thing and then create new state out of it. And we'll take a look at how that happens in a moment as well. But you can't directly reach into state, update some data, and then go out. That way, if you were allowed to do that, then anyone could just change the state to anything, even turn it into null, which might be an illegal operation in your case. So state is read only. So this is why sometimes when you're trying to update state, you have to go through these complicated concepts of actions and reducers and all of that, which we'll take a look at in a moment. But do note that it is done in order to manage complexity. Finally, changes are made with pure functions. So a pure function is basically a function that when given the same input will always produce the same output. In other words, there are no side effects. It's not that when you give it some parameter, sometimes it will do some things and the other times it will do the other things. It's not affected by any outside constraints. For instance, if you had some code that will, when given a number, if it's morning, it will print hello with that many number of times, and if it's evening, that will print good night with that many number of times. Now that's not a pure function, because that's going to do something that's really, really complicated. So if you are using pure functions, then make sure that your code is going to behave the same way no matter what the situation is. It's not affected by outside constraints. So when we're trying to change our Redux store's current state, we use reducers. Reducers are pure functions that take the current state and an action and return the next state. So as we already discussed, that changes are not made directly. The changes are made using pure functions, and they are taken care of by Redux. So a pure function, as we have discussed, is just a function that takes the same input and will always return the same output without any side effect. So these were the reasons why Redux works the way it works. Now let's take a look at some of the concepts of Redux. So there's some important Redux terms and concepts that we need to be familiar with before we can continue. So these terms are actions. First term is action. So an action is nothing more than just a plain JavaScript object that has a property named type. Type describes what do we want to do, or more importantly, what kind of an update we want to make to a state. Type is essentially, it could be anything, but most probably it's a string that has some name. So for instance, if you have a JavaScript object with the type property set to increment, and in your application that means you want to increment some number from whatever its current value is to the next value, which is, if it's 1, it should be 2, if it's 7, it should be 8. So if it's in the store, then you don't directly do that. You create a action and you dispatch it. So that's what an action is. It can optionally contain a payload. Payload basically is another JavaScript object that contains some data which can be used to update our application, which could be used to modify the behavior of updating our state. So if we pass in a payload with the value of 1 or 2 or 3, and if we want to increment the current value of our state by that, we can do that. Then comes action creators. For smaller applications, you can create actions quite simply, but sometimes actions can be a little complicated to create, mainly because they could be really different, really large in their size. You could have 4 payload properties or 5 payload properties, and they could have different names, and depending on the values of those payload properties, you could have different values. So instead of doing it again and again whenever you want to dispatch an action, you can create a function called action creator, which basically will take in some parameters if needed and will return an action creator or action object. So this is to centralize the creation of large actions. For smaller applications, it's not really necessary, but you should know what that means. Then comes reducers. Reducers are by far one of the most important concepts in Redux. Reducers are functions that take in the current state and return the updated state. These state updates are done using by passing the current state and an action. And when these two things are passed, our reducer will take a look at the action, figure out if it recognizes that action, and if it does, then then it executes an operation on the current state, creates a new state without mutating or changing the current state, because that's really necessary for Redux to work, and then it returns the new state that it had mutated from the current state. Again, if it looks a little complicated, don't worry, we have a demo right after this which will demystify this for you. Then comes store. So a store is a JavaScript object that contains the entire state of your application. It is the place that contains the global state of your application. So store is the object where everything is stored. All the actions and reducers update the data inside store. Then comes dispatch. Dispatch is a function that is used to dispatch an action or emit an action. Dispatch is basically a method on store that allows us to send actions to be executed by reducers. Dispatching an action is how we update the state. That's the only way you can do it. There are no other ways to update the state or to make changes to the current state. And then comes selector. So selectors are used to extract small pieces of state from the entire global state. This is done when the global state is quite complicated. Again, you don't have to do this all the times. The things that you need to understand is actions, reducers, stores, and dispatch. Action creators and selectors are topics that you can use if you feel they are necessary and your code is a little difficult to work with. Without those, then you can use those. But they're not really necessary part of Redux. With that, now we come to the hands-on aspect. So let's take a look at that. This is what it looks like, and it loads, as you can see, but it has no value. So this is what it looks like, and this is going to be the output. Now, as you can see, the output is quite dull. It's not showing anything, it's not doing anything, mainly because we just firstly want to understand how Redux works. So for that, what we have is we have some text editor, Visual Studio Code, in which I have opened up the code. This is what it looks like, and this is what the code does. So let me just remove it and do it once more for you so that you understand how this is working side by side. So first thing we have done is we have the basic HTML structure, and the only other thing we have a reference to the Redux.js package. As I've already told you that it's a JavaScript package, could be used anywhere. Now, what we want to do is we want to manage the state of a counter application. A counter application is just going to have a number which can either be incremented by 1 or decremented by 1 with each operation. To do this, first I need to create a reducer. So it would be called count reducer. And if you remember, reducer's job is to take in state and action and return a new state. So the current state that it will pass, if no state is passed, then we will get 0 by default, but you don't need to do it all the time. And then there's an action. Now, all I have to do is perform some operation based on the value of action.type property. Now, when situations like these occur, we use switch cases. You can use if else as well, but switch cases are generally preferred terms. So I am going to be performing some action based on action.type. The case for that action.type is going to be, in this case, increment. And what I want to do is I want to return the current state plus 1. As you can see, I'm not returning plus state because I don't want to mutate the current state. This will be managed by Redux. That's why. Then there's decrement, in which we remove one value from the state and save this. Finally, if for instance user dispatches an action that has no type value or has an invalid type value, then we have to use a default case in which we just return the current state. This is when user, instead of dispatching an increment action, they increments something random, and we don't want our state to get corrupted because of that. So we can just do it this way. So that is done. That's the reducer. If you want to check how this works, you can do that as well. If you go back to the code, if I refresh this, and if I type in count reducer, you can do it that way as well. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. Firstly, let's use count reducer in our aspect. So that's the function count reducer. You can just copy paste it because it will work just fine. Now if I call count reducer, I can pass in a state and action with the type set to increment, and as you can see, it increments it by 1. If I were pass in 2, this will give me 3. And if I were to, instead of dispatching increment, dispatch decrement, I'll get 1. So as you can see, this is quite easy to understand. It's not that complicated. It's not that difficult to understand either. So with that, now let's take a look at something else. Now let's take a look at how we can use Redux here. So after getting Redux, we have the count reducer here as well. This is working fine. Finally, we have to create a store and then dispatch actions. To create a store, all we have to do is use the const store is equals to redux.create store, and we pass in reducers. If you have multiple reducers, you can use the combine reducers function that comes with Redux, but I only have one reducer, so it will work just fine. Now, what I want is I want to dispatch an action. That's quite easy. Store.dispatch. And inside this dispatch function, all I'm going to do is I'm going to dispatch an action of type. And since we have already described the type to be increment, that's how this will work. So we'll increment it 3 times and then we'll decrement it 3 times. So that's basically it. Now, if I run this, you'll see that there is no output here. And understandably so, because we are just creating store.getState. So this is the current value of state. The reason why we're not getting any output is whenever we're updating the state, we're not logging it to the console. Now to do that, we could just do it this way. I can just copy and paste console.log store.get state after each of the increment and decrement operations. I'll do it for all the increment operations. It works. But since we want to do it every time an action gets dispatched, instead of doing it this way, what I can do is I can subscribe to the store. And store subscription basically means I am asking the store to execute some function whenever an action is dispatched and the state gets updated. So store.subscribe, and I want to pass in a function that needs to be executed. This is an anonymous function. In case you don't want to pass an anonymous function, you can simply just write function and do it this way. But I like using arrow functions. They work quite well. And all I have to do is type console.log store.getState. Save this, and now if I refresh this, so this is still taking some time because it was loading the Redux package, but now it's loaded. We have 1, 2, and 3. Then decrement actions happen, and we have 3. Instead of 3, we get 2, 1, and then 0. So that's how that starts. As you can see, we are using the store. This is a reducer which takes in a state and an action and returns a new state. And by default, we return the current state, because if I were to dispatch an action that is something that you shouldn't do, let's say decrement 0, 0, instead of throwing an exception, we'll get the current state, or we'll get the new state, which is just the current state, which is 0. Okay, and then we create the store with using that reducer. Then because the reducer has a default value of state to be 0, this is what's going to happen. Then we get the state. We start by dispatching a few actions, and we subscribe to the store so that we know what's going on when a new state is executed. Okay, so now let's take a look at what next we have to learn. So after this, what we can learn is React Redux. Now again, this isn't going to be a really deep dive into the concept, mainly because React Redux is quite a deep topic. Like, you can learn a lot of things, you can add a lot of different libraries to enhance its feature set, but we'll give you a basic introduction to what that is. So React Redux is a library which allows us to use React and Redux together by connecting the React components with Redux store. To use React Redux, you need to know React and you need to know Redux. Don't need to be an expert in either one of those, just know the basics of these. So in Redux, you need to know whatever we have taught you till now. In React, all you need to know is state, props, calling functions inside a component, how to build a component, and global and local state. That's basically it. That's the really lowest thing that you can learn to build any kind of application in React. So how to use React Redux? Well, to use React Redux, you need to understand these three functions. The first one is map state to props. This is a function that we have to create. It's an optional function, and why it's optional, I'll explain in a moment. But this function, when you create it, what it does is that it gets the state, the current state of our application, and allows us to return an object with properties that will be passed as props to a component. So that's how you connect your Redux stores data to your components. You just pass it down to the components and it will take care of that. The reason why we don't do it directly by just doing redux.getStore is because when the data is updated, we want the store to be able to know about this. So doing it this way, our data is just read only, and when we want to update the data, we need to dispatch some actions, which is what we do when we use map dispatch to props. In this, we just create another object that has a few functions that will dispatch actions for us. So think about it this way. When we have a dispatch action for increment and dispatch action for decrement, in our components, all we do is we pass in a function that says increment and decrement. And when the user clicks on a particular button or some event occurs, those functions will be called automatically. And Redux will know about this because this is done through Redux and it will all work. Now, how does Redux know about these functions? These are the functions that we are creating. Well, this is where connect function comes into play. The connect function is a function that takes as an argument map state to props and map dispatch to props. This is why I said that these are optional, because these are the parameters of a connect function. Now you can choose to ignore one of those or either of those, or maybe both of those, because when you call that function, it returns a new function. That function, when you call that function with a component, that component is then connected to Redux, and when you render that component, that new component that you get after connecting it to Redux, when you render that component, it will have state and props passed to it, and it will work just fine. So it's a little complicated to describe this just like this, so I'll try doing it with code. But before that, make sure that you understand that these are the three functions that you absolutely need to understand in order to use React with Redux. React Redux is actually a package that is created by the Redux team so that it integrates well with React, and React is one of the most popular places where it is used. It uses Flux-like architecture. In case you don't know what Flux is, it's a method of managing state that was developed at Facebook, the company that created React. So now let's have a hands-on on React Redux. Now, instead of creating an application on your own system, what I will do is I will just use codesandbox.io. This is something that I would recommend you do as well in case you wish to write code for React instead of implementing it on your own system, because sometimes React, when you create a React application using create React app, you get around 200 to 300 megabytes of data on the system, and this might something be that you don't want to do. So in this case, all you can do is go to codesandbox.io, click on the create a sandbox function or a button. It's free, so you don't have to pay anything. You don't even have to sign in to create an account. It will in a moment show some templates, and we want to use the React template. You can, for instance, not use React and use Vue, static, React, vanilla, TypeScript, Next.js, or other kinds of application, which is Node.js as well. But I just want to create a React application, so I'll just click on this, and it will create it for me. It will be created inside the cloud, so I don't have to worry about whether or not it's going to be working fine, or how it's going to affect my machine, because it's not going to affect my machine. Now the first thing I have to do is I have to install some dependencies. Dependencies are basically packages that you need to have installed on your application so that they can be referenced in your application. As you can see, it's still loading, so it'll take some time, but once it's done, it'll start installing the dependencies. In our case, it's React, React DOM, and React scripts. This is by default what the code sandbox default application template looks like. You can change it if you wish to, but this is what we have thus far. Now I want to add a few dependencies. I can, if I'm using not using code sandbox and I'm using default React, I can just open up my command prompt inside the application folder and type npm I for install and React Redux, and you also need to install Redux. So you can do it this way, and this will be needed in production as well. So you need these libraries. Now I don't need it, so let me just firstly increment the size so that you can see. Hopefully this is visible to you guys. And now I just want to add a dependency. So I click on the add dependency box here and I type in Redux. As I type in, it'll show me the available packages with the name. It'll take a moment because it debounces all the requests that I send. And finally I get Redux. So Redux is here. Then React Redux is here. I want to use Redux first. So I click here. It will install. As you can see, this box shows that dependencies are being installed. When this spinning box stops spinning, we'll know that we have our dependency installed. So let's wait for a few moments. And after that, we'll install the React Redux package. Let's take a look at what the console shows us here. Yeah, so because we typed the React Redux thing there, so that's why it was showing us that. No need to worry. And now we want to install React Redux. This will also happen in a few moments. So it'll take a little bit of time to install, but it'll show us these things in a moment. So this is React Redux. I click here. It'll install this in a moment as well. As you can see, that box has gone, so we have installed everything successfully. Now let's take a look at the code that we can write. We have app.js, we have index.js. Now here in index we need to do one thing that's really important, and that is we want to render it within a provider. But before that, we also need to do another thing, is I will create a new I want to create a new file called redux.js. Press enter, and another file named counter.jsx. So this will be the component, and this is where I write all my Redux code. So this is what I'm planning to do. Firstly, I have to write the Redux store. To do that, all I have to do is write the same code that I had done earlier. So first thing I have to do is I have to import some data. I use the import function, and inside it I have to import a function called create store from, you can use React Redux, but in this case we only want to use Redux. So all I have to do is import the create store function here, and that's done. Now I need to create the count reducer function that takes in some state. That state by default is going to be 0, and we are going to take in some action. Now that that is done, I want to write a switch statement inside it. This is exactly the same code that we have written in the last demo. And increment will return state plus 1. In decrement will return state minus 1, and by default we are going to return the state. So this is done, but there is problem here because we have not created the store. So we'll create the store in a moment. Let's just create our increment and decrement action creators as well. So all we have to do is export const increment, which is going to be a function that is going to return an object with the type property set to increment, which is this. Let me just copy paste it to make sure that it's working. Similarly, we want to create decrement as well. These are action creators. Just to give you an example of what it looks like, what an action creator is. After this, when we have created the action creator, what we want to do now is we want to just export our store, and that can be done export, and you can use store is equals to, now we can use the create store function. All we have to do is pass in the count reducer, and now we're done. So as you can see, our code is quite simple because the problem we're trying to solve is quite simple. This is what it looks like, and this is what we get. Now I want to go back to my index.js application, and here I want to render a provider component. This will be automatically imported for me, and I want to wrap this around this. This will take a store argument which I need to import. So I'll just import store from /redux and then use store here. Don't forget the semicolon. This will start transpiling, and we have gotten what we wanted. Now let me just save this. This is done. Now comes the part of building our component. This is going to be a really easy one. We want to create a counter component which will do in counter.jsx. So I have already created the file. All I have to do is I have to import specific concepts and use those. So the first thing I have to do is I have to import React, because this is going to be a React component. Now after doing that, I want to import the connect function, which is, as I have already told you, and the connect function should be here. It's important from React Redux. Finally, I want to import the actions that I have created, /, and we want to import from Redux. So we have increment and decrement. That's all done. Finally, what we want to do is we want to create a counter function that will return our JavaScript code. Now let's understand what we want. We want two buttons that will increment and decrement when clicked, and a label that will display something that we want to display. So we will return, as we always do in a React component, we will return a div, or you can return a react.fragment. It doesn't really matter. We'll create a button, and I'll close that button here. It should have a plus, next button should have a minus, and finally I want a span. Span will show us the count. Count will be the current state, and when I click this button, what I want to do is I want to call a function that's called on increment. Similarly, when this button is clicked, I want to call another function that is called on decrement. Now, where do you get these functions? You get it from the props. This is where the React connected components come into play. On increment, on decrement, and the count. Now all of this is done. Now comes the entire aspect of us creating map, state, to props. This is a function which will return an object. That object will map the state, so we get the state. And all we want from state is we want to create a property named count, which will be equal to the state. So this is what we have right now. Similarly, after map state to props, we want to have map dispatch to props as well. That will do the same thing that we have decided to do. So with map state to props and now map dispatch to props. What this will do is this will pass in a dispatch function to the function. So dispatch, and now to dispatch on increment is going to be a function that is going to dispatch our increment action. Similarly, on decrement is going to be an action that's going to dispatch our decrement action. So now we have everything ready. Now all we need to do is connect these things. And this is where our function will come into play. We need to export it by connecting these things. To connect it, what we need to do is we need to pass in map state to props as it is being displayed. So map state to props. That's the first function. You want to pass in something else, you can do that as well. We want to pass in map dispatch to props as well, which is done. And this will return a new function which, when called with a component, will connect it and return the final component. So this is done. Everything is connected. It's not displaying on the screen as of yet because we have not done it here. So import counter from dot forward slash counter, and we want to use counter, and it's being displayed. Now if I add, remove, everything's working just fine. So that's basically how this works.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand what is Git. So guys, Git is basically a software which helps us in doing version control, right? And it's a distributed version control system. So we have already understood what a distributed version control system is. So it's a distributed version control system which basically helps us to version code files. Okay. Now, if you go by the definition, it is used for tracking changes in computer files or the code files, and also coordinating work. So any project or any product, like I said, when you work on it, it's a team's effort. It's never one person who handles the whole product. It's always a team effort. And Git basically promotes collaboration, right? So if you are working on a project, there can be multiple people who will be basically working on that project. Moving forward, now let's go ahead and talk about the Git lifecycle. So now that we understand what a distributed version control system is, we understand that we are going to discuss about Git, which is yet another distributed version control system. We understand the advantages of using it. Now let's go ahead and understand how does Git basically work. So when we talk about the lifecycle of Git, to sum it up quickly, there are three stages in Git through which a basically a code file goes from, right? So when you start working in Git, you basically start off to work in the working directory. So any directory that you start to work off in, that's basically your working directory. Once your work is done, what you do is you stage your work. You make it ready for uh, being saved on the version control system, right? So you kind of simulate all the files, or you basically promote all the files which you want to be you want to be saved in the version control system. For example, there could be 10 files that you're working with, right? For example, some could be input files, some could be output files, right? And some could be the main code files that you're writing in your working directory. But when you talk about saving your project, you want to talk about saving your code. Actually, you will not be saving the input and the output files. You will only be saving the main code files which are there in your working directory. So when you are basically going from a working directory to the staging area, what you're doing is you're selecting the files that you want to save in the version control system. So when you select those files that you want to save, that becomes the staging area. So in the staging area, basically put the files that you want to go ahead and save in the version control system. And finally, what you do is you save them. And the saving term or the saving process is basically called git commit. All right. So let's go ahead and understand these lifecycle stages one by one. So first of all, we start off with the working directory. So any directory which has your code file in it and which has git initialized in it is basically called the working directory. If I were to quickly give you, a glimpse, let's say I go to my terminal and let's say I create a directory. Let's say the directory name is learn. Okay, I go inside learn, and inside learn what I do is I do git init. So what does git init basically means? Git init basically means that I've initialized a git repository. Now once I initialize a git repository, this folder learn has now become the working directory for me, right? So it doesn't have anything right now, so I can put some output files here. I can put some input files here, and then I can put some code files here, right? Now, these input files and output files I don't want to save. I just want to save the code files. So the way I can save the code files is by typing or by staging the code files. And the way I can do that is using the git add command. Okay, so we'll be discussing more about it as we move along. But yes, so just to be clear what the working directory is, once you initialize git, this folder where you initialized it, it becomes your working directory, right? So the place where your project resides in your local disk is your working directory. This project may or may not be tracked by git. For example, if I have done git init, this is being tracked by git right now. But let's say you are creating a new project and yet you have not done git init. Okay, so still in that case, technically that's your working directory because you have all your files over there. So once your project is probably at a stage where you feel it has to be shared with someone or it has to be uploaded somewhere, in that case, even if you do git init, in that case as well, it will be called as a working directory. Okay, by so the project can be tracked by git by using the command git init. So that I just showed you. Once you start working on a folder, you just type in git init, and then that folder becomes initialized and that folder becomes your working directory. And by doing git init, it automatically creates a .git folder. So over here right now, if I do an ls, you are not able to see a folder called .git, right? So if I do ls-a, you can see there's a folder called .git. So this is a hidden folder in your working directory, and this hidden folder basically has all your settings. It has all the versioned files that you will never see when you're working in your working directory. Your working directory is always clean, and all the settings of git, all the versions that are stored in git are stored inside the .git folder. If you accidentally delete the .git folder, your git version control system is done with. All your version files will be deleted, all your logs will be deleted. So that's why this folder is very important, and that's why this folder is hidden. Okay, so that's about the working directory. And then you have the staging directory, guys. So staging directory is basically the directory where you set which files you basically want to save in the version control system, right? So I gave you the example of having a lot of files, but among those files, let's say 3 or 4 files are the main files that you are the code files that you want to store as in your project repository. So for saving them in the staging area, what you do is you use the git add command, right? And by using the git add command, you basically specify which files are going to be tracked by git specifically. Okay, then you have something called as commit. So commit is the final stage of the file in a final lifecycle stage of a file being saved on your local hard disk, wherein when you type in git commit, whatever files you have staged in the staging area will now be saved in the git file system, locally, and that is possible using git commit. So if I were to explain the whole process to you using a diagram, so first thing what happens is you are in a program workspace. In this program workspace, what you do is you initialize a repository using the git init command. Now this git initialized working directory, where you complete all the code files, and then what you do is you specify all the code files that you want to save, and then that becomes the staging area for you. And once the staging area is ready with all the files that you want to save, you pass in the git commit command and the files get committed to your git repository. But is this the end? So we were talking about the fact that git basically promotes collaboration. So let's understand how that is done. So once your files are now committed to your local repository, what happens after it? How do we collaborate it with the team? So that's when the concept of GitHub comes. So GitHub is basically the remote repository of the distributed version control system that we were learning about. So in distributed version control system, as you know, you had a remote repository, then you had a local repository, and the developers used to work in the local repository. So GitHub is going to be the remote repository in this case. So besides GitHub, there are a lot of other projects also that you can use. For example, there is something called as Bitbucket. There is also something called as GitLab. There are a lot of other projects as well, right? But all of them basically work exactly the same, right? From a developer's perspective, from a DevOps architect's perspective, all the commands are going to be the same that you are going to learn today as well for Git. It's just that the remote repository can be a different software where you are uploading. Okay, moving forward, now let's understand how does Git basically work. So let's say I have a folder, I have this working directory where I have different kind of files. I have some HTML files, I have some JavaScript files, I have some JSON, I have some CSV, I have some XML. So this project folder, first I initialize, I stage all these files that I want to save, and then what I do is I pass in the git commit command. Now when I pass in the git commit command, what happens is all these files will now be saved inside the git version control system, and Git, what it will do is it will assign it a commit ID. Okay, so this circle that you see here is basically a commit ID. It's basically a pointer to all these files which you have just created or which you have saved in your Git file system. Next, what happens is, let's say you do some update to your code. Let's say we added a CSS file over here. So the moment you add a new file and you save it again to Git, what Git does is it again creates a new commit and it again gives it a new ID. So mind you guys, you already had a commit ID in place, and this is always going to be there. It's not getting deleted anytime soon. This will not be modified. Always a new commit will be created, right? And in this new commit, the changes will be saved. So mind the language that I'm using, it will only save the changes. So these 6 files that were there, these 6 files are there in this commit. So when you add or modify anything, only the modifications are now saved in the new commit that you have, right? You don't have all the files saved all together again. So with this concept, what happens is you also save space, right? So you save space because time and again, you're not saving all the things again. What you're doing is you're only saving the changes. So in this case, the changes are the CSS file. So only this CSS file will be saved in the commit. But when you talk about the whole project, that project is going to be a combination of this commit ID and this commit ID. Okay. Now, because this project is going to be a combination of a lot of commits, what happens is you put all these commits on a branch. Okay. So what is a branch? A branch is basically a logical or a sequential straight line which has sequential commits on it. And whenever you want to see your code, what happens is your code always is on the head, which basically is the latest version of the branch. So right now, if I want to see what all files are there in the project directory, what I'll do is I will do an ls, and the ls will always happen on the head of the branch. So head is always pointing to the newest commit which has happened on the branch. So when I point to the head, what happens is I see the changes, and along with the changes, I also see the files which were there in the previous commits. Okay, and to logically basically go ahead and have a visual representation for it, we basically have a branch on which all the commits are basically arranged. Moving forward, this branch by default is created, and this branch is called the master branch. So no matter which Git software you might be using for the remote repository, or no matter which product you're developing using Git, you will always have a master branch, right? And when I say a master branch, you can have other branches as well. But in case if you don't have other branches, you will always have the master branch. The master branch is a default branch which is present in all the Git repositories. Okay. Okay, but why do we need a branch? So I told you for the visual representation, for arranging the commits, you need a branch. But is that the only use case of having a branch, or are there any other things as well that you can do with the branch? So yes, there are other things as well that you can do with the branch, and let's go ahead and understand that. All right, so why do we need a branch? So guys, let's say you are a developer, right? And what you do is you basically have been hired by someone who has already created a prototype of the project. Let's say I'm a developer, created my project, and now I feel that it's time for me to scale up. It's time for me to basically get the project running faster. And so what I do is I hire a bunch of developers. So how do I make them collaborate to my project? So the way it works is, what I do is I put my project on a master branch and I put it on GitHub. Now, I don't want the other developers, since I do not know the capability of other developers. Let's take a scenario here that I do not know how well the other developers know how to code. So what I do is I don't give them the access to my main code. I basically create a copy of the code and I tell them all the R&D, all the research and development that you want to do it in this particular copy of the code, right? And when you think the task that I've given you is complete, get it reviewed by me, and then what I'll do is I will basically take the changes that you have done in that folder and I will integrate it with my main code. Okay, let's take this scenario. So in this scenario, the main code is basically the master branch. The copy of the folder or the copy of the main code that I give you is the feature branch. And what the developer will basically do is he will start working on this branch. So branch is basically a nomenclature, but in other words, it's basically a folder that you create in Git. So you have a master folder, and then you can create multiple other folders where other developers can work. So in this case, if I hired one developer, let's say I asked him to develop or change the UI of my homepage. So I add a feature A folder, which I say is this is the folder where the new UI will be. So basically we've divided all the commands that you could be used frequently or you will be using frequently among these four domains, right? The first domain is about creating a repository. So we'll be discussing some commands which will help you create a repository in Git. Then we'll be dealing with commands which can help you make some changes in Git. Then we'll be dealing with commands which will help you do parallel development in Git. And then towards the end, we'll also be learning commands which will help you in syncing your repositories. Okay. So let's discuss each of these domains one by one. So let's talk about how to create repositories. Let's start from the scratch, right? So our first, whenever you start a project, the first thing that you have to do is you have to go to your working directory and you have to do some code or make some code, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is, let me just switch to my terminal. Alright, so this is my terminal and I'm logged into an Ubuntu server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a directory which is say called DevOps. Okay, so let me create a directory called DevOps and let me just cd into this directory. Okay, so I'm into this directory now. Let me just clear the screen. Now let us add some files. Say I add a file called nano. Let me add a file called 1.txt. Okay, and let us say hello world in it. So this is our first file. Okay, now let me add one more file. Let us add a file called nano2.txt. Let's say hello from Intellipaat. Okay, so this is a file that we have added now. Let's save this file. Okay, so now we have two files which are there inside a folder DevOps. Okay, so this is not being tracked by Git as of now, right? But it is still our working directory. Now, for making it a Git initialized working directory, all I have to do is type in Git init and hit enter. Okay, and now we have a initialized Git repository in front of us. Okay, so this is how you can initialize a directory in Git. So now you have created a repository in which you have your code, which will now be tracked by Git. Let's come back to our slides. So this is exactly what we wanted to do. We wanted to initialize a Git repository, and we have done that. We have added some files in that directory. Now let's go ahead and see what our next command is. So our next command is about knowing the status of what are the files doing in that directory. Are those files saved in Git? What is the status of that directory? And the command for seeing the status of directory or the files inside it is the command git status. So let us quickly jump back to our terminal. Let me just clear the screen. And now if I want to see like if my files are being if my files are saved in Git, what exactly is happening with my files. So what I'll do is I'll just type in git status, and I can clearly see that my files are right now untracked. Okay, why are they untracked? Because I've not staged them yet. These are just files which the Git is seeing that they exist in the directory, but they have not been added to my file system yet. So this is what Git is telling me right now. Okay, and it is also telling me if I want to track these files, all I have to do is git add and then the file name. So I don't want to do that right now. So let us go back to our slide. So this is what git status does. It basically gives you a status of your repository or of your directory. What are the files which are in the directory? I mean, what is the status of those files? Okay, so we got the status. Our next command is about adding. Right, so basically we have made some changes to our file and now we want to add it into a repository, and for doing that all I have to do is just go back to my terminal and I'll say git add. I can either type in the name of the files, so say I want to track both the files, so I'll just type in 1.txt or 2.txt. You type this, or what you can do is you can just type in git add and then a dot. Dot means track all the files which are present in this directory. So I'll hit enter, and now if I do a git status, let me just clear the screen. If I now do a git status, I can see that my files are now being tracked. Okay, so my files are now being tracked. They are staged, right? So if you think about the life cycle, you were in the working directory. Now you are in the staging area. You have staged your files. You want these files to be saved in the Git file system. They're still not saved. They're still in the staging area. The next step is saving these files in the Git file system. And for doing that, the command is git commit. Okay, so how do you type in the git commit? You type in git commit, then you give a space -m flag, which basically means the message, and then you type in the message that basically would point to what you are basically doing in that commit. For example, in this case, since this is our first commit, we can simply type, let me just clear the screen, git commit -m. We can say this is our first commit, adding 1.txt and 2.txt. Okay, so this is what we do. We just hit enter, and now you can see that my files have been committed to Git. Okay, and now if I do a git status, now, you can see it says on branch master there is nothing to commit, working tree is clean. That basically means all the files which are there in this directory right now are clean. They are all saved in the Git file system, and there's nothing to worry about right now. Right? So now let's do a little experiment. What I'll do is I'll add one more file. Let me just create one more file, and let us name this file as 3.txt and type in test file inside it. Right? So now what happens? So if I do git status, you can see it will say that 3.txt is a file which is untracked in Git. Rest all the files which are there, it is not listing that because those are already saved in Git, and they are there's nothing changed to those files. Also, let us try by changing the 2.txt file, which is not listing over here, right? So what we'll do, we'll just do a little change to it. Let me just add 1.2 over here. Let us save it, and let me do a git status now. Let's see what happens. So if I do a git status now, it can see there is a modified 2.txt file, and there is an untracked file which is 3.txt. Okay, so this is something what you get. So any changes that you do to a file, it will be reflected in the status of Git. Now if I want the 2.txt file to be saved, I have to stage it again and then I'll have to commit it. Okay, that is the only way I can modify the 2.txt file. Okay, so let's come back to our PPT now and let us go ahead and see what is our next command. So our next command is about syncing repositories. So now we have committed the files to our local system, but how do we make it available to the world, right? So for making it available to the world, the first thing that you have to do is you should have a Git repository. Okay, so let me just jump on to my browser and then I'll show you how you can create a Git repository. So just give me a second. Okay, so guys, you just have to sign up on GitHub, and once you sign up, this is how your page would look like. Now what I want to do is I want to create a new repository. So on your left hand side you will see a button called new repository. Just click on that, right? And now let's name a repository something. So let us name it as DevOps and hyphen course. Okay, so our repository name is DevOps course and the type of this repository is public, and let us just now click on create repository. Okay, so our direct repository has now been created, and now what I have to do is I have to copy this link. This is a HTTPS link, guys, so I have to copy this link. Let us copy this link, and now let's come back to our PPT to see what exactly we have to do. Okay, so now to add files to this repository or to push files to this particular repository, first I have to add it in my command line. Now for adding this repository in my command line, I have to type in the command git remote add origin. Okay, this is the command git remote add origin and then the URL to the repository. So let us do that in our terminal. So I'm here. So right now when I'll commit, basically my 1.txt and 2.txt will be saved. My modified 2.txt file and my 3.txt will not be pushed. Okay, so let us see if that happens. So now what I'll do is I'll type in git remote add origin and then the URL of my repository. So the URL is this. Let me copy that. This is the URL and I'll hit enter. So now my files or my origin URL has been added in my command line, right? It has been saved in this Git repository, my command line that is working on my Git repository. Okay, so now let's come back to our slide. So we have executed this command. Let's see what our next command is. So our next command tells us how to push files to my URL, right? So the command is git push origin master, and see guys, this is the output for your command. Now when you type in this command git push origin master, it will ask you for your username and it will ask you for your password. So let us do that. So let me come here and let me type in the command. So the command is git push origin master. Okay, I typed in this command. It is asking my username. Let me enter my username. It is asking my password. Let me enter my password. I'll hit enter, and as you can see, it is pushing the files, and now my files have been successfully pushed to my repository. Let us check that. Let us come back to our browser. Okay, and let us refresh the page. So as you can see, it just says 6 minutes ago the files were committed to the repository and now they have been pushed, right? And over here you can see the message of my commit, which was first commit adding 1.txt and 2.txt. So you get the message over here. Here are the files, so you can see the changes or you can see the content of the files as well. If you click on 1.txt, my 1.txt had the content hello world, so it's being reflected here. Similarly, if I want to see my 2.txt, I can see that it says hello from Intellipaat, right? So everything is here, everything seems to work fine. And again, what I can do is now if I do a git status, you can see that there are two files which have not been added. So what I'll do is let me first make or let me add first the 2.txt file, that is a modified 2.txt file, into my git repository. So what I'll do is I'll type in the command git add 2.txt. Let me hit enter. So now this file has been staged, right? So if I do a git status now, I can see that this file is now staged. Okay, but this is still untracked, so we'll deal with this later. Okay, so now I have a modified 2.txt file and all I have to do is git commit, and now I'll specify the message as modified 2.txt. Okay, so this is the message that I'm passing. I'll hit enter and now my file has been changed, but these changes have now been done to my local repository, not to my remote repository. So if I come back to my browser and if I refresh, you can still see the file which was added to.txt. It still says hello from Intellipaat, and it was committed 8 minutes ago, right? So it still is not added to my remote repository. Now to add it to my remote repository, all I have to do is git push origin master. Okay, I'll hit enter. It will ask me my username. I'll provide the username and the password. And now my files are being pushed to GitHub. It has successfully done that. And now if I do a refresh over here, you can see that it says that 2.txt was committed a minute ago, right? And you can see the message over here. It says modified 2.txt, right? And this is exactly what we did. So we have added the second file as well to our remote repository. Let's add the third repository file as well, which is the 3.txt over here. So we'll do a git add dot git commit -m adding 3.txt, and now we'll do a git push origin master. We'll give the username, we'll give the password, and now my file has been pushed. And now if I do a refresh here, I can see even 3.txt has been added with the commit message adding 3.txt. Okay, so guys, this is how you can push your files, or you can sync your remote repository to your local repository. Okay, so this was the command for that. Let's move forward now and let's check whether this step I've already done. So basically you can see that I have now synced my local to my remote repository. I have as you can see in the browser. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what our next step is. So our next step is to basically show you guys how you can clone a repository. Okay, so this is when I have basically I have pushed my local repository to my repos repository. Now say you are another developer who wants to work on this code. Now how can you work on this code? All you have to do is click on clone or download and just copy this link. Okay, copy this link, go to your terminal, right, and let me create a folder, say test over here, and let me create a folder called test over here, and let me go inside the test folder. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll type in the command git clone and I'll give the URL and I'll hit enter. Now what it has done, it has successfully copied the directory over here. So if I do an ls, I can see that the directory has been copied, or my repository has been copied to my local. Okay, and the awesome thing about this is, now if I go inside DevOps course, the directory, now over here I don't have to basically add a remote origin, right? Because you have cloned the repository, so this directory automatically knows where, if I push any file, where it has to go. For example, if I create a file, say I create a file nano4.txt, I say test file for clone. Okay, I'll say that, and now what I'll do is I'll add this, I'll commit this file, adding clone file. Okay, I'll hit enter. So my file has been committed, and now I'll do a git push origin master. I'll give the username, I'll give the password, and as you can see, my file has now been pushed automatically. Okay, so if I do a refresh here, 4.txt has automatically been added, and I did not do a git remote add origin even if I am in a different directory. Okay, now let me show you what I exactly mean. If I create a folder, say I create a folder called test. Okay, test exists. Let me create a folder called hello. Okay, and if I go inside hello and if I do a git init, say I did a git init, and now let me say create a file called hello world.txt. Let me add any arbitrary text into it. Now if I do a git add dot, and if I do a git commit, and I'll say let's adding file. Okay, so the file has been committed. Now if I do a git push origin master, it will give me an error. See, it says origin does not appear to be a Git repository. Why? Because I'm in a separate directory right now. Okay. Now if I do a cd, I go inside test, which was my first directory where I created all the files. So over here, if I do a git push, if I add a file, say, uh, let me first uh, pull everything. Okay, so because the git pull origin master. Okay, 1 second, guys. Okay, so I think this is now the repository. Okay, so the repository was DevOps. So let us go into inside DevOps and let me just create, or let me just say git pull origin master. So this was the directory where we first created our code. Okay, let me hit enter. So now it has, as you can see, it has added 4.txt to it, because earlier we added in a separate folder, right? So now it has created 4.txt inside it. It has added 4.txt inside it. And if over here you can see I have not specified what origin is. It automatically knows what origin is. Why? Because DevOps is a Git initialized repository. Okay. Similarly, when I said that hello is a Git initialized repository, but in hello I'll have to specify what is the origin of that repository, right? But if I do a git clone, as I did in test, right, I went into test and I did a git clone of the DevOps course. When I do a clone, it automatically copies the parameter as well as to what my origin repository is. Okay, any files that I add, if I push it on origin master, it will know where exactly it has to go. Okay, so this is how git clone can be helpful to you. All right, coming back to our slides. So now we know how to clone a repository in Git. We also saw how to pull, files in Git, but let me show you again. So basically what we want to show you is that say you are inside this folder, DevOps course, which is the same repository as what you have. Let me just duplicate this session. Alright, so this directory, which is DevOps, is pointing to the same repository as DevOps course. Okay, now if I do an ls here, I can see that there are 4 files: 1.txt, 2.txt, 3.txt, and 4.txt. Similarly, over here, I have 4 files: 1.txt, 2.txt, 3.txt, and 4.txt. What I'm going to do is, let me add a file from here. So nano 5.txt, and let me say test file. Okay, I've added it. Let me say git add dot. So I've staged the file. Let me commit the file. Test. Okay, I've committed the file. And now let me push the file to my remote. So I'll enter the username, the password, and now my file has been pushed. Okay, so if I have updated my remote repository, this local repository of mine will not get automatically updated. As you can see, it will not get automatically updated. If I do an ls over here, I can see there are 5 files, and if I go here on my remote repository, if I refresh, I can also see here are 5 files. But imagine this to be one developer and this guy to be another developer. Now this developer will not have the updated files till he does a git pull. Okay, so if he wants also the updated files which have been put on my remote repository, all he has to do is he has to type in git pull origin master, hit enter, and now the files will be updated in his system. Okay, so if I do an ls now, you can see that 5.txt file has now been added to this directory as well. Okay, so for coming back to our slides, so git pull helps you in updating your repository to the latest commit which is available on your remote repository. So that is what git pull is all about. And the difference between git clone and git pull is, like I told you guys, git clone is basically used when you want to copy the whole repository at your local system.
But if you want to update repository when you're working in it, if you want to update all the files which are inside it, you can use git pull. In that case, git clone will not serve the purpose. Okay. Moving forward, now let's talk about branches. Now, as you can see, now we are talking about parallel development. Okay, and as we learned in our previous topics or previous sessions, that if you want to do parallel development, or if you want to assign code to multiple developers, you basically branch out, right? You create a branch in your repository and you assign that branch to the developer who would be working on the code. Okay, so let us see how you can create a branch in Git. So for creating a branch in Git, this is the command: git branch and then the name of the branch. Okay, so let us see if we can create it over here. What I can do is, let me just clear the screen. Okay, and let us say I create a branch which is something like this: git branch, and say I create the branch feature 1. Okay, so the branch has now been created. Now if I want to list all the branches which are there, I just have to type in git branch, and I can see there are 2 branches in my repository now. One is called the master branch and the other one is called the feature branch. Okay, now any developer who wants to work on this code can basically work on this branch, and when he feels that his work has been finished, he can basically merge this branch to master. And merging means that whatever code you have added to feature branch will also be added to the master branch. Okay, don't worry if you're not understanding as of now, you'll understand as we move along. Okay, so I have added a branch feature 1. Now if I want to delete a branch, again all I have to do is git branch -d and then feature 1. Okay, so it says deleted branch feature 1. That's it. Okay, so now your branch has been deleted. Okay, and this is exactly what we wanted to do. Moving forward, now if you create a branch and you want to switch to that particular branch, the command is git checkout. Okay, so now let me create the branch again: git branch feature 1. So I've created a branch, and what happens when you're branching? Basically, the last commit of your master becomes the first commit of your feature branch, whatever you have created. Whatever branch you have created, the last commit of your master becomes the first branch of your branch that you have created. Okay, so for example, in my master you can see that there are 5 files. So now if I go inside, if I do a git checkout into feature 1, so basically now I have switched to the branch feature 1, and if I do an ls over here, you can see there are 5 files. Okay, now what I want to do is I'll add a file. Say I add a file 6.txt over here. Okay, and I say hello world. Okay, and what I do is I save the file, git add dot, I stage the file, and now I commit the file, added to feature branch. My file has been committed, and now if I do an ls, I can see there are 6 files now. But mind you guys, this is not on my branch manager. Now if you want to see which branch you are on, just type in git branch, and you can see you are on the feature branch right now. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to check if my master branch also has these changes. So what I'll do, I'll just switch to my master branch, git checkout master. I'm on my master branch now, and if I do an ls over here, you can see that the 6.txt file does not exist here. Okay, reason being, my feature branch is isolated from my master branch. Whatever changes I'm doing on my feature branch, it will not get reflected on the master branch, whatever I do. Okay, and whatever I do on my master branch will not get reflected on my feature branch. It works vice versa. Okay guys, so this is a feature which you basically use when you want to do parallel development, so that no branch is it is interfering with each other. So now I don't care what my developer is doing on feature 1. When he says that the feature is complete, I'll ask him to show me, and when he shows me the feature and I feel it's right, what I can do is I can merge it with my master so that it becomes available to the world. Okay, all right, great. Now if I do a git status here, git status, one second, git status, it says on branch master, nothing to commit. If I check out to feature, yeah, so if I have switched to feature now all I have to do is I will type in git status, and it again says on branch feature 1 nothing to commit. Why? Because I've already committed 6.txt to it. Now what I want to do is I want to push these changes to my remote repository. So what I can do is git push origin feature 1. Why? Because now we are pushing the feature 1 branch. We are no longer pushing the branch, the master branch. We are pushing the feature 1 branch, right? And I'll hit enter. So it'll ask me the username. I'll hit that. It'll ask me the password. I'll put that, and I'll hit enter. And now you can see my files are being pushed. And now you can see that feature 1 branch has now been pushed to feature 1 branch of my remote repository. So if I go to my browser now and I refresh it, you can see the 5.txt is still not visible here. Why? Because I'm on my master branch. I'll click here. I can see that I have a feature 1 listed over here. I'll click on that, and now I can see that the 6.txt file is visible here, and with my commit message which was added to feature branch. Okay, so I can again switch to my master branch, and I can see that my master branch is clean. If I switch to my feature branch, I can see that my feature branch is having the 6.txt file. Okay, let's come back to our slides. Alright guys, so we now know how to switch to a particular branch. Now let's go to our next slide. Now we probably know all the commands through which we can probably start working on Git, right? This command is a very important command, which is git log command. Now what is git log command? Now git log command helps you to see the history of your repository, like what all have you done on your repository. Okay, now to see the history of a repository, the command is git log. Now let us go back to our terminal and let us just clear the screen. Now if I do a git log here, I can see the history of all the commits. Okay, so I can see that I am on my head is on the feature branch right now, right? And I can see that the last commit was this, when I added 6.txt to the feature branch. Before that I had a test commit. Before that I had a clone file that I added. Before that I had some other commit, 3.txt, 2.txt, right? So similarly I get everything. I get a history of everything that I've done so far, right? And these are all the commit IDs, guys. This is what we studied earlier, right? So if I want to say revert to this commit, all I have to do is just copy this commit ID and I have to type in git revert along with this ID, and I'll be able to revert to this particular commit. But we'll do that later. We're not doing that right now. We'll do that later. But this is the history of your branch. Okay, now if I want to see the history of master, this is the history of feature 1. Okay, let me just clear the screen and let me see where I am right now. So I'm on feature 1. So if we go to git checkout and then master and then clear the screen, if I do a git log over here, you can see that the head is now on the master, and only the log of the master branch I'm able to see right now. Okay, I cannot see the log of adding the feature file. Why? Because I'm on the master branch now. So whenever you do git log, you always see the log of what branch you are on. Okay, so right now I'm on the master branch, and that's why I can see all these logs. If I am on the feature branch, I can see all the logs of the feature branch along with the logs of master branch when the branch was when basically the moment I create a branch in my repository, it gets created from the master branch, right? So say I did 3 commits before I created a new branch. Those 3 commits will also be a part of my new branch that I've created. And if I go inside that branch and if I do a git log, I would be able to see those 3 commits in the log as well. Why? Because those 3 commits are also a part of those of that particular branch. Okay, so but the moment I do any other commits on master, those logs of that commit will not come in my feature branch. Reason being, now my feature branch is separate. All right, so I hope this is clear. All right, coming back to our slides, guys. So we now know how to see the history of our our git operations. Our next command deals with git stash. Okay, so what is git stash? So whenever you're working with multiple branches, there could be a point where you don't want to basically commit the file is basically still not complete, right? But you want to switch to another branch because you want to probably fix something in some other branch where you're having a problem, right? So basically it's about multitasking. It's about putting on hold the work that you're doing right now, completing the work over there, and then coming back here again and then starting with your work, right? So let me exactly first show you why do you need the git stash command. Okay, so if I'm over here right now, let me just clear the screen. Okay, so let us see where we are right now. So if I do a git branch, I can see I'm on the master branch right now. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to create, or let me just switch to my feature one branch, and let me create a file called 7.txt. Let me name it as stash file check. Okay, so I have created a file, but this file is still not staged. It is not committed yet, right? So I am on my feature branch right now. So if I do an ls, I can see 7.txt is here. Now, if I change my branch, what will happen? Let us see. So if I do a git checkout master, and now if I do an ls, you can see the 7.txt file over here. Why can you see the 7.txt file? Because this file is not being tracked right now. It is not a part of any branch, right? Because it has not been saved yet, correct? So what I can do, so let me just come back to my feature branch. What I'll do, I'll just add, or I'll just stage this file. So let's see what then happens then, right? So I'll do a git add dot, right? And now the file has been staged, but it's still not committed, right? So if I do an ls now, it has all the files. Now if I check out to my master, and if I do an ls here, I can still see this 7.txt file. Now this can become a problem, or this might cause a confusion when you're working within branches or when you're working with production code, because you don't want this file to be here when you're on the master, right? Because you don't want your code to go haywire or cause a problem because of an extra file, or probably you changed something in 5.txt. Let me give you an example. Let me check out to my feature one. Okay, and let me go to 5.txt. So this is my 5.txt, and it's there in the master as well. Let me change the contents of this file. Okay, so I've changed the contents of the file. I'll stage it. Okay, and I'll do a git checkout master. Okay, I'm on my master branch now. I'll do an ls, and now if I do a cat of 5.txt, can you see these changes are also there in the master? I don't want that. I don't want that to be reflected over here, because my feature branch should be different from my master branch. Now to avoid this confusion, although this file is not saved on the master yet, right? It is just being reflected over here. Reason being, these files are not committed to your branch, in your respective branch where you were working. Okay, so how can you avoid this? Now the way to avoid this is you would just check out, or you would just check out to your feature branch where actually you want this file to belong. Okay, and it tells you that these two files are there which this has been modified and this has been added. Okay, so it gives you a notification, which is good. Now what you'll do is you'll say git stash. You'll just say this and hit enter. Now what will happen? Now if I go to my master, git checkout master, okay, and if I do an ls, I can see the 7.txt file is no longer visible over here. Okay, and also if I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see this is the original file that the master should have, right? Now say I wanted to do something in my master branch. I'm done with that work. Now I want to get back to the work that I was doing in the feature branch. So what I'll do, I'll just do a git checkout feature one. I'm back here. I'll do an ls. So right now the files will be not saved. So if I do a cat.5.txt, it will still be the test file. It will still show me the committed version of the file. I mean, if I want to restore the files that I was working on, all I have to do is git stash and then pop. This is the command to basically come back to your working state. So I'll hit enter, I'll clear the screen, and now if I do an ls, I have 7.txt, and if I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see this is the modified 5.txt. So I'm now again in my working state. If I do a git status, it will show me that my files have been staged, but then they have to be committed now. Okay, so now all I have to do is I'll say git add dot, and now I'll commit these changes, committing stashed changes, and now these changes have been committed to my feature branch, right? And now if I do an ls, if I do a git status, I can see that my branch is clean, and I can now easily just go back to my master. I don't have to stash anything anymore. And if I do an ls, it is still isolated. Reason being, everything is committed to the branch now, and there is no dangling files here and there, which could confuse me with the files that I'm working in whichever branch I want. Okay, and this is why we use the git stash command, so that we don't have any confusions. The files don't get mixed up with the files of other branches, and we don't get confused. Okay, so guys, this was the git stash command. Let's see what our next command is. So our next command is git revert. Okay, so this is an awesome feature of Git. So let us come back to our terminal. Okay, so what I want to do is I'll just do a git log, and I have all these commits over here, right? So I want to go back to my first commit where I just had my 1.txt and 2.txt. Okay, I want to go back to this commit. So all I have to do is I'll just click, or I'll just copy this commit ID, right? I'll clear the screen. I'll do a git revert, and I'll just paste that commit ID, hit enter. Alright, so let's go back to our terminal. Alright, so now for doing this, let us first see where we exactly are. So we are on the feature 1 branch. Awesome. So now we want to revert the changes, right? So for reverting the changes, the first thing that you do is you see the log. So right now the logs is that the last commit that was made, on which the head is right now, is this commit where we added these stashed changes. So this caused a problem in my code, and I want to revert this. So I want to revert this commit. So whatever changes I'm doing in this commit will be undone, right? Now for doing that, all I have to do is I'll copy this commit ID, okay? And before just doing everything, let me just do an ls, and I can see that I have 7.txt which I added in my stash changes, right? So what I'll do is I'll just do a git revert, and I'll paste the commit ID, right? So let me just take the commit ID from over here, done, paste it here, hit enter, and now you can see it will say your 7.txt will be deleted, and we modified 5.txt, remember, right? So my file which was modified 5.txt will also be reverted. So these will be the changes which will be committed once I revert from this commit. So I'm like, okay, so I want to do this, so I save it, and now if I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt has been removed, and my file also which I had modified has now been changed, and you can see the changes over here. So that 2 files have been changed, 1 insertions and 2 deletions, and this is it, right? This is what just happened. And if now I do a git log, you can basically just see that when I did git revert, it basically committed a new thing on my feature 1 branch. It committed a new file on my feature 1 branch with the message revert of committing stashed changes, right? And it says this revert commits 9A6090. So basically it undid the changes which I did in this particular commit. Now if you still want to go back to this commit and see what changes have actually been done, what you can do is, if I want to go to this commit, all I have to do is just copy this commit ID, and now I'll type in git checkout and then the commit ID. Okay, so now I'm in the stashed commit, right? So now if I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt is present, right? Now what I want to see is what all things did we modify. I think we modified 5.txt, so let's do a cat on 5.txt. So I can see it says test file 12, and here is my 7.txt, which I do. If I do a cat, it will say stash file check. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll say git checkout feature 1, so it will again return to the latest commit on my feature 1 branch. So I'm returned now. If I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt file is not there. If I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see that it has again returned to test file. So my changes which I did over here, that is, I changed file in my commit of stash changes, that is, I changed the file content to test file 12, and I created a file called 7.txt which I had stash file check. I had reverted this commit, and reverting means undoing the changes that you did in that commit, right? And it undid the changes that I did in that commit. So I don't no longer have 7.txt which I created, and I no longer have the contents of 5.txt to be the same as what was there in that particular commit. Okay, but remember guys, you still have that commit in your logs, and if you want, you can go to that commit and see what all things you want to fix, right? It's right here. But the head of the feature branch has now changed to a new commit, which basically has undid changes or undone changes of what was there over here. Okay, sounds great. So this was all about git revert. All right, moving forward, the next command is git diff. Now git diff basically helps us in understanding what all has changed, right? What is the difference between two files, or what is the difference between two commits? What are the difference between two files? You can all see that using the git diff command, right? For example, if I come back here and I want to see the differences between what I did over here and what I did over here when I actually committed the stash, so we can do that. Let us see how we can do that. So I'll type in git diff, okay, git diff, and then I'll type in this commit ID, which is my head right now, and this commit ID, which was which I basically reverted. So I hit enter, and it will tell me that what all did change from both these commits, right? So it says that you have modified 5.txt. So there are two versions of 5.txt, a/5.txt and b/5.txt, right? So the a file was deleted and the b file was added, and it also shows the content, which what content was changed and what content was added, right? So if I am comparing the head with my previous commit, it says basically this file was changed and this file was added, right? And if I see over here, it says that there was nothing before and then we added 7.txt. Okay, now if I do the same by reversing the order of the commits, let's see what happens. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna say this is the commit which I want to check the difference with this commit. So now you can see that it says that test file 12 was removed and test file was added. Similarly, 7.txt was removed and null was added. Okay, so basically this should be your newer commit and this should be your older commit, and then it will tell the difference according to that, right? Similarly, if I want to do this, so I want to first check if everything is fine. So let me do a git status. Okay, so everything is committed on my feature 1 branch. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change something in 4.txt file. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do a I'll do a nano 4.txt, and let me change the file content to test file for diff. I'll save it. Okay, sorry. So alright, so let's call this file as test file for diff. I'll save it. Okay, the file is now saved. I'll do an ls. So now my 4.txt file has changed and I can see that in git status. Okay, but I want to know what exactly changed. So what I can do is I can do a git diff with my head. So head points to the committed version of my branch, and I want to check what is happening currently, right? What is the current current in my current directory, I have not committed, or I'm not staged the file for changes, right? My current directory is different from what is committed on the git file system. So that is what I'm comparing right now. I'm comparing my committed my latest commit with what is there currently in my folder, that is dot. Okay, I hit enter, and you can see it says that there is something which has changed in the 4.txt file. So there was test file for clone before, which now has been changed to test file for diff. And this is exactly what I wanted to check. So git diff is basically used to check the differences between two commits or two files. Okay, and this is exactly what we have checked right now. Awesome. So let us come back to our slides. So guys, this brings us an end to all the common git commands that you could be using in your day-to-day life while you're using git.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
You go to Node.js.org. This is their official website. And you see that we have version 18 and version 20. We don't work on 19. Frankly, all of those even numbers are usually not meant for development. They are only meant for some bug fixing. Okay. Odd numbers. Odd numbers are not meant for production. You see that, we have the version 20, which is the current latest version. I would not recommend you do this unless you want to learn the new features of Node.js, which may not be fully implemented by the time they release a stable version. So I suggest you install the recommended for most users version, which is version 18. I will, however, give you an introduction to version 20. But I would like to caution you that many features that we will be discussing in 20 may not be implemented when the version 20 is officially released. Okay, so there is a cycle of 90 days for each one of these versions to be fully implemented, because there is a huge ecosystem of modules. There are many module developers who will all have to upgrade their code to match what a version 20 expects. So that will take time. So that is why, as a developer, you will be using version 18, the LTS version. LTS is long-term support version. So this is the version that we'll be using. Okay. But if you are curious, you want to learn what are new features and you want to be a little adventurous, use this one. However, you should know that many features that are discussed with version 20.0.0 may not be implemented when 20 becomes the LTS. But so as of now, I suggest and recommend all of you to install version 18.16.0 if you don't have an issue. If you have an issue, if you're working with a laptop that is provided to you by your company and you don't have permissions to install a new version. So I guess the last time when I installed Node.js, it was version 18.14.1. And now this time it is 18.16.0. Okay. So I will be using version 18.16.0. And if you are using a slightly older version, you may get some different errors. I may get some different errors, or I may get a different output and you may get a different output. There are some cases where it may happen. Okay. I'm not saying that it will always happen. No, because they would make everything work as expected as far as possible. But there are always some exceptions. So I suggest and recommend you all to install version 18.16.0. So we all have the same version on our machine. So now what we'll do is this. So in my case, guys, I just downloaded Node.js, right? You saw that. So what I'll do is I will now walk you through the installation process. It's pretty, common. I guess most of you did it without anyone telling you. So that's totally fine. But I will go ahead and see if you have made any changes. Just make some corrections. I will say next. I accept the terms. Say next. I have this folder already. So I'll say next. And then there are a few things that you need to keep in mind. Okay. So let all these configurations be done. Okay. So I don't recommend you make any changes on this. Okay. All these shall be default. You say next. And now tools native. Okay. So you don't need this. Okay. So you don't need this chocolatey. Uncheck this. Say next. I think then, you simply click install. So this again, will take us a couple of minutes and then the installation will be done.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, how does the path module handle path normalization in different operating systems? Now, for this particular MCQ questions, the options that we have here are option 1, it converts all paths to the Unix format. Option 2, it converts all paths to the Windows format. Option 3, it uses the native path format of the host operating system. Option 4, it automatically converts paths based on the Node.js version used. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment section with a 1 or 2 liner explanation.
So in my case, it really needs admin privileges. So I just gave it and you see it is installing. Yes, correct. Okay, so what I should do is I'll have to close VS Code. Please rename, retry. Okay, so it says that, it expects me to rename a GitHub file. So it's actually rewinding because I need to change the folder. But I think I will do that on my own. But I don't think you will have that same error, right? So you simply uncheck that option which says install chocolatey. You don't need that. Okay, apart from that, everything is by default. Okay, everything is default. So there is only a checkbox that you'll have to uncheck. Okay, so once you have installed, guys, when you open Visual Studio Code, you should be able to open the terminal. How do you access the terminal? From the file menu, terminal, new terminal, Control Shift and backtick. So when you open, you will get the terminal in front of you. So in the terminal, type node space -v and it should give you the version number. See, in my case, I have version 18.14. Okay, VS Code with Python. Fair enough. So once you have installed Node.js, you should be able to get version 18.14. I mean, in my case, I have 18.14. Right. So what I have done is I've also installed the latest version of Node. So if I now type node space -v, it should give me version 18.16.0, the same version that you see here, which is what I have installed on my machine. All right.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Okay, so what is Node.js? Long back, okay, so in 2009, there was this guy called Ryan Dahl who came up with this idea of running JavaScript on the server side. So this idea actually was not new. Many developers had actually worked with the server-side rendering capability of JavaScript. I came across with this technology when I was working in a company where, my senior sent me a mail saying that, hey, Vijay, JavaScript that you have been working on is now becoming a server-side programming as well. I'm like, okay, wow. That's quite an exciting news, isn't it? But we had to wait for the developers to release any modules. So that was not a big advantage. So this Ryan Dahl came up with this idea of each one of us as a developer can create a module and contribute to the community. So that was a wow factor. So everybody kind of appreciated it, and people started using Node.js, and from then on it has become a very powerful environment. There has been few hiccups on the way. Node.js was renamed to io.js. In fact, it was not Node.js. They created a parallel technology to Node.js called io.js. You can probably look out all of that on the Wikipedia, because this company which introduced Node.js, I mean, Ryan Dahl, of course, was the author who created Node.js, but he was working with a company. I just forgot the name of the company. It'll come back, okay, when I'm talking to you. Joint is the name of the company. So the Joint became a little greedy. They thought, okay, Node.js is a technology that is fast growing. Everybody seems to be enjoying and using it, and it's quite resourceful. So why don't we charge money for it? Why don't we start asking people to pay up to use this Node.js platform? So that is when most of the developers who were contributing generously to the development of Node.js felt the pinch. So they created a parallel technology called io.js, which started using ECMAScript version 6. So those who know what is ECMAScript, it's a new name for JavaScript. Okay, so it started using the latest version of JavaScript, whereas Node.js was supporting the older version of JavaScript. So that is where Joint realized that it is a mistake, because there are other players who would probably be a competition for Node.js. So they rolled their words back. They revoked that idea, and they came up with this idea of supporting Node.js as a community-driven product itself. So that's when io.js stopped, and then Node.js became a default choice for many developers, including us now. Moving forward, Node.js may have few other competitors as well. So I've been working with a company called IBM. I'm sure you guys have known about it. IBM also is working on another technology called Node-RED, okay, which may work as a parallel resource, which actually uses Node.js library behind the scene, but it gives you a visual way of working with Node.js. Quite very exciting. I suggest you can give it a try. And then there is another technology called Deno. Okay, and then there is one more called Bun.js. So there are many of them which will actually come moving forward. But I suggest, please stay with Node.js and learn what is Node.js, and then there will be few more technologies that will come and replace this. But if you are strong in understanding the core of any of these technologies, it'll only help you build further. Okay. So I'll give you some resources so that you can keep your learning continuing after this training as well. See here in the VS Code, click on this icon, extensions, if you are on Windows, that is, and then just type the name of the extension that you want to install, and it suggests you what extensions that are available by that name, and then you can install them. Okay, so make sure you have installed all of them. Okay, coming back to the context, guys. So that's how Node.js is important to learn, because Node.js, no doubt, is very popular. and it has been growing in a staggering manner. It has lakhs and lakhs of modules, frankly. So in English words, like, you have millions and millions of modules literally growing and added every every day, every minute. And after this training, you will probably create your own module, and then you'll probably put it onto the Node ecosystem so people can use it. See, as of now, you are all learning this technology for the very first time, most of you. Over a period of time, maybe in the next couple of months or years, you will find that there is a utility that you would want to create some library so that it can help your project, and it can also help others who are in similar situations, and you can create a project out of it. So I know a lot of my students have created some modules and they have put it on the community for others to use. I'm really proud of them. I've also created some modules, and we'll also be creating some modules so that we can help Node to grow. So coming back to Node.js. So what is Node.js? In simple words, Node.js is a server-side JavaScript program. So it's a program basically that runs on a server, and it'll consume your JavaScript and make it machine readable code or convert it to a machine code. Okay, so that's the summary in short. So what is Node.js? Node.js is a server-side JavaScript program. So basically it'll help you write JavaScript, but that somehow gets converted to a machine code. Now, how is that somehow? There are a few other libraries that will work for you in that case. So it'll help you create scalable network applications. So Node.js is not primarily for creating front-end applications. It's meant for creating server-side applications. I've joined now. Did I miss something? So Node.js is not meant for creating front-end applications, because many developers who join this workshop think that Node.js is a JavaScript-based platform. So it's probably meant for front-end technology. No, it is not. Node.js is a server-side technology. So you can do a lot of things like creating a server, manipulating a file, creating a file even, and then doing anything that a standard server-side technology would do. Communicate to databases, okay, working with sockets, so on and so forth. There are many things that you can do with JavaScript or with the Node.js. So I'll probably be covering most of them, but yet Node.js has millions of modules, so you will not be able to cover all of them, obviously, isn't it? So we'll cover the most obvious ones, okay, the ones that are in much demand. Node.js is fast because it's mostly C and C++ code. But now you may ask, okay, Vijay, you're talking about JavaScript is what we write, and C++ and C is what Node.js uses. And then you are also talking about Node.js converting your JavaScript to a machine language. So what is really happening? So I'll show you the flow chart. So we'll be creating things from scratch. So if we are talking about any service provider who supports Node.js, there are tons of them. GCP also supports Node.js. AWS supports Node.js. Even most of the hosting service providers do support Node.js as of now. So you can definitely create an application and deploy them. So in either ways, yes. Okay. So we will be creating a web server, but if you want to host an application on a web server which is already running, you still have some choices. I gave you some. Okay. So now what we need to understand is what is the flow of Node.js. So how do you write JavaScript and how that gets consumed by a program which is using C++ and which converts it to a machine code? Okay. So that's where, there is a group of tools that work for us. So I've kind of, made a list of all of them here. So what Node.js is a bundle of tools. So you have something called as libuv, you have a V8 engine, and then a lot of JavaScript and C++ code. Okay, so where does each one of these engines or tools come into play is here. See, what we write is JavaScript. But if you know C++, you can also be writing C++. You can also be creating C++ code, which can be understood by Node.js directly. But predominantly, we will be using JavaScript. I mean, not predominantly, we'll always be using JavaScript code. But I'll give an introduction to how it gets converted, in the next couple of steps. So what we write is JavaScript. Now, JavaScript is a programming language which requires to be compiled. So there is a compiler involved. Okay, which compiler will we use? We'll use something called as V8. So V8 is a JavaScript engine, which is an open source, community-driven JavaScript platform, maintained, supported, sponsored by Google. Okay, so if you have used Chrome, Safari, even the IE Edge as of now, they all use V8 engine behind the scene. So that engine which converts the JavaScript that we write into the browser understandable code. So that's the purpose of this V8 engine. So we write JavaScript that gets consumed by the V8 engine, and it'll look for a specific hook or a code that is written in C++ via this libuv. So libuv is used to convert that code, C++ code that Node.js is using, to talk to a machine language. Okay, so I think I have another slide. I think I'll show you that. That would be a lot easier for you to understand. So there it is. Okay, so we have JavaScript, which can be ECMAScript version 5 or ES Next as well. So what is ES5? ECMAScript 5. What is ECMAScript 5? A new name for JavaScript. So this ECMAScript 5 or JavaScript, that is older version of JavaScript, that is version 1.8.1 or later, any version of JavaScript that you write gets consumed by this V8 engine. On the left side, you can see V8 there. That understands or makes sense of whatever you have written, and it will invoke the C++ command, appropriate one. Say, for example, I write a command called console.log. That's a JavaScript command. It's a function that is waiting to be executed. So what it does, what Node.js does behind the scene is it'll invoke that C++ command, which is called console.log. All right. And then the C++ will look for a hook and converts that code to an assembly language. It can, based on the operating system that you are working with, it can be AI32 or x64, or usually it is x64 because 86 is more or less getting obsolete now. You also have ARM, MIPS. There are a couple of them. See, what is not important to us is what is being used behind the scene. So it's like this, guys. So we are now learning how to drive a car, not to repair one. Okay, not to get into a manufacturing of a car. Okay, so learning Node.js is like how to drive a car. Okay, so this is what happens behind the scene. But I want you to be aware of how things work. And then the machine code gets executed and your program does what it is supposed to do. So this is the flow. I suggest if you want to take a screenshot, you can. However, I'll be sharing this slides as well after this training is over. Maybe, tomorrow, whatever. Okay, so this is how Node.js basically works. Now, what is in it for us is the question. All of this is fine. Node.js is actually doing its job, but what is in it for me? How can I derive benefit out of this program that you are about to learn? JSConf is a conference on JavaScript that happens once a year, somewhere on the globe. Usually it is streamed on YouTube, so you can actually be part of it and then learn what is cooking in the minds of all these other JavaScript developers, and then see as to how JavaScript is going to be in the next few years. So that's an exciting feeling to understand where your knowledge can take you ahead. Right. So Node.js is a community-driven platform. So you and I can contribute to it. And that became a wow factor. And Randall had a standing ovation for that. So where can I use it? So these are some scenarios that I have encountered. Okay. So because I had an opportunity to work with many companies over the last few decades. And then I've used Node.js. I mean, I've not been using Node.js because Node.js itself is a fairly new technology, isn't it? But I've been working with few other companies. Some of them are into manufacturing, some of them are into service industries. So what I have predominantly realized is that Node.js is a good to use platform if you have real-time data application, wherein the data is expected to be coming from the server, and your client application is expected to be updated based on the data that it receives from the server. There are many companies that have worked who use this aspect of Node.js, okay, for to integrate your application on the client side to the data that is available on the server side. And Node.js is also useful in uploading files faster. What makes it faster is something that we'll learn in a minute. Any example? Musk is one of my client, Darshan, who's one of the largest cargo, or what to call them? Yeah, they manage a lot of cargo, and so they use this. And we had created a platform which can track your shipments. Okay, so file uploading is another utility for Node.js. So what do they do with this file upload, or how is that? How is it possible by Node.js that is not possible by other technologies? Is Node.js uses something called as a single-threaded approach. Other technologies like .NET and Java does have this idea of multi-threading. Okay, but Node.js does something similar using a single thread. But if it is single thread, then we need to know what is happening, what is the process, okay, when will it end? We need to know all of that. That is where this idea of callbacks come into play. So when you ask Node.js to do something, or when you ask JavaScript to do something, you can assign a callback function to it. And then when the job is done, you'll be informed about it. So because Node.js has only one thing to do at a time, Node.js is a little faster compared to other technologies. Okay, and I've also worked with few ads, companies which serves advertisements, including Yahoo, including Microsoft. So what they do is they actually have to understand the demographics of the user. They need to understand the preference of the user, his browsing history. All of that will be assimilated, analyzed, and then appropriate ad will be populated in front of the user. And to do all of that, the application has less than 7 seconds. Frankly, it is not even 7 seconds. All this process will be churned out in less than a few nanoseconds. What are the other technologies that complete or compete with Node.js as a server-side application? Ola, I think I spoke about that. Java is one. Microsoft is another one. I guess Python is also now becoming really popular. PHP has several frameworks which works like Node.js. Django is another framework. Yeah, Django is nothing but Python, right? So you can, there are other technologies, right? But what makes Node different is what we are here to address. And again, when you're working with multiplayer games, this one area that I've worked the most. So to send and receive information from one application to another application and being mediated by a server is quite a challenging task for any server-side program. And that's where Node is really fast, really quick. There are many platforms that are being built on Node.js, even some banking applications that I've worked with, which I have not mentioned here, also use Node.js, okay, behind the scene. And WebSocket is also a new addition because HTML5 introduced this idea of WebSockets, and Node.js could take advantage of that really easily. One reason why we have a online meeting now made on Zoom Okay, so which would be using something called as a WebRTC behind the scene, which is why we are doing a bidirectional communication where I'm able to present and you are also able to put some chat messages in between. You can also, if I give you permission, you can also keep talking, isn't it? We all can talk to each other, which is a bidirectional communication, which is quite a fascinating utility from Node.js. So these are some technologies that are good to use Node.js, but there are a few technologies that are not, although people have the notion, I just wanted to bring it to your attention that Node.js is not a web framework. It is not meant for web, but we can be using other libraries. I'll be using something called as Express and Next.js to create a web framework moving forward. So I'll show you how it works. Node.js does not support multi-threading. It's a single-threaded server. We discussed about that in a minute ago. And then it is not meant for everybody. So just because you have learned Node.js, please don't start implementing Node.js on everything, because there are some bottlenecks. Because there are many technologies that require a multi-threaded approach, Node.js might not support it, and then you will be stuck with this technology. So just be aware as to what are the advantages and disadvantages, and then we'll be working on this technology to utilize the advantages of it. Okay, and Node.js is not meant for every project. Just because you have a hammer in hand, everything should not look like a nail to you. So you should have an open mind when you're evaluating a technology. So I suggest you spend some time, analyze if Node.js is the right thing for you to do. Let us say you have a requirement to create a web application. Should you consider using Node.js? So maybe yes, maybe no. A lot depends on the utility of that. So if you find there are easier technologies available, please go use them. Okay, you don't have to just approach every problem with Node.js. Okay. So apart from that, there are a few things that you should know that does exist in Node.js and that does not exist in Node.js. So there is no window object. So if you have worked with JavaScript, you know that there is a global object called window. That is missing. Why? Because we are not working on the browser. There is no document as well. Why? Because we are not working on an HTML file. We are not working on an web page. Okay. And then you don't have a location because there is no navigator involved. What is a navigator? There is no browser involved. Okay. So you don't have a window object. You don't have a document object. You don't have a location object. But what else can we use here? I mean, apart from all the other beautiful things that we'll be learning, you should keep in mind that there is something called as a global object, which works similar to the window object. Okay, so I got a message. Chiomari says, sir, please, I have Node version 8 and have difficulties upgrading. Yes, of course, Chio, you can use it. But if you find a dead stop that you cannot, then I'll probably show you some other ways of upgrading as well. So maybe we can take it offline. I can also help you. Okay. So what do we have in Node.js is we have a global object. We have something called as a require. We'll have something called as a module. We have some process, and we have tons of other things. But just wanted to bring your attention to a few things that Node.js has and Node.js does not have. Node.js does not have a window, document, and location object. Why? Because these are client-side requirements. Client has a browser which renders an HTML page, isn't it? So the browser will have different windows to display different documents to you. And then you will have access to the location to denote where that document is getting that, where that window is getting the document from. Okay, so that is missing in Node.js. So let's, I think there's one more slide. Apart from that, we don't have any other slides. Let me be done with that. You have something called as blocking and non-blocking. So what Node.js behind the scene does is it will read, evaluate, print, and loop your code. So we'll probably get to that point. So there are two different approaches to deal with JavaScript. One is a blocking approach, and another one is a non-blocking approach. So what is blocking versus non-blocking? See, I have a simple illustration here where if you have a requirement to get some data, So you'll raise a command, hey, go fetch some data. And then the data arrives, you display the content, and then you continue. Okay, so this is a blocking example. So what do you mean by that? So when you ask for some data to be fetched, you'll have to wait until the data comes. Okay, then you can display it onto the target location. Let's say I want to display some data onto web page. So I'll make a request to the server. Server will send me the data. Until then, I have nothing to do, correct? My program is actually waiting for the data to arrive. When the data arrives, I will display it, and then I go to the next piece of code. That's one approach. The second approach is a non-blocking one, wherein you make a same request. Hey, go fetch some data. And while the data is arriving, you can be doing something else. You're not sitting quiet. So you'll basically attach an event listener and say, hey, when the data comes, let me know so that I can take action on it. But until then, I'll be busy doing something. Okay. And then when the data comes, it'll call a function or it'll do some job that you have assigned it to do. And then it'll tell you when the data has come. Okay. So you have fetch data, and then you'll attach an event listener to it. And then when the data arrives, it'll let you know, and then you can continue to the next code. So the first one is a blocking code. The second one is some non-blocking code or non-blocking approach. Now in Node.js, you have both of these implementations. I just brought your attention to this because you should know that there are both of these approaches. You can use both blocking and non-blocking, and we'll probably get acquainted with both of these approaches in various situations. Okay. So I guess, okay, we'll talk about this event loop because it's a little too early for us to talk about event loop now. We'll talk about that because that's a requirement. But let us now move on to getting started with Node.js, and everything is going to be hands-on. So that was the theory part of it, guys. So we will now dwell into some practical aspects of it. So once you have installed Node.js, so you should be able to open Visual Studio's terminal by selecting terminal and say new terminal. Okay. So you open the terminal window, and in the terminal window, you see the path here, which is my current working folder. And now I can type node, okay, and -v, and it should tell me the version number. Since we installed it last time, I think all of us did it. We all have version 18.16.0 on our machine. Now, once you have Node.js, what is the next step? What can we do with it? So I can type node and press enter, and then notice, the terminal. I mean, I don't know if you noticed it. What I'll do is I'll restart this. Okay, just take a mental screenshot. Okay, so let me just delete this. You see that there is this PowerShell terminal that has opened. Correct? So it is a PowerShell terminal here that's open. Now, if I type node and press enter, it will change to a node terminal. You see that? So that tells you that we have started working on Node. So when you install Node.js, what happens is it actually installs a terminal, the command terminal here. You see that? This is exactly what we are working on now. See, this terminal is what we are working on here inside VS Code. Okay, and it knows how to execute your commands. So what can Node.js do? We spoke about that briefly here. It can read, evaluate, print, and loop. So it can read something that you write, it can evaluate it, it can print, and it can also loop and then repeat it. Let us give some task. Okay, so I'll probably say var user equals, I'll put a string Vijay. Okay, so what I've created here is a variable by name user. It has a value Vijay attached to it. It is a string value. So I press enter. So whenever I run a command, each line is executed inside a self-invoking anonymous function. Just keep this in mind. Basically, it executes or it wraps this into a function. Okay, if you want to override that, Node.js configuration can help you do that, but let us not fiddle around with that on the day one. Okay, I'll show you how you can change it if you don't like it. But as of now, if I press enter, a function will be called which will assign this string Vijay to this user, and then it will return that function to me. Because it will return undefined. Okay, every function in JavaScript has the return type. If a function does not have a return type, it will return undefined. Okay, so now that we are done with this declaration, we should now be able to use that variable. So I can now say, you don't have a print command here. You have something called as console.log. And console log what? So you notice that the moment I run this, console log is a function. If I say, okay, type user, or get me this value for the user. So I press this, and again, this guy returns that value and calls that function which doesn't have any return. So it'll get this undefined. Just ignore this undefined as of now, because that's not relevant. We can override that, but as of now, let us focus on what we can do now, right? So we have a variable, and we assigned a value to it, and then we are able to read that value, and then we get this output. So I can also use some other JavaScript methods like, hey, console log this user is a string. Okay, I can say .to uppercase. So it will convert this variable value to uppercase, and then it will display it. The user is a variable, which is a string. So to uppercase is a string method, so I can use it. Similarly, I can also say, hey, no, get me the number of characters that we have here on this variable. All right, so I can do that. I'll tell, hey, Vijay has 5 characters in it. So you're able to see that, this Node.js is capable of reading and evaluating and printing your program. It can also run loops. Okay, so you can say for, let us say, a variable I is assigned with 0, and as long as I is less than 10, I can say I++, and then in the expression, I would say console log user. Okay. And once, I'm done with this program, notice, there is a loop that I'm trying to execute here. So if I press enter, it'll log Vijay for 10 times. Okay. I think, it executed it 11 times, if I'm not mistaken. Let us log both, isn't it? Because if it is less than 10, right? So it starts with 0. Yeah, it's less than 10. So it would have logged 10 times. Fair enough. So no doubt that, your program is working. It is able to read, evaluate, print, and loop. But what is the challenge here is that, if I close this terminal, I open a new terminal, this new terminal, when I shift to Node, has no memory of whatever I had written earlier. So I cannot say, hey, console log user. It'll have no memory of it. It'll say, sorry, what is user? I don't know about it. So what happened here is that Node.js terminal, when it closes, it'll remove everything out of its memory. It'll remember nothing. Okay. So how do you make sure that Node remembers something? So what we do is, we will go create a file. I'll call this as step1.js. And here I will go create a variable var user equals. Okay, so I put my name again. And now that I have a variable here, I can do the same thing that I did earlier. So I can write a for loop where I'll go create a variable I equals 0, and as long as I is less than 10, I would say I++. This time I can also be using multi-lines. I can say console log I along with this log user as well. Now that now I have a file which contains this information. I think in my previous example, I had Vijay in lowercase. So I have this information in this file. So now that this information is available, it's quite persistent. I can use this file and ask Node.js to read this file every time. So I can now exit out of Node.js. I'm still pointing into the same folder. In order to exit out of Node.js, you press Control-C on your keyboard twice or Command-C twice on your keyboard, and then you come out of Node.js. So you can get into Node. Notice, it has come back to PowerShell now. So if I type Node, it is Node.js. If I press Control-C twice, it comes back to PowerShell, isn't it? So I can now ask Node to execute this file. Now, to do that, you don't have to be in the Node environment, because when you install Node.js, environment variable will be set to the installed location. So if I type Node, okay, Node has a command that gets executed. So Node space step1 .js file. Now .js is optional, but let us just use it for now. Okay. So if I say node space step1, run this file, and it'll run my code. And because I did not write any functions here, you see that I'm not getting any undefined here. See, what happens is node is configured to be executed from the user variable on your machine. Okay, so when you type this word node, it knows what exactly what file should be invoked. It will be invoking this file with it will be invoking this command with this file as a parameter. The step1.js has now become a parameter to this file. Okay, and I'll show you how you can even exploit that. How will it run? What do you mean, how will it run? So because Node knows how to read this file, that's it. So this syntax is new to me, so it will be so to understand. So what we'll do is we'll go to the file menu, create a new file. So what is the name for it? Okay, so you can also do this. You can click on this icon and say step1.js file. So there is a file now got created. This has an extension .js. Yeah, and now we go create a variable, call it user, assign a name for it. You can put your name. You don't have to copy my name as well. Okay, and then we'll run a loop here. I'll use a for loop. I'll go declare a variable, which is referred as I, and I has a value 0. As long as I is less than 10, I would say I plus plus, and I would want this command to be executed. What? The console should log user. Okay, along with this user, I also want I to be logged. So I'll say I user, and then I'm done. Easy. Now that we have this file, I can open the terminal and ask my node to execute this file. So I can now say node space step1.js file. Now, why I'm able to run this is because, see, in this terminal, you see the path. This path denotes this folder, correct? This is called day 1, 6th May. Now, that's where I am here. Okay, so now if I press enter, it'll actually execute this command. Easy. So we have this file run. Now, what I want to do is I want this file's information to be used in another file. Okay, so let's see how that is possible. So we have a simple step that can be used. Now, what I want to now show you is how to convert this to information that can be used. Let us say we have this variable here, user, which is Vijay. Okay, so I want this information to be used in another file. So how do I make it available for this file here called step2.js? So you understood the concern now, right? So what is the concern here? The concern is I have this variable, which is now required here in this file. How will I get this information into this file? Because see, usually you would want to create a program that will borrow information from various files so that the same files can be used in another project. Say, for example, I'm creating a project which is having a company name. So I'll go create a variable, call it as comp name, company name. All right, call this as my company. Okay. So this information is required in this file. What you do is, you export it. How do you export this variable is the question. There are a couple of ways to export it, Sachin. So there are two ways, and I'll show you one of them now and one of them in the next class, because it requires some configurations. So the easiest way to export this is use our node modules, or use this one of these techniques to work. So you remember we spoke about some of these properties that are available in Node.js. What is available? You have something called as module, which allows you to convert to a module. So how do we convert it to a module? Just create this word module. Because this module keyword is a global property, exactly like the way the console is, and exactly like the way the var is, module is a global property that you can use. It has a property called exports. And this exports, it's a dynamic object. So you can go create a property and say, hey, export a property called company name. And the value for that would be the company name, like so. So you have an object called module, which has a property. This property is also an object, actually. So on that object, you go create a property by name company name. So this company name is a made up word, or it's a name of a property, which gets exported from this particular file. From the step1 file, I'm exporting this property. Okay. And now that I have exported this property, I can go import it here. So how do I import it? I use a keyword called require. Require is also a reserved keyword. You can see it from the slide. So we have a global require module process, these many properties. Frankly, there are many more. Okay, so what we do is, with this require keyword, I can now say, what do I require? So you will pass this value as a string. / is denoting the current working folder. From there, I can import step1.js file. .js is optional, so you can also say step1. .js can be eliminated. Now, when I require this, all the properties that are exported, in this case, it is 1, that will now be available. So what we do is, we create a variable, cn, maybe, cn for company name, equals this require. Now, what will happen is that, it will import this property, assign it to here, or maybe I'll call this as prop. Any name is fine. Okay. So this is a made up name again, guys. So this prop here denotes this property that is being exported. So it'll actually use this module.exports property, which happens to be an object that will be assigned to this prop. And from here, we can now use the console and log the prop dot company name. Why company name? Because that's the name of the property that we are interested in, which has a value assigned to it. Okay, so I can now go to the step 2 and run this file. So I can now run the step 2 file. So I'll now say node space step2.js file. Okay. Now the question is, okay, that is because this file is also getting executed. Let us just comment this out for now. Now I can, and it should give you my company name. Okay, so you see that now we have the ability to export a property from one file to another file. So this is referred as you're unable to execute. Please help. Why you are not able to execute? Again, say node space and the name of the file. Okay, so as long as you have pointed to the right directory, you should be able to get it to work. Okay, just check that, if your folders or the files that you have created are on the same folder and you are accessing the same folder. Yeah, just check that out. If not, go to the file menu and open folder and select this folder once again. So you'll probably understand where you would have gone wrong. Okay, so now in the step 1, we have this property. We are able to use it in the next one. Let us say there is user also. I want to export user as well. So I can say user like so. Correct. We are exporting one, but what if there are other ones, right? So what if there is something called as a version? Version is a number.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, in full stack web development, which part of the application is responsible for memory management? The options that are given here are front end, back end, both front end and back end, and option 4 is database. Now think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in comment box below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Some number. Okay. I will call this as 1024. That's the version. How can I export this? You can use module.exports, say version, and assign version to it. This is one way to do it. So I'm now exporting 3 properties. So when I export 3 properties, when I import, I get all the 3 properties attached to this prop object. So if I now remove this, you'll know that the prop is nothing but an object which will have 3 properties attached to it. Watch. See, it is an object which has 3 properties attached to it. That is because it is actually calling that file to be importing it. Yeah. Okay. See, now this is one way to do it, but this is quite cumbersome, isn't it? So there should be a shortcut. So what is the shortcut? Watch. So I'll show you a couple of them. Actually, we'll graduate slowly, isn't it? I have many things to teach you, but let us just do it one step at a time. So it'll become easy and you'll know which method to approach, in what situation. So what we have here is we have another situation. I can say module dot exports dot props equals an object. Now you notice, earlier there was a single value. Now we are assigning an object itself to it. Okay, wherein the company name is assigned to company name. Okay, and user is attached to user, and version attached to version. So now you see that I have exported all of these properties, correct? So there's one way to do it. There's another way to do it. I'll show you another way to do it as well. So now that step 2, when I say prop, what is this prop? This prop. Okay, I'll probably call this as prop here. Okay, so prop is an object, and that's exactly what I get here. So if I run this, the output would still be the same. Oh, sorry. In this case, prop is this exports object, which has another property called prop. So I can say, or maybe I'll call this as obj for object, and I'll say obj.prop. Okay. So now if I run this example, you'll see that I still get an object here. So it'll have the company name, user, and version, isn't it? So what is this object? Nothing but this module.exports object. This is what we are getting. So if I want to shorten this further, I can do it again like this. So what we can do is we can use an idea called destructuring here. So there's also another way to do it, wherein on the exports object, I'm creating a property by name prop, And that prop object is nothing but is nothing but an object which gets all this assignment. So we'll pass his company name, user, and version. Now, if I go back to step 2, it should still execute and give you the same output. See, it's giving you the same output. No change whatsoever. But there is another way to do it. Okay, so I've shown you a couple of ways to do it, isn't it? Let me show you another way to do it, and which is what you will probably be doing moving forward. So we can use module dot exports, which can be overwritten with another object that we want. So ideally, you would be overriding the module dot exports object with another object. And here you can define whatever you want. And we can combine this idea of destructuring here, wherein you have company name. You can assign that to a variable company name. So this becomes the property. This becomes the value. When you're destructuring, you actually don't need the name of the property. If the name of the property and the value that you're assigning are the same, you don't need the name. Okay. So this would also work. So this exports object is now assigned onto this. So we don't need this prop now. Okay, because we are not using it. Now, if I go back and relaunch, you should still get the same output. If I go back now and implement this destructuring idea, what is destructuring? If an object has the name of the property and the value are are same, you don't need a name for it. That is all. Okay. And let me know if you need any more explanation on this. I will try and give you an example. But we have done nothing more, isn't it? We have just used different ways of exporting. I'll upload this file so that you guys can use it. Okay, so now let's try and run this. You get the same output. I deliberately went little speed on this because these are different flavors. Okay, if you work with JavaScript, you already know all of this. So you don't need to use any of them because this is not practical. You would not be doing any of these. Okay, so we can now put all of them in one line. Why? Because you can keep all of them in one line. No big deal. Control and / is for a single line, I guess. No, it is for multi-line. Okay, let me also try. Yeah, so this is a multi-line single line comment. Yeah, but see, this is a multi-line comment. The multiple single line comment is what you are referring to. Okay, nevertheless, what we have here is an idea of exporting one module to another file. Now, similar to these module that we wrote, okay, so the company name, user, and version, and we were able to import it here, isn't it? Similar to this, there are tons of modules or tons of commands that are already predetermined by Node developers have already written many such commands for us. And we started using some of them, if you recall. We started using something called as module. We started using something called as export. We started using something called as console. We also started using require, isn't it? So there are many commands that we started using. Now the question is, Vijay, where do I learn such commands? How do I know what all can Node.js do? There it is. Click on the docs. Okay, and we are working on version 18.16.0. Click on this. You will find a huge list of commands. Will we be able to learn all of them in this workshop? No. Don't be over ambitious. Okay, you can learn, no doubt. We will need time for each one of them, right? And not all of them in the same example can be accommodated, isn't it? And some of them are useful in some projects. Some of them may not be useful in some projects. And there is no need for you to learn all of them. You don't have to become an encyclopedia of Node.js because Node.js will change. Little later, Node.js will come with something different. See, Node.js version 20 is, scheduled to be released. So all the knowledge that you had will be, it will not be changed completely, but there will be some additions, isn't it? There will be some modifications in it. And is it worth? Not necessary. Why? Because you can always learn some things now and some things at a later point in time, as and when you need. Okay. So you see that we have been using something called as a global commands here. So in the globals, you can find that there are few things that we have used. Console was one, exports was one, module was one, process was one, right? So there are many of them. So we did not use all of them. We did not use, let's say, a response is something that we did not use. We did not use request. We only use require, but there are many of them, right? We'll be talking about response and request moving forward in other examples. But just keep in mind that there are many commands and you don't have to learn about all of them. Just be aware that, hey, Vijay showed us something called as global objects or global properties that are available, in Node.js. And we learned how to use some of them, not all of them, some of them. You also have something called as fetch. So fetch is usually meant to request for some data, which is external. I'll be covering this moving forward as well. But you notice that there are many constants as well. There's many things that you can only access. You cannot assign any value to it. You can only access it. You have something called as dir name for that matter. What is dir name? The directory name. Okay. And then you also have something called as a file name. Okay. So what are these? So you can now go to this location and say, hey, console, log me the current directory name. The current directory name. What is the current directory? We both know it is day 1-6th May. Correct? But how do I programmatically retrieve that? Let us type node step2.js file. And you see, you get the current directory. Let me comment this part out. If I now ask only this command, it will tell you the directory name. But if you want to know, okay, which file is executing this command, you can ask what is the file name as well. You can say file name. So these are two global commands that are available. It will tell you what is the file that is executed at that point in time. Okay, so there are many such commands. Many of them are very useful, but we may not find the context to use all of them in one example. But should you learn about all of them? Maybe not. Okay, just be aware that there are many things that we have. Okay, so I'll now show you how to use some of these external modules that Node.js has already created for us. Frankly, when you're done with this, or when we are done with some of these, our time will be spent on this. On this website, npmjs.org. This npmjs.org is a repository of all modules that are written by developers like you and me. Okay, so if you see, there are these many modules. Not small, isn't it? There are tons of them for you to learn. Okay, so you can spend your whole lifetime just learning about Node.js, literally. Okay, because there are so many of them. But do you have to learn all of them? The answer is no, you don't have to. Just learn few popular ones. See, there are some popular libraries. Lodash is one, React is one, Axios is one, TSLib is one, Chalk is one. I don't have to just work on each one of them. However, if you have attended my React workshop, you know what is React, React DOM, Axios, Express. We have worked with those, isn't it? But there are many other libraries which are very useful. So Lodash is a utility library for JavaScript itself. It has tons of features that JavaScript does not provide you yet. Okay. So if you want to learn about it, go to lodash.com, and then you'll find a complete list of all the features the documentation has. There are tons of commands. Everything starts with an underscore. Much before this Lodash, there was another library called underscore as well. You can use Node-RED on IBM's website. Also, you have some documentation that you can use to learn. But I think, IBM has an open source version of Node-RED available. Okay, I'll look out and let you know. So the summary is that there are many libraries, many of them. Okay, so we will spend time learning these. However, you should know how to use libraries, how to work with some built-in libraries, so that if there is a need, you don't have to look for resources outside. You can look for resources inside. Frankly, every library that you see here is using one of these. Okay, so let's move on, guys. So first step, we'll understand how to work with some built-in modules. So let us take a easier approach. So I'll go create a new file. This is called step 3.js file. After this step, I'll give you guys some time to ask me questions. Okay. What are these commands called? Global objects. Now, these are global. Some of them are properties, actually, global commands, basically. So some of them are properties. So this is a property. Their name is a property. File name is a property. Notice, the underscore denotes that this is a read-only property. The read-only property. Some of these are methods. Require is a method. A response is a property. A request is a property. The text encoder is a property. URL is a static property. Okay, so you have a lot of them that you can use. Just make sure that you go through the documentation once. Only function-based properties are methods. All right, so out of this list, okay, so we can use many of them. I guess we'll be using a lot of them. So I'll show you how to work with file system, events, HTTP, maybe HTTPS. I'll give an introduction, maybe path, process. A REPL is something that we have been working on as of now. And then you also have, notice you can also work with some lower level utilities, like, V8 engine. You can actually work on this. Now, frankly, to understand all of them, if you are curious, okay, you want to understand what exactly is this, let us say, let's pick a smaller one. Okay, this OS. It's only smaller by the name, okay, but it has a lot of features in it. Okay, so if you want to understand what is return or what is going on here, you can go to GitHub. You can go to GitHub where the source code is available. You can look for the src folder. See, and here you can find all the libraries here. Like, we were looking for what? That OS, isn't it? I think it should be in the src folder. Okay, and you see that, it was updated yesterday. So there is a lot that you can do. Okay, let's just look for it. This one. Okay, so this is the module that we are working with. See, you have all the commands, and I think, it is under the docs APIs. Okay, so you see OS is a module and it has many methods associated with it. If you are curious, you want to know, Vijay, I want to actually, go through this file. You can actually click on this module. I mean, you can even download it if you want to. You know how to do it, right? So you can go back to this node and you can download the entire thing on your machine. And then you can go through each one of these C++ commands. Yes. Okay. And you can, and then, you can also create your own commands and you can hook them onto Node.js. For now, let us say I want to use one of the libraries that are already created. Which one? We were talking about OS, so we'll probably use that. How do I get OS here is the question. See, when we set this environment variable, okay, it knows where Node.js is installed. And that would be the default location where Node.js will start looking for that file. So let us now create a variable called OS, wherein I require this module called OS. Now you may ask, okay, Vijay, in the previous case, you actually use // which denotes the the default directory. / means the current working directory. Okay. So here, why am I not supposed to do it? That is because if you don't mention the location, the default location that it will start looking for is the location where Node.js is installed. Okay. So now that we have access to this OS module, I will assign the module's export properties to this OS property, and now I should be able to use it. So let us say I will now say console log OS. Now OS is a big module. So if you go to the documentation, it has several properties. OS has several properties. I can find out how many CPUs are available. So they have given you an example as well. See, I'm using a gaming laptop that has several CPUs on it. So I can actually find out how many CPUs are there. So you will be able to find, when you say, give me CPUs, it will return an object, which has, sorry, it will return an array, basically. It will return an array. This is a generic, basically. So it returns an array. And from that array, you have objects. So you have an array of objects. So I will now say os.cpus. CPUs is a method. What do you get? You get an array. You can also ask what is the length of it. That is how many values are there in the array. So now if I run this node space step3.js file, it'll tell you that I have about 12 CPUs on my laptop. So if you want to find out the value of each one of them, you can. However, I will just show you the value of the first one. So instead of saying length, I will say square bracket 0. I want to just get the value of the first one. Okay, so it kind of gives me all the information that I might need. It has a model, it has a speed, it has times. Frankly, I don't know any of them. I don't know the relevance of each one of them, but yeah, so these are properties that have been extracted from my laptop. So these are capabilities of my laptop. All right, so let us now access few other properties. Sir, does it count the number of objects in the array? Yes, length tells you the number of objects, number of values in the array. Okay, so if you want to get all of them, be my guest. So you can also, create a loop and then iterate through each one of them. But if I run this example, it will give you an array of all the properties, all the objects. See? So later I'll show you how you can find out how Node is basically working behind the scene as well. Okay, for now, let us just get our mind around what is happening on the screen. Now, let us say from the from this OS, I want to know who's the user. Okay, so you can say OS dot user info. User info, I guess, is an object, and from that object we have something called as username. Okay, so if I now run this, it should give you the username. Okay, so let me just run this once again. So it gives you my name there. Not all that exciting, but see, you have the ability to access the computer's resources with a JavaScript command. That's exciting, isn't it? You are able to do all the things a standard server-side programming language could do just using JavaScript, isn't it? So let's go ahead and access few more properties. Maybe I suggest you can also try some just to understand. So let's say we have something called as free memory. So what is free memory? How much memory do I have on my machine? You also have something called as total memory, this one. So it'll tell you what is the total memory available on my machine and what is the free memory that is available on my machine. You can actually access all of them. So let's say console log os dot total memory. Total memory is a method. So I would like to okay, so if I run this example, it will tell you the total memory on my machine. In fact, it is giving you values in bytes. You need to convert it to sorry, it is in it is in bytes. You need to convert it to megabytes, gigabytes, and then terabytes, and then you will be getting the value. So usually you can take this, divide by 1024, divide this by 1024. Okay, so this can also be divided by 24. Yeah, so if you have installed Mac OS, none of these commands would change for you. The commands would still be the same. If I run this on my Mac machine, I'll still get the same result. I mean, provided my Mac has the same resources, okay? But I guess, the commands will not change. These commands will be quite agnostic about the operating system. It'll still be the same. See, if you notice, the documentation does not specify for Windows, Mac, and Linux separate. No, they are not. They are quite uniform. So you can find out, okay? So I will now say, so I've got, with what I know, I installed 16 gigabytes of RAM, GB RAM, but it is somehow showing me 15.8.4. Okay. So again, this will be bytes. You need to convert it to megabytes, 10 gigabytes, and so on and so forth. So I guess, this value is in bytes, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go check. Free memory, this is in bytes. Free memory. Yeah, it is in bytes. Yeah. So you can get an idea as to how things would work moving forward. Okay, so this is how you use a built-in module. There are tons of them. There are many of them that we can use. Maybe what I'll now do is we'll use the path module. So how do I work with it? So moving forward, we'll actually use most of these built-in ones. Okay. So, but this path module I find is very exciting to work with. So what is an advantage with this is, when you work with Windows and Mac, especially, you will find the path sometimes is denoted with / and sometimes with /, right? And what happens is that, if you're working with Mac and the same command, the same path, if you use on Windows, the / will change. And that's when, you will find it difficult to reach to a particular resource. But this path module kind of absorbs all of that. So if you are working on Mac, it will give you Mac compatible paths. And if you're working with Windows, it will give you Windows compatible paths. So let's now use this, the base name, to find out, what is the base name of this. I'll go create another one called step4.js. And here we'll say console, we'll go create first we need to import the path module. So I'll go create a variable, call it path equals require path. Now that path module is available with the name path. I mean, you can call this a potato if you want. Okay, but what will happen is that you will not know what module have we loaded. So it's always a practice that you use the same name to denote the module that you have imported. Okay, so now if I say console.log path.base name. Was it base name? Yeah, base name. So if I run this example, it will now tell me the base name that it will be using. So if I now say node space step4.js file, okay, something's gone wrong, I guess. Base name. I guess this path is a global module. Let us go check. It is not, okay, because it should be imported. Path argument. Okay, base name takes a path as an input. Yeah, so we can actually give a base name here, and then it will convert it to. So in this case, I think, okay, yeah. So if I give this option, yes, so it will convert it to a base path. Yes, I totally forgot about that. See, now if I go back on Windows, this will give you a different location. If you're on a Mac, it gives you a different location. Okay. So what we'll now do is, use this base path to construct something on the fly. Okay. Or else, it will be difficult for you to understand what is the purpose of this, Vijay. What is the purpose? Okay, watch. So maybe what we can do is then we can have two different variables and we can join them and create a path out of it. So I will go create a variable, call it as dir for directory equals assets. Okay, so that's the location of an assets directory. And the file name equals my photo.jpg file. So these are two different variables, correct? If I now try to concatenate them, so if I say, let us say this is the path that I want to use. Okay, I want to now use a project name as well. Project name is project. Okay, so these are three things now. Okay, so I know that I have kept a folder, I have kept my photograph inside a folder called assets, which is inside this project. So how will I get this to work? So I can now say console.log project, concatenate that with a /, concatenate that with the directory, concatenate that with a /, concatenate that with the file name. Okay, so this is what I will log. Now let me run this. So it says my project /assets / my photos.jpg file. But you see on Windows, we cannot use /. We should be using / to access a directory. So this command will not work fine with me, correct? So what we can do now is use the path module to do something for us. So I'll now take this path module. So I'll say console.log path, and it has a method called join. And we'll join the project with the dir name with the file name. So if I run this example, it should now give me a legitimate file location. See my project /assets /my photo. If you run the same command on Mac, it'll give you a different output altogether. Okay, I suggest you guys try this out. It's a very simple example to understand how path module can be used. Okay, moving forward, we'll be using path module to access a local file. Okay, because we don't know what operating system the user will be using. So you cannot simply use the /. That may fail, isn't it? You have an example right now in front of you. So what will we do now is we'll create an assignment. It's not a big assignment. Okay, so the purpose random file or random HTML file displayed in the console. Okay, so we have from a list of profiles from a list of profiles and files. We should generate. Okay, or I think we'll do this. We'll merge them. For purpose to generate random HTML file from a list of profiles and files to be displayed on the console. Okay, so that's the purpose. It should be is to generate a random HTML file from a list of profiles and files to be displayed in the console. This is the requirement. So how do we approach this is the question. Okay, so each one of you can use your own idea. I'm just showing you one way to solve it, but there are many ways to solve it because see, we are working on a programming language which is quite versatile. So let us go create a new file. We'll call step5.js. Okay. So we'll create some 2 to 3 profiles. Okay. So, and of course, we would need path module because we would need to display that random HTML file. How do we actually implement it is something that we will learn in the next couple of steps. Okay. But let us now see how to display that in as a string in the console to log that. So var path equals a require path. Now available. The path is now available. Let us now go create a profile. I call this profiles, which is an array. And let us say we can add as many as we want. So let us say the default profile is guest. Then we have a registered user. Or maybe I'll simply call this as user. And then we also have an admin profile. So there are 3 profiles. And then we are supposed to have different files in those profiles. Files is again another array. So we probably have info.html, history.html. Okay, so this should be a string always. Why should I use single quote, double quote? No reason. Okay, I can use double quotes in both the cases. An array can have, in JavaScript, double quote and single quote do not have much of a relevance until you actually nest them. So if you are nesting them, that's when there would be a challenge. So if you start with a single quote, you should end with a single quote. If you want to have another string inside, you can use double quote there. Okay, so I have history, and then let's say there is a profile page. Maybe there's one more called welcome. So these are 2 different properties, profiles and files. So profiles is different types of profiles that I can have on my application. Files are different types of resources that I have. So this profiles is nothing but a folder. It's a path which will be attached to this. And then I would want to randomly generate one. So how do I randomize this? So we have something called as math object. And it has something called as random method. So what will math.random do? Let's check that out. It'll get you a random number between 0 and 1. Okay, so let's go check that out. So I'll say node space step5.js file. So it'll give you a random number all the time. Okay. Step 5 is what we want. So every time it will give you a random number. So we can take this random number, multiply that with, let us say, 10. It'll give you a random number between 0 and 10 all the time now. See? So we can round that off using math.round. Okay, so it'll round this. We will not be seeing decimals now. We'll just see a whole number. See, 0, 3, 7, 6, 8, so on and so forth. But if I want to get a random value, a random guest profile, I will simply say profiles.length. So I'll now get a random number between 0 and 3. 0 and 3. I think it should 0 and 2. 0, 1, 2. It should be 0 and 2. Let's go check. Says 1, 2, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So that's, so I'm okay. I'm getting 3 as well. So this should be length minus 1. Okay, so I will get minus 0 as well. Okay, so I think, you know, we should be wrapping this into an expression and then minus 1 to it. Oh no, I'm still getting minus 1. No. So it should be an expression here. Perfect. Let's go check. So I'm getting 1 all the time. 2 also. Yeah, I'm getting 0, 1, 2. We don't need math.round again. Why? Where is math.round again? There's only one math.round. If I use length, it will give you 3 now, correct? So what is the length of this array? 3. So if you use math.random multiplied by 3, you will get a number which will have decimals as well, isn't it? You just saw that. If I pass it 10, it will give you a random number between 0 and 10, which will have decimals. Correct. That's exactly what we are doing. Okay. But in JavaScript, we are doing it in JavaScript. Yeah. Yeah. So this should now give us a random value between 0 and 2. See, I get 2 as well. Now we get a random value here, and let us say we'll generate a random value for files.length minus 1. See, I'm getting some random values at all the time, but sometimes, you know, they do synchronize. Sometimes I get lucky, isn't it? I'll say owner as well. So I'll add that. Because I added this, there is no change in the logic now, right? It should still work. Sorry, step 5 is what I want. So now the occurrence of getting the same number is less, but I still get, see, I got 1, 1 twice, 0 twice, so on and so forth. Yeah. So now what I'll do is I will take this value and this value and generate a path out of that. How will I do that? So I'll go create a variable, call it as URL equals path dot join. Join what all? Okay. So this is one of the file name, path. So I'll get a profiles square bracket this. Makes sense? Then from the files, I'll get a random file as well. So let me also, I can break this to multiple lines. So that will be easy for us to code and understand. And now I will console log the URL. So I don't need these two, but this will work. This is what I want to display. So let's go check if this is working like the way we expected. So from the guest, I get the history.html. So from the admin, I get the history.html. From the user, I get the welcome.html. From the admin, I get the history. So from the owner, I get the welcome page. See, every time I'm able to generate a random location, random file. location, correct? So in the next step, we'll learn about how to create your own global properties and use them. So usually the global files are stored into a config directory or config file. So you can call this as global.config.js file. It can also be .config. I would still prefer to have a .js file. Why? Because I can use it. I'll show you how to use it. So now that we have the global configuration file, we can go create our own properties, like the way we had the console log and things like that. But somewhere we need to import this reference. Then we can start using it. So how do we create one? So we'll use this word global and then create a property called global dot, let us say, company name. Okay, equals, let us say, my company. And I would want to say global dot author equals my name. Okay, I'm putting my name, Vijay. And maybe we can also say global dot version equals a number. So we have got three different properties, three different global properties that we have created. And now we want to use this in another file. How will I use it? See, I don't have to export it. I did not export it, but because I've assigned it onto a global property, I will be able to access it. Okay, provided the other file knows or is importing or accessing this file first. Okay. Watch. So I've created a file which will have three global properties. Now I'll go create another file. It's called step 6. I'll call this as using global.js file. So here I have created the global properties, and here I want to use those global properties. So the only thing I need is refer that file, require from the current directory. You have this global.config.js file. So we import it. That's it. You don't have to do anything more. See, notice I did not even have to assign it to a variable. No, I don't have to do it. I just have to import it. Because I import it, these global properties are now available throughout this file that I can use. Moving forward, I'll be creating files like an environment file. I'll show you how you can use them. For now, let us just take one step at a time. So I've got this file imported. Now I should be able to use console log. I can ask what is the company name. That's the name, that's the proper. Okay, it's all lowercase. I can use the company name and it should give me the company name. All right, so let's go run this. Node space step 6. Run this. So it will give you my company, isn't it? So I can ask other properties like author. Who's the author? Oops, save. Now, if I run this example, it should give you Vijay is the author. Now you can also ask what is the version number. So it should give you the version number as well. See? So once you have declared it onto the global, so global dot, it's a property that you can go create. So once you create this, you should be able to import that file where you have made the declaration, and then you should be able to access all the files. I mean, all the properties that you have declared. Okay. But when you're working with Node, Node makes some of these, all the global properties accessible by default. There is a default global config file that gets attached to every Node file. That is how you are able to access the require command, the module dot exports, and all of those can be accessed because of that. So usually global is not meant to export complex properties. Okay, so you can export some simple properties like the one that I'm showing you, a string, a number, a boolean, an object can be exported. But for anything a little complicated, use module.exports. Okay, what are functions? Okay, I suggest, for functions also, you would use this way of exports. How to export a function? Make sure, you have just the code that I have displayed. That should work fine, because it is also calling a function. Yeah, cool. Let's now I'll go create a function variable. Okay, so or maybe you can also have a function called myFun. Let's say return. So let's say this guy will take some values as well. num1, num2. It'll return num1 plus num2. Now, how do I export this is the question. So we'll say module dot exports is an object. You override that by assigning another object to it, wherein myFun is the name that I want to use for this property myFun. There's one way to do it. You can also do it like this. Okay, since this is the only property, we can also export it like this. And now when we are importing it here, step 8, importing fun.js. So wherein we'll go create a variable, call it as obj object equals require. From the current directory, we have export functions is what we want to import. And if I now say console.log obj, which is the object, and that object has myFun. MyFun is a function, so you need to call it and you need to pass two parameters to it, and it will give you a return statement that you can use. So let's go give it a try. Node space CLS node space step 8. It gives you the answer 11. Geo. Got it? So you export a function like this so that you can import it and deal with it as if it's a function. Done. Okay, see, you can use import. Okay, but if you are importing, you need to configure Node.js to use ECMAScript 6 commands. Okay, I'll show you that later, because we don't have any option to configure here. So, isn't it? So if you misspelled the name, the module will not be found. Let us say then it will say module not found, correct? We'll do a couple of more examples. So this is step 9. So what will we do here? I guess we'll understand something called as a process object. So what is a process object? Because this process is also a global property, but we did not see process is available here. This one. We'll talk about the events moving forward, but see, you have this process property. You have something called as argv, argv0, so on and so forth. There are so many property methods that are available. And if you go to the global, where it is here, the global also has the process property, isn't it? So this process is a property, but is also made available as a global property for us. So you can use. So this process is a link to this process here, wherein sorry, this one. Okay. So what can we do with this process is something that we will learn in some time. But for now, to help you understand, all these commands that were actually being executed were executed because this process object was working for us behind the scene. How do we know? So let us now see what process is actually doing behind the scene for us, or how this works handy. So I can say console, because it's a global object, global property you can use. You can say process dot the arguments vector. So if I run this example, process.argv, this will give you an array back, or maybe I think I can also use process.argv, because this is not a method, it's a property without I know. Let's now ask node space step 9 to run. See, you got an array back. And this array is showing you the first parameter was node. No doubt, when you call this node command, it is pointing to this path in the environment variable, correct? And to this file, you pass this as a parameter. Somebody asked me a little earlier saying, Vijay, how is node recognizing this file? It is recognizing because this process module does that job for us. It'll take this file, pass it as an argument to this node command or node executable. Can we pass other arguments to this? Of course you can. So for this, let us say I pass this argument called Vijay. So if I run this example, you will see that I'm able to pass this third argument as well, and I get it here. See, I'm able to pass two arguments now. I've provided two space, I've separated these two values with a space, and then I should be able to access both of them, right? So I can add another property. I can access all of them. So can we access the properties that are passed to this file and log them? The answer is yes, we can. With the use of this process.argv, I can. So what I'll do is I will now go create a list. Okay, I think we already had some lists, so let's go use one of them. Okay, probably we'll use this one, the profiles list. So there is this profiles. So I've got this guest, user, admin, and owner. And now what I'll do is I want to use one of them and display. Okay. I'll comment this out. I will now say console log profiles process.argv square bracket 0 to access the first parameter. So you know what is the first parameter? 0 would be this one. I'm not interested in that. Neither am I interested in this. I'm not interested in 1 as well. I'm not interested in this. I'm interested in the second, the argument that I would be passing to this file. So I'll say argv square bracket 2. And now that's what I would want to log from here. So let us go say node space step 9, and I will say 1 here. What is 1? This 0, guest is 0, user should be 1. So if I run this example, it should say user. See, you are able to use the parameter that I pass to this file and display it. Okay, dot to uppercase. I can say you requested for. Let us now run this. You requested for user. Now if I say 2, it says you requested for admin. And if I say 3, it says you requested for the owner, isn't it? And if I say 0, it says you requested for the guest. Cool, isn't it? So basically you have the ability to use the parameters that we pass inside the file. So that is how if I'm actually passing this number here. Can I also pass a HTML file? The answer is yes, I can. I'll be showing you how you can do that. I can pass an HTML file here and then I can read the content inside this file. 2 is admin. 0, no, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. So where did it print? So when I said 2, it did print admin. Okay, so process.argv is a array. So you saw that, in the previous examples, process.argv would give you access to both of these properties. See, because here in this previous example, I used node, correct? I used node and the name of the file. So process.argv, the argument vector, gives you an array with 2 properties. The first one is Node.js, the second one is the name of the file. In the next case, I pass an argument to it. So you see the process.argv is now giving you an array with 3 parameters. The first one is node, the second one is the name of the file, the third argument is the argument that I pass to this file. Correct? Now, I can also pass another argument. So I've shown you another example where Vijay and India both were passed, and I am able to list on both. Now, similarly, when I pass 1 here, when I pass 1 as an argument, I'm showing an example of how to use this argument now. So when you pass in that argument, what will you do with that? So we can evaluate that to a value. In this case, I want to now take a value from this array based on the parameter that I received. So profiles is an array, correct? And for that array, if I use process.argv square bracket 0, square bracket 2, because see, the first one is the node. The second one, that is square bracket 1, would be the name of the file. I am not interested in both. I'm interested in the argument that I will be passing to that file. So I would say process.argv, not square bracket 1, not square bracket 0, it would be square bracket 2. Why 2? Because this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2. So I will take argv square bracket 2 and I pass that to the profiles. So from the profiles, I get a string, I convert it to an uppercase and happily display it here, like the way I did. I don't need this to uppercase, it's just meant to show you the usage of it. I mean, I can actually concatenate .html to it and then display that file if I want to. So if I run this example now, you requested for guest.html. You requested for owner.html. See, user.html. Isn't it? So you can do whatever you really want with it. So you can actually come up with a condition here. If the value that you pass, if it is less than the length here, use it. If not, show something different. So we can use a ternary operator. If it is less than profiles.length, okay, then use this. If not, use let us say 0. Yeah. So now if I try and pass 1, it should, okay. This, that is probably because this is a string. We'll convert it to a number. It's always showing you 0. Hold on. And now we can take this param and check if the param, if param is less than profiles dot length, then profiles dot param. If not, profile square bracket 0. This is another approach, isn't it? Let's go give it a try. Yeah, this is exactly what we have done, isn't it? So right here in the terminal, you saw that I was able to see the first parameter would be square bracket 2. The second parameter would be square bracket 3. Is that so? I did not realize. Okay. So, however, we are getting what we really want. But let us say we would want to concatenate this with .html. So we will wrap this into an expression, concatenate a .html to that. So let us see if that would work. So if I now pass 4, I get the guest. If I pass 9, I get the guest. Yeah. So there you go. If you are new to JavaScript, I suggest go to this documentation, developer.mozilla.org, and practice this JavaScript. Okay. So there are lots of them actually. So for complete beginners. So if you are a complete beginner, click on this, go through this. Okay. Don't go to w3schools.com and then do some learning. No, I find that's a website full of garbage. Don't use it because you'll not understand what is the purpose behind it. So this is coming from the horse's mouth. This is the source of JavaScript. Okay, so please go through this document and you'll be more sharp with JavaScript when we meet tomorrow.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Okay, so what we have here, guys, is what is param here? Param grabs any parameter that the user would have passed. So in this case, it can be a value, it can be a number basically, which can be anything. The user can also pass in 10 as a parameter, correct? So whatever parameter the user passes, okay, so the process.argv, you know that is an array. Okay, it will capture all the parameters that we pass. So if I have to call this program, I would do something like this, right? So I would say node space, the name of the file, and then I would use a space and then pass a parameter along, correct? So this happens to be the first parameter, correct? So this has an index value of 0. So this is basically the index value in the process.argv array. So let me just comment the rest of the code. I'll comment all of this. Okay. And we'll just uncomment this part. So if I run this example now, you see I get an array, isn't it? So I've got an array here, isn't it? So from this array, the square bracket 0, the first index, is corresponding to the node executable. The second parameter, so if you read this is what we executed, right? This is the command that we called. So out of this, the first parameter is corresponding to the executable location. Agreed? The second part would be the file that we are passing to this node, isn't it? So square bracket 0 would select this one. The square bracket 1 would define this one. The square bracket 2 would define the parameter that I'm passing. And that's exactly what I am considering here. So let me just comment this now. So if you see here, there is a array of strings, which is referred as profiles, and then process.argv square bracket 2 would be 9 in this case. So I will pass 9 here. So param will now become 9, correct? Now, I'm using this parameter and I'm using a query to check. Okay, so this entire thing is a ternary operator. It's basically a condition. So we can have, we'll consider this. If this is true, we will use this. If it is false, we'll use this. So what I mean is, if this statement is true, this will be passed. If not, we will use this. So if this expression is true, what will this be? So I'm saying is parameter less than profiles.length. The profiles has a length, right? It has a length of 4 elements in it, right? So profiles is an array that has a length, and it will tell you that it has 4 elements in it. So if the parameters that we pass is less than 4, that's the expression that we are evaluating. If this is true, this will be used. If it is false, this will be used. I hope you guys got the logic now, right? So we have an expression. If this evaluates to true, which operator? The question mark here. This is referred as a ternary operator. So you go to the Firefox and look for developer.mozilla.org, and you can look for ternary operator. Yeah, this one. So this is a conditional ternary operator. So you see, there is an example for it. Okay, if it is a member, it is $2. If it is not, it is then $10. That's the condition that they have put. So it is like a short form of writing an if-else condition, Ola and rest of you. It's a single line if-else condition. Yeah. So if this is true, use this. Else, use this. Okay, cool. So that's exactly what we have done. If this is true, use this. So what do I mean by that? If the params that I've got, if it is less than profiles.length, then it is a valid parameter that I can use. If not, I will use this. So that's square bracket 2. What is square bracket 2? Any parameter that I would pass here. Let us say if I pass 1 would be square bracket 2. Agreed? If I pass 2 would be square bracket 2, correct? And you see now, because I passed 1, so this condition matched, and 1 was actually passed here, and it picked the index 1 here, isn't it? So user.html, this was concatenated and then it was printed in the console log. Simple, right? So if I pass 0, then I get guest.html because guest happens to be the first parameter in the profiles. I hope all of you are clear with this now. So we'll be considering some of these modules, not all of them because there are tons of modules, frankly. So I'll be covering maybe something called as cluster and buffer. This requires some more practice, okay? But we will be working on them. And just trying to bring your attention to some of the modules that I am planning to cover. So we'll be covering buffer, cluster. We won't be talking about the crypto part because I feel that there are some more modules which are more fine-tuned than the crypto because this is quite a low-level module. So I'll show you how you can use them. And we'll also be working with events and file systems and usage of this HTTP module. Okay. But apart from that, see, there are many other modules. So we have discussed about the process. Again, this process will be discussed furthermore in the next couple of exercises because the process has a lot of utilities for us. We have so far discussed about this argv property. Okay, but you also have the process.cwd, which is very similar to the __ dir name that we worked yesterday. CWD stands for the current working directory. Okay, it denotes the current working directory. It's quite a useful utility. You can use underscore data name, or you can use a process.cwd. Both would do the same. So because there is a lot that we have to cover and learn, and then it'll become easy for you. So I'll be covering some of these at different intervals, because you cannot learn about all of them, because we may not find a utility for each one of them in a single example. So let us see what we can do now. Yeah, we'll also be talking about streams. Timers are very easy to learn. I suggest you can also dwell on this. Maybe along with the console, you can also learn few things about the timer. However, I'll be working with this, scheduling this timer, canceling this timer, moving forward. Okay, there are a couple of things that we will be learning. You have something called a set immediate, set interval, and set timeout. Yeah, so there is something called as utils. It also has few commands to do some formatting of the documentation, set up a callback if there is a need, and so on and so forth. So I'll be covering some part of these utils. As and when it becomes important, I will definitely bring your attention on that. But as I've told you, predominantly we'll be spending more time on this npmjs.org, this website. Why? Because this is a larger area of discussion, because there are tons of modules that we will be covering, we'll be addressing. And each one of these modules, frankly, require you about 2 to 3 hours of learning. Okay, so I'll be focusing more on this because this is what you'll be using. Okay, so we'll definitely use these modules, not all of them, some of them, but we'll be spending greater time on this. Okay, so let's move on. See, more often than not, you'd be creating some task in Node.js. So how do I create a task? How do I trigger something? See, if it was a web page, we can allow the user to click on something. Okay, or when the web page loads, you may want to do something. But in case of Node.js, there is no web page, right? So there is no user interaction yet. Okay, so we'll only have to rely on system events, and we need to have the ability to dispatch events on our own. So how do I work with these events is a topic of discussion for now. So how do we work with events? You have something called as events. This events, basically this is a module which gives you a class called event emitter. And with this event emitter, you have the ability to create a new event emitter. And then you can assign an event listener onto that event. And then you can start listening to it. So let's see how you can go work with events now. And this is quite a trivial topic. So I suggest, all of you spend some time, understand how this would work, so that, it'll be useful moving forward. So there is a working example. Frankly, I can even import this and then probably explain how this would work. But I will take a different approach, okay, and explain, how, it is different. Okay, and then, when you're, scrolling into the documentation, you should remember that the documentation itself is split to 2 parts. You see, there is something called as CJS, and you have something called as ESM. Now, what does that signify? CJS simply means Common JS Design Pattern. Now, what is Common JS? Common JS is a pattern which allowed JavaScript to exchange modules. So from yesterday, all the examples that we have created actually followed the Common JS design pattern, where we use the module.exports method to export a module and require to import a module, correct? But now this example that you see here uses something called as ECMAScript module, that is ES module. Now, how are they different? In case of ECMAScript module, you use the import command, you'll not use the require command. Okay, so this is what you will be using moving forward. But there is a glitch now. There is a catch. Not all the modules have ECMAScript 6 variant. So you will still have to use the Common JS design pattern. See, so where we use the require method. Okay, but I'll show you moving forward how to use this ECMAScript 6 module as well. But we will be using this CommonJS design pattern to a larger extent because not all the modules have migrated to use the ECMAScript 6 module yet. Is that clear? So for example, we'll be working on something called as Express. Express is a module. Okay, so let's search. Express is a module. So if I click on it, and if you notice the documentation, which is quite updated. So I'm actually opening it now, and they have published it some 7 months back. And yet they are still using the CommonJS design pattern, CommonJS way of importing and exporting modules. Okay, so there are many modules that are out there which have not fully migrated to take advantage of the new module system. But you should know how to use this as well. So I'll be spending some time, but don't be confused, what is this CJS and what is the ESM, which one should I use? I suggest when you are working or building a project, always use this CJS. If you're creating something for an experimental process, you can use this ESM, because if you are using CJS, you will then not be able to do some mix and match in your project. You will either have to use this way of importing or this way of importing. There is no mix and match allowed. You cannot use some modules, you cannot load some modules using the CommonJS and some modules with ECMAScript 6 modules. They're not allowed. Okay, so I suggest you always stick to the CJS, not the ESM. When did Node.js come into existence? 2009. And when was ECMAScript 6 released? 2015. ES5 is a short form for ECMAScript version 2015. So you see that, in Node.js, we have been using these modules much before, isn't it? Much before ECMAScript 6 could start using it. So how were they using? How were they exchanging information from one module to another? We use something called as CommonJS. So if you look for CommonJS, all right, so the CommonJS is now maintained by Node community itself. Frankly, there was an association, there is a consortium which was running this CommonJS, but not many libraries embraced it. So CommonJS design pattern was not embraced by many JavaScript libraries. So it was started by Mozilla. You see this, okay? But later on, since nobody were using it, only Node was using it. So you see that there are many libraries which you find have implemented it because nobody took the ownership of maintaining it. Node.js took the responsibility of maintaining it. So as of now, Node.js community is driving CommonJS design pattern, which uses this require module, a require method to import a module, and module.exports to export a module. There is a shortcut for this module.exports, which is simply called exports. So you can either use this or this. I'll be explaining this a little later when it becomes relevant. But as of now, you notice that, this is a API to access all of those properties right here in front of you. I would recommend you use CommonJS for a reason. What is the reason? See, now I'm working with something called as a cluster. See, cluster has both of these flavors. Let's say buffer. I think buffer also has, buffer also has, but there are few of them which do not have. So file system. So if I scroll down in the file system, file system also has, okay, because up until the previous version, they did not have. So I was quite confident about that. But you will find that other external modules like Express or, let us say if you go, so we'll be working with Express in this workshop. We'll also be working with Next.js, this one. So Next.js also uses require method, which means that we are still using the CommonJS way of importing and exporting. let us make an agreement amongst us that we will be working on CommonJS, because there are tons of libraries that we would be using which still have not upgraded to ECMAScript 6 way of working. Okay, so that's not a compulsion. It's a I would say it's an advantage. That is all. So let's move on, guys. So what we'll do is we'll go use this I will call as step 1, and we will now be discussing about events in this workshop. So I'll say .js. So we've created a new file, and how do we work with it? Okay, so if you go back to the documentation and click on events, so you'll find that when you want to work with events, you no doubt will import the events package. So this node : is a namespace basically. So you're denoting that this events is coming from Node.js. Okay, so this is a new way of importing in the last couple of versions of Node.js, where you are specifying that this module events can exist in other packages as well. Say I can also be creating my own module which will also have events. So which events are we talking about? The node events. Okay, so this is a namespace basically. So I'm importing events. So you still have a choice. I mean, you can use just events and node events both. Both would mean the same thing in this case, because I don't have any other events module. I don't have any other module called events. Okay, so let us go create a variable. I will call this as event emitter. So why did I use an uppercase is an interesting question. Watch. So I will now require from this event, I am interested in importing a class. So if you read the documentation here, guys, you'll see that you have required events, and you are creating a variable called event emitter, and later on this my emitter is extending. So this is basically a class that is being subclassed here. So this event emitter class is getting subclassed here. So my emitter is now a class which extends all the behavior of the event emitter. And then you are creating a new instance of this class. And then you are attaching an event to that, and then you are dispatching that event. So we'll do something a little simple and easy to follow along. Watch. So that with this require keyword, you are loading this module into this variable. You all agree with me on that, correct? Now, from this module, when you are importing, it gives you a lot of other properties. I just want this property called event emitter. Now, what does that mean? Out of these many properties, I am only importing this event emitter, which will be assigned to this event emitter property. So I'm trying to knock off few steps here, okay, that the documentation has. So I'll try to knock both of these steps. In fact, I would directly jump to creating a new instance here now. Okay, so I will, from this package, I'm interested in importing only this class. So just to tell you guys, so if I now create a module, let's say, for example, this works only with the classes though. So if I want to export something, let's say this is called my mod.js file, and I would want to export, so let's say var title, okay, and is Batman, okay, and let us say I want to now module.export is an object, and I want to export the title property to the outside world. So this is what we have. Now, when I import it, so I'll just comment this out. If I import it, so I go create a variable, I call it as title equals require, that, I want to use from this mod, I know that I'm getting an object, and that object has a property called title. So I can directly assign it to this variable. Make sense? So you see both of these. Is it making sense? Or did I say exports? Right. Okay, I made a mistake. So it's module.exports. Okay, good, Sharanya. So now I should be able to access it. So I can say console, hey, go log this title property, and then it would work for me. Makes sense. So let us now run this, okay, just to prove that, okay, yeah, this is working. A node, run the step 1 file, and you get to see Batman being logged. So that's exactly what we were trying to do. So instead of, I'll just leave this here. So you'll have a copy. So step 2 -events.js file. So I'll just rename this is not events now. So here I would like to create a variable, call it event emitter equals require events. From the events package, I will get this event emitter class and then attach it to this variable event emitter. Makes sense now? See, exports is an object, correct? Module.exports is an object. We are overriding that object with this object. This object has a key and a value. The key is title. So I would want to export a property by name title. I can call this as my title as well. So my title gets a value of title. So what is title? Batman. So Batman is assigned to this property called my title. And in order to use it, I would now say my title here. My title is assigned to the title, and title is what we get to use here. So you can use the namespace. Okay, you can say node, which is a good practice actually. I suggest you keep using it, but you'll not find any advantage, in this example. You'll only find an advantage if you've used this events or you have created another events file somewhere in the project. So then Node will be quite confused. So what are we talking about? What are we trying to import here? Are we importing the local events or are we importing the node events? So that's where you'll use the namespace node :events. So now this guy is clear. He knows where to get these events from.
Let's look into a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, in which programming language is the ternary operator commonly used? And the options are number 1, Python and Ruby. Number 2, Java and C#. Option 3, JavaScript and PHP. And option 4, all of the above. Now think about these options and the question thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment section below with 1 or 2-liner explanation. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Okay, so using that is a good practice. I suggest you practice it. But in my case, I don't find a utility for it. I don't have to use it, but nevertheless, I've put that there, let it stay there. Okay, so now that I have created this variable, event emitter, I should now be able to use it. So I'll go create a variable. You know that in JavaScript, you can also use let to create a variable. You can also use const to create a variable, so on and so forth. I'll still use the var keyword because sometimes, my reflex will type let. Okay, you should not be confused as to what it is, because in JavaScript, there are many ways to create variable and all of them have some distinct features. But this is not the time to explain all of that. So I'll simply create var and I will call this as my event equals a new event emitter. So this way I'm creating a custom event. So what is a custom event? I'm sure all of you, those who work with HTML, the user can click on a button. Correct? When the click happens, we know what to do. So we'll attach a event listener to it. But in case of Node.js, there is nothing like that. So you'll have to create your own events. You'll have to pass what this event will do for us and when will that event happen. All of that on click function, correct, Komal? But where is the on click function? We don't have anything to click on, isn't it? Are we allowed to click anywhere here? We only have the terminal. We don't have a web page. We don't have an HTML page to click on, isn't it? So we'll have to rely on defining some system events. Correct. So how do we define a system event? There is an example I'm showing you right now. So I'm creating an event, and now I can add an event listener onto that. I'll say my event dot add listener, or you can also say add event listener. So this add event listener is in JavaScript. So you can use add listener, this one. This add listener will take a couple of parameters. We'll just discuss about the first two now, but it does take any number of arguments. I'll explain them moving forward. So I will say add listener. The first parameter is what is the type of event that you are trying to create here. Okay. I will now say I want to create a Vijay event. If Vijay event happens, okay, call this function is what I'm trying to say here. So if this event happens, call this function. And what will this function do? Nothing significant. It'll simply do a console.log for now. It'll simply say Vijay event happened. Easy. So if you observe, so if you know how to work with an arrow function, please be my guest. Use it. Okay. For now, I will simply use the plain old JavaScript functionality because not many would be aware of all those new features. Okay, so let's get acquainted with this. Moving forward, I'll probably show you how to work with arrow functions as well. So if you see here, I have imported an event emitter class. I've created an instance of it, and then I've attached an event listener to that. I'm listening for this event called Vijay event. And when that happens, I'll call this function. What is the purpose? See, we have got a class. We cannot use that class directly. We need an instance of the class to work for us. Isn't it? So we are creating an instance here. By using the new keyword, we are creating a new instance of this event emitter. And now that you know this new event is created, okay, then we have attached a listener. So here I've attached an event listener. So this Vijay event is not existing. Did we create that? No, we have not yet created, but we are waiting for that to happen. So what we'll now do is we have an event and we have attached a listener to that event. So now it also has another method to dispatch an event. So event is something that can happen. So in this case, what is the event? This event is called Vijay event. What is this doing? When will this happen? Quite confusing, isn't it? So what we'll do is, we will make that event happen. Okay. See, if it was a web page, the user can go click on something and then that event will happen. When the page loads, an event can happen, right? So in a web page, there are two types of events, a system event and a user event. A system event that can happen automatically. When the page loads, when the page is closed, when the user navigates from one page to another, a system event will happen. But a user event will happen when the user clicks on something, when he double clicks on something, when he selects something, when he closes something. So in this case, because since we are working with Node, we don't have that functionality. We don't have the ability to work with user interaction, at least not yet. Okay. Those will come only when the web pages are created. But on the server side, how do we create an event? We need to make sure something happens, right? So what we'll now do is we will dispatch that event. So if I now say my event dot emit, and I'll emit this event, Vijay event. So if you notice, in line number 4, I created an event emitter. In line 7, I attached a listener to the event. And in line 12, I've dispatched the event. Fair? Now what I'll do is just to show you that, hey, all of these are actually happening. I will do a console log and show you what is the sequence of all of these. So I will now say log from line 5. Okay. This is in line number 5, and this is in line number 11, and this will be in line number 8. So if you follow the flow here, if you want to follow the flow, maybe I'll just make this is line number 10 now, because I moved one space. So if you follow the flow, this log should be displayed first. You agree, all of you? Then this log should display. Then the event will happen. Then this log will be printed. Clear? Yes. Cool. So let us go give this a try. So this should be step 2 now. See, you see the sequence of these events happening now. Log 5, line 5, log in line 10, and log in line 8. Perfect. So this is exactly what we wanted. And now you know what is happening behind the scene and how Node.js is chasing all these events and waiting for these events to happen. And it's waiting, isn't it? Now I can either emit this now, or I can schedule this to be emitted at a later point in time. How will I do that? I'll use one of these timer functions. If I go back here, there is something called as timers. This one. Okay. So although you can create your own timers, I suggest you can work on this. I will use something which is a built-in timer. So I can either schedule a time, I can call something immediately, or I can call something at a regular interval, or I can create a timeout, or I can wait for some time to call something. So these are different methods that are available. Set immediate will immediately call something. But again, this set immediate will be delayed because JavaScript engine has a lot to do. Okay. So when we talk about the event sequence, I'll be explaining this set immediate. Just keep this in mind. So as of now, I'm more interested in showing you the set timeout, because this guy allows us to execute a function after some time. Okay. So what does it take? It takes a callback. That is, it takes a function that will be called when the timer elapses, or when the timer matches, or when the timer exhausts, whatever. Okay. And then we can set a delay. We can set a time that we would want to elapse. Okay. So the default is 1. So if you don't provide anything, it will be 1. So just to summarize, we created an instance of a class so that we can start using that class. Okay. And then we have attached the event listener that will listen to that event, and then we have dispatched that event. Okay. So what I'll now do is I will set a timeout. Okay. That means I have to write a function that will be called after a few many seconds. Let us say 2 seconds in this case. Now, why did I type 2000? Because the delay is in milliseconds. This delay is in milliseconds. So I have used 2000. So 2000 milliseconds means 2 seconds. Now here in this function, I would emit the event. Okay. And watch. This is line number 13. This is in line number 13. So now you see, I have a function which will be called after 2 seconds. And after 2 seconds, when this function is called, the first thing we'll do is we'll log this, and then we will log this. Easy? You understood the flow? Is that the right expectation? So let us run this program and see what would happen. See, line 5 and 10 happened. 13 happened at a later point in time. It waited for 2 seconds. And then the line 8 happened. So the more you understand this, the easier it would be for you to work with the event lifecycle in Node.js. So which is something that I will be covering. So something called as an event loop. You'd want something to happen only, or you want a function to be called only when something happens. So in such cases, using events would be a better solution. And these events can also take some properties along with them. Any advantage of using events over simple declare a new function and call it when we need it instead of emitting a new event? Fair enough. That's exactly what we are doing, in an organized manner. That is all. Yes. Okay. Watch. Now let's do this. So I'll go create another file. This is referred as step 3 events.js. We'll more or less do the same thing. All right. So we go create a variable var event emitter equals require events. From this event emitter is what I want to import and assign it to this variable. I've done that successfully. I'll now go create a variable. I'll call this EE event emitter equals a new event emitter. So I've created an instance, and then we can, make this. We can attach an event listener, and then we can make something happen. So just think about this for a minute now. So if I say EE dot emit, okay, I'll call this as my event. And then I will say EE dot add listener, listen to this event called my event. And when that happens, you call this function console.log. Now, if I run this example, guys, what do we expect to be displayed in the log? So let me run this. So that doesn't cause an error. So there is no need for you to work like that. So let's go give it a try. I'll run this in the browser. I'll say node space step 3, and I'm waiting for something to happen. You see, no error was triggered. Nothing is logged. Why? See, because this event was emitted in line number 5, and you started listening to that event in line number 7. So what do you expect? Nothing. So it emitted, but we were not listening by then, isn't it? Yes. So for this example to work, you need to have the sequence of listening to the event first and then dispatching it. It anyhow is there, but it's already happened, isn't it? It already happened, and then you started listening to it. It's like buying a ticket to a train that has already left. You are sitting in the station expecting the train to arrive, but the train is already gone. So what will happen? An error will happen. No, isn't it? You got the idea. Because this event already has happened, and then you subscribe to it. So now let us run the same code and see what would happen. Yeah, first create, listen, then dispatch. I mean, see, the sequence matters here, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so now let's do this. Now that we have worked on few of these aspects, let us try and do something out of it. If you go back to the documentation, you'll realize that this event has many other things. Okay. So this event, so far, we have used what? Yeah. So we have emit, add listener. These are the two things that we have used. You also have something called as listener count, set max listeners, get max listeners. You also have on and off and once, remove all listeners, remove a specific listener. So I'll show you some of these examples, not all of them. Okay, so some of these examples. So we have understood what is add listener doing. We have understood what emit is doing. We can also use something called as the listener count. So if I click on listener count, you'll know that we can expect the number of listeners that are attached to this event. Okay, so we can do that like this: ee.listener count to this event called my event, and we will actually log it. So basically, it tells you how many event listeners are attached to this. As of now, how many events are attached to this event? 1. Fair enough. Let's go check. See, only 1 event is attached. So if I attach another event, so when this event happens, there are 2 listeners to it. Correct? There are 2 of them listening. So I'll say this is the first one, and this is the second one. So we have 2 event listeners. Now we know how many will be displayed. There are 2 listeners. You can also restrict and say, hey, no, I want to set a maximum limit. Yeah, the same event name, correct? See, when the user clicks on a button, there can be many things that can happen, isn't it? So similarly, for this event, there can be many listeners. Yeah. So when an event happens, it's not necessary that only one of them listen. There can be many things that are listening to that specific event. Okay. So let us now, okay, so I can also see, as of now, we have embedded this function. So the same function is being called. Now, where we can defer it is here. So I will cut this. I will call a function called as first listener, and I will take this first listener and assign it here. Similarly, I will cut this and I will call this as second listener. And I will call the second listener here. All right. So how many events do we have? We have 2 of them, but we can unsubscribe from one of, from one of them. See, my event happened first, second. So maybe I would want to change the sequence of this. So there are 2 listeners, but I can unsubscribe one of them. So I have added a listener. I hope, those who attended my React workshop, we did speak about this in the initial sessions, wherein we have added a listener, and can I also unlisten? That is, can I unregister for, from that? I can, isn't it? So what I can do is I've attached here, and in the next line, I can also unsubscribe to it. ee.remove a listener. Now it'll ask you, what are we trying to listen to here? The first thing is I want to stop listening to this event and stop calling this function. So in line number 15, you added an event listener. In line number 17, you removed that event listener. Does that make sense? So if I now run this program, it'll say that there is only one event listening to it, because by the time we ask this question, it was already removed, isn't it? So if I move this here, then you know that there would be a change in the answer, because there are 2 listeners at this line. One gets removed at line 19. See, there are 2. First event happened, the second one got removed, isn't it? So now it should be clear to you as to how to add an event listener, how to remove the event listener. You also have remove all listeners. What an idea, right? So you can remove all type of events. So remove all listeners will remove all the events. As of now, we just removed one of the functions from being executed when that event happens. You can actually remove all of them. You can also make sure an event happens only once, not many times. Say if I emit it many times, now what do you expect? So we'll have a log. How many times have I emitted this? 6 times. Let us just make it 5. Okay, 5 times. See, I got this first event happened once, twice, thrice, 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times. Okay, so similar to this add listeners and remove listener, you have an equivalent of that. So let me just comment this out, this and this. You have an equivalent of this. Instead of using add listener, I can say on. And I can say off as well. It's quite a shortcut, isn't it? So you can use add listener, or you can also say on. So on is attach an event listener, off is detach that event listener. You see? So the output would still be the same. Where is my file? Here. Let's relaunch. See, the same output. But let us say I want this to happen only once. So instead of on, I can also say once. So though this event is happening 5 times, we are only listening it for once. Okay. Watch. Let's run this. This time only one log should come. Easy. So let us quickly do one small exercise before we jump out of this topic. Okay. So what is file system? There's another module here. Okay. So we'll work on it. We'll work with it. Where is it? This one. And again, the file system has pretty complex APIs. Okay. So what all can we do with the file system? There is a lot that you can do with the file system. See, you have the ability to read a file. You have the ability to write to a file. You have the ability to watch a file. Yeah, there it is. And not this promise watch, but there is something called as watch as well. I know that there is something called as watch, but I'm not able to find it here. Let us, no, not this. Is there anything apart from that? Yeah, there it is. Watch. So basically you're watching, oh, sorry, this one, watch file. Yeah. So you have the ability to read a file, write to a file, append to a file, watch a file, so on and so forth. Similarly, you also have the ability to create a directory, create a file inside the directory, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of things that you can do. Okay. So we'll only do few of these exercises. And this file system is quite a common module. We'll be using this in several other exercises as well. So let us get started. Step 4. What will we do? We want to import that file system. So you, again, if you are in doubt, you can always click on the documentation. Say, for example, let us say I want to check if a directory exists. Okay, so you have something called as exists, this one. Okay, so there is some warning here. It says that it is deprecated. Use something called as fs.stat or fs.access instead of fs.exist. Okay, so which means that some of these methods, although they exist, although they are in the documentation, they may have been deprecated. So click on the documentation. And can you remember all of these? No way, isn't it? So it's always a good idea that you make friends with these documents, and whenever you have a requirement, you can come. So I can say fs.access, and with this, I'll be able to check if a folder is accessible or not. And you'll have an example right in front of you. So let's go create a variable, call this as fs equals require. Okay, my keyboard has changed. Fs. So I now have imported fs, attached it to fs. What is fs? Fs stands for file system. Now from this file system, we can create a file. So watch here in this project, in this folder called day to 7th May, I have assignment.txt file, mymod.js file, step1.js file, blah, 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 all of these. But there is nothing called temp.txt file or temp.js file, temp.json file. There's nothing like that. So which is what we'll be creating now. So I can say fs dot I would want to write to a file so that I can then read a file. So I can say write file. And notice, you have write file and write file sync as well. So I'll use the sync first. I'll then show you the write file. So what is sync? Sync is a synchronous way of doing things. Okay, so there is something called as asynchronous as well. We'll do the asynchronous in the next step. So here it'll ask you, what is the file that you want to write? I'll say I want you to write to a file called temp.txt file. The next parameter is what you really want to write onto it. I'll say I want you to write this message. Welcome to your life. The third parameter is how would you want to write? I would say I want you to use this UTF-8 to write to that file. So what is UTF-8? Basically a keyboard standard that I'm using on my machine, which is US English Standard Keyboard. And I would be using, those ASCII values to write this text. So I will now use a console to log before the file is created and log after the file is created. Yeah. Let us now go ahead and run this. Node, step 4, run. See, before creating a file, after creating a file, and this temp.txt file now got created with this text message. Welcome to your life. I'll run this once again. So I'll delete this. Oops, I'll delete this file. So now if I relaunch this, it should create that file. See? So you see how easy it is, right, to create a file. Okay. So let's now take it to the next step. So this file, once it is created, okay, it'll always use that file. So I can now change this. So I'll change this. Okay, so if I close this file, run this, the content is changed. Earlier it was welcome to your life. Now it is, there is no turning back. Correct? So which means that, this write file uses this file if it is existing. If it is not existing, it'll create it. Okay. So you can also use this technique to create a folder as well. Temp/. So which means to say it'll now create a folder and create a file and put this message. Welcome to your life. Let's run this. Okay. All right. Okay. So it says that, it cannot create a directory. At least, the directory should be there. So using this fs, you will not be able to create a directory, but if there is a directory called temp, it should actually use that. Okay. So this is where, you can use that does it exist command. Okay. See, now it is working. If I now delete this, we'll now have to verify whether that file exists. If the answer is yes, only then they should work, isn't it? If not, let us say we want to create a folder. How do we create a folder? I'll now show you how to create a folder. So you can use the fs.makedir command. Makedir will ask you one question. Again, you can say makedir and makedir sync. We'll use the sync way. And then I want to create a directory by name temp. Okay. So in this case, folder is what we're trying to create. So there's no folder by name temp here. We'll just go create one. A folder got created. See that? But if I run this command once again, then you'll have an error. It says, sorry, this folder already exists. Correct? So how do we find out if this folder exists or not? So you can use this fs.exists. So both, can see, can be used exists or exists sync. Since, we have only discussed about the sync, I'll show you the sync way, and then I'll show you the asynchronous as well. So I can ask exist this folder called temp. If it is existing, this will give a Boolean value true. Okay, so let's go check. I will now do a console.log and check if this temp exists. In this case, the temp folder exists, so I should get a true value there. Yeah, see, I got true, isn't it? So it's basically giving me an answer whether this exists or not. So I can use this condition to check if that folder exists. If the answer is yes, we'll do something. If the answer is no, then we will do something. So I can use a simple condition. If exists, if it is true, Then we want to write a file into it. Else, we'll then make the directory and then write the file into it. Does that make sense? So since this folder was existing, it wrote a file into that folder. If that folder does not exist, it will create one and then write the file into it. Now let us say I want to append something to it. I want to add something to that file. How will I do it? Is there anything called append to file? Let's go check. It's a lengthy, long documentation, guys. So frankly, there is nothing to append. Okay, so yeah, sorry, there is append. There is append. Okay, so we can use this append to a file. So there is this text already, isn't it? And I want to append something to it. Okay, so I can do this here. fs.append file. I will do it synchronously, and I will look for this temp directory under the temp.txt file, and then I will put this message. Again, I'll have to specify what is the type that I want to use. I'll say I want to use UTF-8. Probably I'll show you what would happen if I don't mention this as well. Okay, the next step. Let's run this. See, notice, this append file is outside the if-else condition. Let's run this. There it is. Okay, so I've got the append to work as well. And what if on the same line? What do you mean by on the same line? Yeah, on the same line. On the same line. So if you want to add to a new line, what would you do? Like this in the new line, isn't it? Let's try. Sorry, here. There it is. Okay, this should be no space after that. Yes. Okay. So I'm just showing you how to create some simple files, guys, but your assignments would not be as simple as this. Or, when you get into a job, it will not be as simple as this. You would be using, some complex mechanism to generate PDF files as well. So I'm showing you how to work with some simple files as of now, isn't it? But there is a lot that you can do with what we are learning. Close simply means to say you're done with writing something onto the file and then you don't wish to write anything more. That is what close means. So after you call the close, you'll not then be able to write to that file. Okay, so let's move on. This is step 5, fs. Var fs equals require node:fs. So from this fs module, we will now want to, where is the file system? There it is. Now I will show you how to do the same thing asynchronously. Okay, we'll do the same thing asynchronously. I'll delete this folder for now. So what are the things that we did? We wrote to a file and we created a directory and we checked if the directory already existed. If the answer is yes, we will use different command. If the answer is no, we'll use a different command. Correct. So what we'll now do is fs.write file. Earlier we used the sync. Now I'm using the write file. So what is the difference? Sync was synchronous way of doing things. Without the sync, it becomes asynchronous way of doing things. So what it does, it actually takes a callback function. The first parameter is the path that you would want to use to create a file. So I'll say temp.txt. Then the second parameter is what is the content that you would want to write, the data, the string. The default, it is, it's taking as a string. Okay. So it is not that, the default is UTF-8. The default is a string here. And these options are optional basically. So I will set the same message. The second parameter, the third parameter is the MIME type. I will not pass that. I will directly pass a callback function, which will be called when the file is written. Okay. So I'll say console, log this message, created. Now, while this is happening, if I have an error like this, how will I capture that? So that's exactly what this function does, basically. It has the ability to capture the error object. So here, if I have an error, I will be able to capture it. If not, I'll put this message. So now you know that there is an error that is expected to happen, correct? We should be able to capture that, and then we will display that here. This is step 5. See, I got an error. I can simply print VJ error so that you know that this is a error that we are logging. Okay, it says that no such file or directory. In this path, there is no such directory. Let us go create one. And now we run the same command. See, it now says the file is created. So basically, this callback function does allow you to deal with errors. Okay. Okay, so we saw that we can write to a file in a asynchronous fashion. So this was asynchronous. But this previous one was synchronous way of doing the same job. In some cases, you would want to synchronously do it. Some cases, you would want to do it asynchronously. Okay, so you can't just use synchronous in all the cases. You cannot use asynchronous in all the cases. In some cases, you don't want the program to go to the next line until the previous job is done. Okay, so in such cases, you will be using synchronous, not asynchronous. In some cases, you would want to have a callback function that will be called when the job is done. In that case, you will use async, not sync. Okay, so you'll probably figure out the difference as we move on. So what I'll now do is create a file or create a folder and create a file inside that folder if that folder is already existing. Okay, so you saw that now in the example here. So I asked for accessing that file exists, correct? So instead of this, we use something called as exists sync because that's something that we could have used. But exists is deprecated, not removed. So instead, what we can do is we can use either access or stat. So let's check both of them. So what stat does is it'll give us the status of a specific file. Okay, so I can check the stat. The stat will take a method. The method will take the name of the file. So stat basically will ask for the path to check, and then it will take a callback function. This callback function will give either accept an error or the status. So if I get an error, I'll be able to log. If I get a status, then I know that folder exists. If not, I would have got an error, isn't it? So I'll show you how you can implement it moving forward. But there is a lot of things that you can derive out of this. You can find out, if you get a file, you can find out what is the size of that, when that file was created, and so on and so forth. So, and then, you can call in a function, a callback function. This function will take an error. You notice in the example, they have used an arrow function. If there is an error, we'll be able to deal with that error. If not, if there is no error, that indicates that the file, the folder exists. So you can use either one of them. There is no point you can, for you to use both. You can use one of them. I'll use access. Let's go give this a try. So I want to now check whether the folder exists. Okay, how do I do? I'll say fs dot access. Access what? A folder by name temp. If the answer is yes, we'll have a callback function that will take an error, and then we'll use a condition to check. If error, then we know that the folder does not exist, isn't it? So we'll do a console log. Folder is not created. If yes, then we'll write a file into it. So I can copy this entire thing. I paste it here. Let's give this a try. If an error, we'll be able to display an error message. If not, we will create a file. Okay, so let's go give this a try. So it says folder not created. Of course, the folder was not created. So if I have this folder, then it would have created that file. It says file is now created. Where will I be finding this access method? Right here in the documentation. See, this file exists is what I wanted to use, isn't it? So when I check for file exists, it says, no, this is deprecated. You should either use fs.stat or fs.access. Frankly, all of these are in the documentation. See, we had close, we have read, you have access, append is there, is access. It should be somewhere here. Yeah, there it is, the first one. So what we'll do now is we will create that file. So I'll say fs.makedir. This again, an asynchronous operation. So what is the folder I want to make? Temp. And then we'll have a callback function attached to it. This callback function will be responsible for handling any error. If there is an error, we'll be able to deal with it. If there is no error, that indicates that we had no problem creating this folder. So I'll delete this. Let's say, we have a restriction to create a folder in this location. Then we will have this error. So we'll use a condition to check if there is an error, deal with it, else display this. If there is an error, we'll log the console and display the error. If not, we should be able to create a directory, then create a file inside. So I'll copy this and paste it here. So now you see there is some redundancy, correct? The same code is being used in two places. Okay, so let's give this a try and see if it is working. See, this folder does not exist. It now actually creates this folder. And if this folder exists, it'll still work, isn't it? So we are getting this to work in both the cases. So, but we now see there is some redundant code. It is being written here and here. So what we can now do is this. I'll cut this code. I'll create a function called write my file. This is the function. Okay. And this write my file is what we will call here and here. Makes sense? We don't have to use it in two places. Let's give this a try. I will delete this folder. The file got created. You got the message. If the file already exists, you'll get the same thing done. Or what we can do is we can ask this function to take some parameters. And this message is what we will write here. Okay. And now we will have the option to write custom messages. Let's delete this. If I go check, it says folder and file was created. If I run this once again, it will now say only the file was created. So far, what we have learned is how to create a folder, how to create a file, and how to add some content into it. Now, let us try to read the file. Okay, so I have some simple content. Let us add more content into it. Okay, I don't think I'll be able to do that. Let's go to this website, Lorem Ipsum. It's called lipsum.com. And this is a placeholder text, basically. So I would like to generate about 5 paragraphs. So let's generate. There it is. I got some text. I could have typed some gibberish, but I thought I'll generate some meaningful content. This again doesn't have any meaning. Okay, this is scientifically designed content which will not provide you any hanging indents even when you squeeze. That's the whole purpose. So let's say I want to read the content of this file. So how do I read the content of this file? So far you've seen me how to write. Now let us see how to read the content. So I'll go create step 6 fs read.js file. So how do I read? So again, I'll go create vs fs. So var fs equals require fs, which comes from node. Then this fs, we can use the read file. Again, read can be done both synchronously and asynchronously. I will show the synchronous first, then we'll do the asynchronous. So here, what is that I want to read? From this temp folder, I have this temp.txt file. I want to read the content of that. And since it is sync, so what this method does is it actually returns what you have, what it has read. So I can ask console to log that information. It's 2 lines. Now, if I run this node space step 6, run this, and you see you get something called as an array buffer. Okay, so this is what is happening behind the computer, basically. That is inside the computer. So all the values that you write, okay, is a binary stream. It's an array buffer. So this is how things get loaded onto the buffer so that you can read from that. So this doesn't make much sense, isn't it? So that is where we'll have to specify how this file should be read. So the second parameter would be the encoding, which is optional. So it is not true that the default is UTF-8. We have to specify it so that it gets evaluated to UTF-8. Now that I have provided this value, we should now be able to get the actual text. You see that? So let us now do the same thing asynchronously. So you'll now use fs dot read file. This read file will ask you what is the file that you want to read. Let's say temp/temp.txt file is what I want to read. The second parameter is the encoding. I will say UTF-8. The third parameter would be a callback function. This function will now take 2 parameters. The first parameter is the error. The second parameter is the data. So if I have an error, I'll be able to log that. Else, I would display that error, display the text. So I'll say console log data, or maybe I'll simply show the data. Easy. Let's now go run this exercise. I get to see the data. So we'll actually understand how to use this file reading and writing in the next few examples. Or maybe we'll do a simple exercise right now. Okay. So where is this useful? So how can we use it? Let us say we would want to generate a product every few seconds and append it to our file. Okay. And then we would want to consume that file on the on HTML or on a web page. I'll show you how you can do that moving forward. But for now, let us create some data. So I'll go create a new file, which is called as step 7. This is called as product generator.js file. So what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to generate a product. So I'll go create a folder, products. And inside this products, I want to generate a file which is called product or products. Or maybe I'll call this as data. Data. And inside this data folder, I want to create a new file called products.json. So this time I'm creating a JSON data. So how will a JSON data be though? So it'll usually be an object, okay? And then we'll have something called as products, which is a string. And the value for that will be an array of objects. And each object will have a key value pair. The first parameter, let's say the first property, will be called an ID, let's say, okay? ID. What is the value? Maybe we'll call this as 1. That's the default. I mean, that's what we have. The second one will be a title. Title will be, let's say, gift 1 dot JPG file. It can be anything. Okay, so I'll call this as gift 1, and then the file URL will be gift1.jpg file. Then we'll have something called as a cost, which can be a number. Okay, so these are 4 values that I would want to add. So what I want to do is I want to generate this and push it into this products every second. Maybe not every second, every 5 seconds. Okay, I want to push that value into it. So how do I do it? So I have this products.json, which is an object. It has a property called products, and I have an array, and I would want to add a new value into this array all the time. How will I do it? So I'll go use a variable fs equals require the fs from node. Now that I have access to it, the file system, I should be able to write to that file once every few seconds. So first, let us write to that file.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, what is the purpose of the await keyword in asynchronous programming? Now, the options that we have here are option 1, to handle errors in the asynchronous code. Option 2, to define a new asynchronous function. Option 3, to terminate the execution of an asynchronous function. Option 4, to pause the execution of a function until the promise is resolved. Think thoroughly and mention which option of the given is true. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So I will now go create a fs dot write file. Sync or async is your choice. And then what is the location of the file? Data slash products .json is what I want to write. And then what do I want to write? I want to write this message. Let us say there is this var data equals this. This is what I want to write. How do I want to write? I want to use UTF-8. Okay, so these are the options that I have. I'll use UTF-8, and then I will use a callback function to check if there are any errors. If the answer is yes, see, because we are writing the file, correct? If it was reading, then we would have got 2 parameters. Because we are writing, we just got 1 parameter. And here the condition is if there is an error, we'll log it, file updated. No, it is not optional. When you're using a write file without a callback function, this would throw an error. Let's try that out. Okay. See, you got an error immediately. Okay. So because this argument type function was expected, but I sent only a string here. You saw that? So it wouldn't work, isn't it? So if you're working with sync, then there is no function basically. I still have a problem. Okay, so data must be of type string, but I passed in an object, so this wouldn't work. So what I do is I'll use JSON.stringify. I'll convert it to a string and then use it. Yeah. Error is not defined. Okay, sorry, this should be ERR, not ERROR. Perfect. I made a lot of mistakes, right? Perfect. So I see this detail gets added, but this is wrong, isn't it? You should not have done something like that. What you should have done is you should actually read the content and you should have added the value to it. So first step is to actually read the file, because see, as of now it overwrites that object with this object, which is not what I want. I want to append to that file, not append. In fact, I would want to replace that content with the new value. So first, I think I'll have to read the file, then I'll have to write the file. So I'll say fs.read file, both sync or async. So I'll use asynchronous. The first parameter is the name of the file that the file that I want to read. So which is what I've pasted now. The second parameter is the callback function. Okay. So this will ask you another question, isn't it? What is the data type? UTF-8. I would mention this. Then I would get an error. The callback will take an error and the data. Error and the data. So if I'm able to get an error, then I will log it. If not, I have got the data, correct? So if I've got the data, I will go create a variable temp data equals the data that I have received. But this time I would like this to be converted to an object. So I will say json.parse. So I'm kind of, foreseeing a problem, and then I came up with the solution. Why? Because see, when I try to access it, this was expecting a string, and this guy will give me a string, but I don't need a string. I need an object. Why do I need an object? So that I can push a value into it. So here I would want to say temp data dot products dot push this data. Okay. In fact, I can cut this whole thing. Instead of now writing the data, I would be using the temp data to write here. I just read the code if it makes sense. Now let's go to this product. Can you explain temp data? Okay, a temp data is a temporary data. Yeah, so we read that data and it comes to you as a string, isn't it? I will convert that to an object and then assign it to this variable. Yes, it is a variable. A potato could be a name for it. I've called it temp data. And since this is an object, it has a property called products, which is what we will now have here. And this would be an array. Because this is an array, we can push a value into it. Let's give this a try. We can either have it here or we can also have it here. Okay, so let's give this a try and see if this would work. This file updated. See, okay. I think there is a problem because when it was created. Okay. So what I'll do is I will remove these quotes. I would just delete this data and see if this would work. I'm still getting the same problem. So I guess somewhere we are wrong. Parse is correct. This is fine. This is fine. I think this is where it would have been wrong. So now I think it should work. Let's give it a try. There it is, working fine. Okay, so what was the problem? Okay, if you did not catch that, the problem was while I was pushing, I was converting it to a string, which is not a need, isn't it? I can push the object into this products, and the temp data will be converted to a string before it can be updated. Makes sense? So because products is not there, push cannot be done on that. Okay, so what I'll now do here is this. Go create a variable. Call this as product is an array. Gifts one. Chocolates one. Cards another one. Music is another one. Now I will generate a random object out of this every time I want to push. So I don't need this. Okay. So I will now say the title will be a random value. Every time, this else is executed, I'll go create a temp product, which is equal to product square bracket math.random multiplied by product dot length math dot round. And this temp product is what I will use here. And I'll concatenate that file name here. Yeah, it can be length -1. You're right. So I'll create a temporary product and append it here. Let us see if that would work. Okay, so gift nan.jpg file. Why nan.jpg file? Nan, because this is not a number, because I've used a plus here. That was the problem. Let's go give it a try. Chocolate.jpg file. Let us run this once again. Okay, so you see I've added a gift.jpg file. I've added cards.jpg file. I've added again chocolate.jpg file. Chocolate got added twice. The file gets updated again with one more chocolate, right? So I guess this program is fond of chocolates. It keeps adding chocolates a lot. So now that we have got this, this logic here, we should be able to generate one of these every few seconds. Okay, how do I do that? I'll delete all these values. I'll show you how you can use it at a later point. If you have worked with HTML, you can also use this data and generate a graph out of that. That's that easy. So I'll go create a function. I call this as product generator. This product generator would be called once every few seconds. So I'll say set interval. You call a function. In fact, I already have a function, right? This one. Once every 2 seconds. So this will keep adding to the end of time. Okay, but we can put a condition to find out if we have exceeded 10 products. File updated twice, thrice. See, 3 products, 4, 5. Gift, again a gift, card, music. It'll keep adding. Okay, you can keep watching, it'll keep adding, and you are able to generate a file. So if I select all of this and format this, you see, it's got generated. Okay, so ID is always 1. So I think we'll have to change this. Not random. ID should be sequential, Kannan, isn't it? So what we can do is, see, anyhow, we are reading this temp data product. So we can check the product.length here, isn't it? Not the product.length. It is, where are we reading it? Data, where are we assigning it here? Temp data. So we can say temp data dot product dot length +1. ID +1. Yeah, ID +1 is one way. We can also read the products and its length another way, isn't it? Product dot sorry, it is products, not product. There's a problem. Let's go check. Updated. See, 1, ID is 2, ID is then 3, 4, 5. Okay, it keeps adding. Now, let's say I want to add this only for about 10 times. I don't want to add it beyond that. What will I do? So I can create a variable count. We'll start with 0. Every time this function is that is, if the file is is writing, apart from logging, saying that the file is updated, we'll also increase the count. We can simply say count plus plus, that would work. Okay. And what we can do is we can use a condition to check if, no, I think, I will do that here. Okay, so every time this count is increasing, I will use a condition to check if the count is greater than or equal to 10. If the answer is yes, I would want to clear the interval. So there is something called as clear interval. We pass the SI to it, and then it will be cleared. Simple. Let's go check. Product. I think there are tons of them now. Format the document. There's a lot. I will delete all of them. I will now relaunch it. Product gets added. So this time I'm expecting only 10 of these products to be added. It is going beyond 10, isn't it? It's definitely going beyond 10. Control C. Yeah, it's gone beyond 10. Cost again, can be random. It need not have to be 56 all the time. Let's see where I've gone wrong. Yeah, so we can use a condition to check. I mean, we are actually doing this, isn't it? Yeah, we can cut this, paste it here, isn't it? And we can also log console.log count. And we'll reduce the time to 1 second. This is working. I'll remove all of this code. Done. Perfect. So we have generated 10 products.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Okay, see, before you write, you'll have to read so that you can store it into a variable and then you write to it, isn't it? So you read and you get that data, you store the temporary data somewhere, and then you append a value to it, and then you write it. I think we have addressed that here, isn't it? So in this example, not in this exercise, I guess, we have, if you don't have the file, let us say this file is not existing, what would happen? It would actually throw an error, right? So for which we created an example, if you remember, this one, access. Yes. So you'll have to merge both of these examples together. We will now create a step that can help you understand how to create a node project. All right, so step 1 here, guys, we will go create a new node project. So let's open the terminal, and you make sure that you are in this folder. So your pointer is in this folder, and now I will say npm space init. Okay, so now that you have asked Node Package Manager to initialize a project, it'll ask you what is the name of the project that you are creating. So by default, it'll pick the name of the folder. So what will it pick? It'll pick the name of the folder. In this case, what was the name? Day 3, 13th May. So you see, that's the name of the package. That's the name of the project. Package simply means to say a folder. Okay. So if you are okay with this name, use it. If you're not okay with the name, you can change it. And this also becomes the name of your module. So I'm okay with this. I'll simply say yes. Now it'll ask me a couple of questions. I mean, there is a shortcut. I'll come to that. But let us understand all these syntaxes so that we discuss about that. And when you confront them, you know what those commands really mean. Now you have a version. It starts with 1.0.0. I'm okay with that as well. And description, you can go write a short description. Maybe I can say this is my first module. Hold on, I'll show you. Okay, you can change the name. Just watch. Okay, after 2 minutes, you'll have the answer. Yep. And then the entry point, that is, what is the main file for this project? So by default, it will suggest that we should use something called as index.js. But that's not a mandatory requirement. You can also use app.js, default.js, anything. By default, it expects you to create an index.js file. That's what is recommended by the npm's command, but you can always change it. So as of now, I'm okay with that. If I want to change it, I'll simply say app.js. But I continued, isn't it? Now I can go back and change. I'll show you that as well. For now, I would simply use index.js. And then you can also write a test command. Usually when we work with Mocha or Chai, we'll have to set up the configuration file as Mocha suggests. As of now, I'll skip that because we don't need any test commands as of now. And this GitHub repository would be the repository which you have created by your personal name or your company name. So you need to provide the URL for that, which is where this module will be hosted at a later point in time. Okay, I've not yet created any repository. I'll be creating it in a minute. For now, I'll simply say okay. And any keywords that can be used by people to look for this module. So I can call this as, this is my hello world module. Hello and world are two different words here now. If you want them to be just one word, you'll have to wrap them into a string like this. And I can also say this is Node. Maybe I'll put my name, anything. Okay, maybe Intellipaat, something like that. So I have created few keywords that people can use to search for this module. And I press enter, and then it'll ask me, who's the author? Who's writing this file? I will put my name. Usually this will be the name that you have registered yourself with the NPM's website. In my case, it is vjoy. Okay. And so that is how this module will be assigned with my name. Okay. So I'll say author is Vijay. And different types of licenses are available. Each one of them permit you to download these file. I mean, let's say I'm the author. I will give the permission to download this file and use it. Sometimes by license, I can put a constraint that you can download it, use it, but you'll also have to give the credit to me. So I was talking about different types of licenses. So pick a license that is in line with your company's license. Okay. And with this, you have created a package.json file. It is just showing you how your package.json file would look like. Okay. And I can press enter. With this, a package.json file got created. And now if you want to modify any of these, say I don't like this name. Okay. So I will change it. So guys, I'll leave that to you. You want to take that risk, you are free to do it. Okay, but I've cautioned you. That's my job. Yeah. All right. So I mean, I'm referring to the creation of the group. Okay. So when there is another platform, why you guys want to, take that risk. Okay, so the name here can be changed. The version here can be changed. Anything that you would want to change from this, you can change. Okay. Now, let us say I want to change the name, correct? Oh, you missed that. So I said npm init. Okay. Don't worry, we will be covering this once again and again and again, maybe. Okay. We'll do this couple of times, so you'll definitely get that. So this is what you give, you pass as a command, and you'll start editing or configuring the way you want. npm space init. I hope you guys have made a note of that. And now, okay, see, this did not work, right? Hello world, I guess, because in some versions it would and some versions it would not. Now I've merged both of them in one. So here I can, yeah. So I have created my package.configuration file. Name cannot be empty. It should have some name. Now there is a convention that you need to follow for the name. So the convention is you cannot start with an uppercase name. Say, for example, my first module. This will not work. So it says that, it does not match the pattern, blah, blah, blah. So there is a pattern that they use. So which means to say that you need to use an, any character which has lowercase a to z, and numbers are also allowed, dashes are also allowed. Okay. So you can call this as my first module, and that should be okay. I guess, yeah, again, you cannot use an uppercase anywhere inside. So there is no uppercase allowed at all. But if you want, you can use dashes or you can use an underscore. Both are allowed. Okay. So make sure, you find some unique name. So of course, my first module is something very common. It would be available on the NPM's website. Look for something which is unique. Okay. So this my first module, I guess, there are several of them. See, this is my first module. I don't know who wrote this, but yeah, there it is. It was published some 10 years ago. Okay. By a developer called M2. There may be a newbie who wanted to work with Node. He created a module. I'm sure, this has nothing much. And notice, some 10 years back, the versioning was different. Now we follow a different versioning mechanism. But 10 years ago, this is the versioning mechanism that we used to follow. I'll probably show you the difference between both. See, when you're giving a version number, you'd usually find these 2 decimals. Now, much before, when Node.js started, they would, progress from the right side. So let's say this is my first module. Okay, and then I made some small changes to it. So then it will become my second module. And then I make some more changes. Then it will become 3, then it will become 4, then it will become 5, then 6, then 7, then 8. When it reaches 10, I would start here. Okay. And then, it can go until 99. And then when it becomes 100, then I would do something like this. This was previously used, but now we follow a different mechanism, which is like this. The first number here denotes a major release. Dot, a minor release. Then a bug fix. Okay, so you see 0.0.0 means this is the first major release. So this is, let's say I put 0 here just to be in line with what we have done here. So this is my major release. There are no minor releases after this, and there are no bug fixes. But let's say tomorrow someone is using this module and they suggest me that there is a small bug in the code. So there is some semantics that goes along with this naming convention. That is all. So the first number here is for major release. And I was talking about any bug fixes. So here, if you get any bugs and someone suggests you, okay, there is a bug, and then you came up with a small modification, then you will increase this. So that is how someone who downloads this module can differentiate. Okay, so now that you know about this semantic versioning, if you go to Node.js, let's say, and you see that we have got 18.16.0. What is it called? I mean, how do you read this now? How do you understand this? This is the 18th version. There are about 16 minor releases and no bug fixes. Easy. And what Angular does is, it actually follows a system wherein you have odd and even number modules created, and usually the odd numbers are meant for experimental purposes. Okay, only the even number releases are something that we are authorized to use. So one reason why you will not find someone using Node version 17. Nobody uses Node version 17 unless you are using it for some bug fixes that is internally implemented, okay, by the Node community. So what they usually release is they had version 19 and they found some issues with that and they kind of fixed it, and they are coming up with version 20 moving forward. Okay, and they have a cycle of 90 days. So when will this 20 be in force? After about 90 days from this version 18 released. Okay, so you may find that they have one release every few months. I guess that has not been even consistent. Sometimes there is a delay, but at least 90 days is what they commit. So you can actually click on this release schedule and then you'll probably know about that. Okay, so you see the maintenance start date, you also have this end of life. The 16 will cease to exist in this, or the support will cease to exist after September. Okay, 11 September 2023. Then people will be forced to use 18 onwards, and that will be supported up until 2025. Yeah, so there is some sense in the way the community is working. So I suggest you follow them and use them when you are creating a project name, or when you're creating a Node module. So the first number will increase for every major release. So if you go back, this version 18 now, so Node has around 18 different versions released up until now. Then 16 refers the minor releases. I mean, they added some more features, but they're not bugs, but they added some features. Those are referred as minor releases. But if they fix some issues, they are referred as bug fixes. Okay, so that's about semantic versioning, guys. Now, the description, of course, when you go to this application, let us say, look for, you're most welcome. So look for any popular module. I guess, we will be using Express moving forward, so you'll probably know what it is. So if I click on Express, you see it has some keywords that are associated, isn't it? It says fast, unopinionated, minimalistic web framework. Yeah. And you also have some dependencies. So we don't have any dependencies here yet. We will be adding them later. As of now, there is no dependency here, but we can create a module that uses another module, and those dependencies get listed here. As of now, our project does not have any dependency yet. We'll be doing that later. And now if you click on Express, so you'll see that Express has some description. I think it would be displayed right here. Sorry, I guess this is the description. Let me go back to my module, page harvest. This is the module that I created. Yeah, so sorry about that. So this one here, guys, is the description. Okay, not keyword. So if you click on it, it'll tell you what are the keywords that you can use to find this module. So I've clicked on it. Okay, and there are some keywords. Okay, so there are two keywords here. So I'm using fetch API. There's another module which I'm using, and there is something called as my module as well. This is not a module, basically it's a keyword. So someone can look for this module using my module. Okay, so if someone says module here, and then the search will give them a response, isn't it? And in the response, you can actually find the module that we just used. I think there are many of them. So all of them had this keyword. One reason why those modules are listed. but I guess you get the idea. So we have keywords. Fetch and my module. And you can also add dependencies. In this case, there is a dependency. Fetch is a dependency. And there are two modules which are using my module. In fact, this was created in the class. So maybe some of my participants created this using my example. So there is a module called step 12. There is another module called step 12 using page harvest. Okay. So you can create a module that can be used by another module as well. And then we have different versions. I guess, when I initially updated it and then maybe little later I made some modification, so on and so forth. I don't know, last 7 days somebody's downloaded what? I'm not sure. Okay, nevertheless, I don't think somebody would be using it. It's quite useful. Maybe I'll show you how you can create one. And you can also read the code that is associated with this. This is the code that I've written. It's not too complicated. You will understand what I'm trying to write here. Okay, so that is how you create a module. So let's now create a package, and then we will create a node module inside. So we'll use the same commands, but this time I'll show you a shortcut. So you see that we use npm init, and then npm init will ask you several questions. You need to answer all of them. As a shortcut, what we can do is you can say npm init -y. Okay. So what will this -y do is it will say yes for all the options that you have, and then it'll generate a package.json file. Watch. So I had created this package.json file. I'll delete this. And now I will simply use this command. npm init -y. With this, a package.json file got created immediately with all the default configurations, right? So the description is empty and it picked the default folder. You saw that index.js is the main file. It picked all the default configuration. Author is left empty. I'll put my name. Keywords is left empty. We can actually go add them. In fact, this follows a JSON standard. So the strings will always be in double quotes, not in single quotes. All right, so I'm done. So I can also add a description here that gets displayed. I can probably say this is my first module. And this is version 1.0.0, and we have this name. I'll change this. I'll change this to Intellipaat. You can also search for some modules that are available here. Some other Vijay-JS has created a module by his name. There are many of them with the name Vijay. Okay, there is no module by this name Vijay-India, so I'll probably use that instead. So I've created this, right? And the next thing that we need to do is log in into your npm's website. So you need to create a login credential. So you first log in. You need to sign in. Okay, that way you'll be able to easily see if it gets created. Okay, and now I've already logged in. So you need to first log in using the npm's command. You say npm login, and it'll ask you what is the username. Okay, and it'll ask you what is the password. It'll ask you what is your email ID. I think there is an error because the password is incorrect, but I have already logged in. In fact, if I ask npm who am I, it'll tell you that hey, you are Vijay. You have already logged in. Yeah. So just make a note of these commands, guys. In my case, I've already logged in, so I don't have to log out. Frankly, I've forgotten my password. So I can say npm login. Once you have logged in, you can log out as well. You can say npm logout. And after you have logged in, you want to know what is your credential. You can say npm who am I. Okay. You can also add different users. Okay, on this, you can say npm add user. With this command, you can also add a new user. Say, for example, I already have Vijay as my primary account, but if I have another account, I can use that as well. So I can log in with that account as well. Once you are done with this, you have logged in and you have this answer. When you type who am I, it will give you, it's showing you your credential. Then you can publish it to the npm's website using this command, npm publish. After you have published, if you want to unpublish, you can do that, npm unpublish. Now this unpublish expects you to forcefully do it, so you can say -- force. Okay, don't use this force command until npm prompts you to do so. Okay, so I suggest you do all these steps, put them here. Let me also put that in the chat. Take it. So what I'll now do is, as I'm talking to you, I will publish this because I have everything ready. I can now say npm publish. And notice, the moment I pressed enter, it actually started publishing. I think it is published. Let's check. Yeah, it is now published. Now you should be able to find Vijay-India on this website. There it is. There it is. Yeah. So you notice, the keywords, my first module, Vijay and Intellipaat, the one that I used here, where, yeah, this one, my first module, Vijay and Intellipaat are now available here. And this is my first module, was the description. If you go back, you'll find this my first module, the description here. And you see my user ID here. There was one more created, I guess, from several years, whenever I run a workshop, I usually show how to create one. So there would be one here, one here. So if you run this command, yeah, you should also give a name. Okay, you cannot say just this unpublished. It should be unpublished, the name of the project, Vijay-India, like this. Yeah, try that out. And it'll ask you, okay, are you really, do you really want to unpublish? Okay, so npm unpublish. I think I'm missing some more commands here. npm help unpublish. Yeah, so you need to have few things: npm unpublish and the name of the package and the version. Yeah, so it should be like this, or I think, it's, yeah, what is the space? I think there is a package. If there is a package, that is, and then the version. Let me look for some help, because it is definitely not the command that I'm using. There has been some change in the last couple of versions. Okay, so let's click on the documentation. And there should be some search here. So about the semantic versioning, whatever we discussed, you will actually see a documentation here. Published. What is the name? What is the name? Yeah, there it is. Unpublishing. Yeah, you need to call unpublish with the force flag. Okay, so the command is, I guess, correct. India-F. See, it is now removed. Let's go check if it is still existing. It still exists, so it is not removed. Clearly not removed. What is the document? Correct. I think this is exactly what we're using. Okay. So let's try this 0. Okay. And then the name of the module. So it says that, you have not logged in. Okay. I think, it is now unpublished. Let's go check. Yeah. See, it is removed. The command for unpublishing, guys, was this. So I'll put that also here. This is the name of the module and the version. Okay. How to publish? Right there. I've given you the command. Publish is a command. So because I already had, this module with that name, so I'll have to publish again with a different version number. npm publish. Okay, I guess, because I had already published it, you cannot republish until 24 hours have passed. So there is a issue. Not seen in npm browser. Why not? Okay, so that is how all the modules have been created. All the modules that you see here. So if I just click on npm's website, because I've already logged in, you see the number of modules that people have created. What is your module? What is the requirement? Let us say you want to create a PDF file. Yeah, so you can look for keyword PDF, let's say. So you'll find basic PDF file created. Yeah, so you cannot use uppercase. I think I explained that while I was giving a name, right? So you cannot use. So let us say you want to send an SMS. So you have a SMS module as well, using which you can send and receive SMS, provided you have access to an SMS gateway. Yeah, just because you run the command doesn't mean that it would work, Harish. Let us say I will now change this. Maybe I'll call this as BLR. BLR is for Bangalore. Let's go check if I have Vijay-BLR. There is no module by that name. I should be able to publish this. Watch. Okay, and I will change this back to 0. So just because you gave that command doesn't mean that it is published, isn't it? Watch. It actually gives you a confirmation that this module is published. Here, it is still uploading. See, now it is given you a command, right? Harish. And all the other people who have uploaded, but your module is not shown, is because of this. See, now I have a confirmation that, hey, I have got this module. Now, if I look for Vijay-BLR, I should be able to find that here. See, this one. It was published few seconds ago. You all should be able to access it now. Because, see, you don't want to accidentally call this unpublish command. Let us say we are a team. Okay, I want to create a module, but it is not created by one developer. There are many modules like that. Express is a module created by many developers, not just one developer, right? Okay, so I guess, in this case is the only developer. Let us check. Let's check. Now, see, there are 3 collaborators, 1, 2, 3. So I can add more users if I want to. Okay, see, there are a couple of issues. Okay, after you have registered, you'll not be able to immediately publish. You'll have to authenticate your email ID. So npm gives you access to the repository of different modules that developers like you and me would have published, and we can use them. So usually, your development team will sanitize the code, and then they will provide you access to those modules. But see, in the learning environment, you can go use, right? But when you join a bigger organization, especially companies which are dealing with banking, they would not allow you to access most of these modules. You'll then be expected to create everything from scratch. So what will we do now? You have seen that, we have the ability to use files which are locally available. But let's assume that you want to access files which are externally available. A rare requirement, but you will definitely get this, you'll find use in this utility that I'm about to show you. So what I'll do is we will cut this package.json file. I'll create a new folder. I'll call this as Vijay-blr. This is just in line with the name that I've used. Okay, so I'll push my package.json file there. So this folder now becomes my project. Easy. So this folder now becomes my project. Now inside this project, according to the project specification, the package .json specification, I need what? An index.js file. Let's go create an index.js file here. Okay, so this index.js file is empty. It does nothing. Okay, so let's say I want to create a file. I want to create a file by name temp.txt file. So how do I do that? Let's go import var fs equals require fs. And now I have got this file system. I can now write to a file. So I'll say fs.write file. So you see, we have write file and write file sync. I think we have worked with both of these, right? So I'll use write file asynchronous way. So now the first parameter is what is the name of the file that you would want to write. I'll say temp.txt file. The second parameter is what is the data that you would want to add into it. I will say welcome to your life. The third parameter is what is the MIME type. Okay, how do you want to write? I would say UTF-8 because I'm using an English US Standard keyboard, and I would suggest that you all stick to this unless you know exactly what you're doing. Because there are some binary ways as well. Let's say you are trying to write a image file on the, you are trying to create a bitmap image on the fly. Then you would be using ASCII or you'd be using base64. Okay, so depending on what you really want to do. So as of now, I'm using UTF-8 or UTF-8 or UTF-8, both would still do the same job. And once this is done, we have a callback function that we can pass. Inside this callback function, you will be able to capture any error that occurred while we created this file. Okay, while we try to create this file. So I will say console.log error, and then I would want to log the error. So this error is what I'm trying to log here. If I have any issue creating this file, it'll create that for me. Now, if I launch this file, if I run this file, so how do I run this file? So up until now, if I want to run this file, I would say node space index .js file, correct? Now, there are a couple of things which are optional here. .js is not needed. You can simply say node space index. That would refer to that index file because .js is the default extension for every JavaScript file. So it is aware of that. And since, we are using this packet.json file and we have this main file here, guys. Because there is a main configuration, the main configuration is usually referred with the dot symbol. So node space dot simply means run the main command, run the main file. So you can use this dot if you say no, Vijay, let me use the longer route. You can say index.js file. Both would do the same job. I'll say node space dot and press enter. Okay, so there is a problem because I have created a folder and my terminal is still outside. So let's cd to this folder. And now I'll say node space dot. Notice, the temp file got created. Welcome to your life got executed. And we got a null logged here. The error was null. That is because there were no errors. So in that case, you will have to use a condition to check if error happened. Only then we'll have to log this. Or else there's no point in logging, isn't it? So if there is an error, log it. If there is no error, don't log it. So if see this temp.txt file exists, I'll delete this. and relaunch this file once again. There was no error, and the temp file is now ready. I hope you guys got this. But let's say I want to read an external file, a file that is on some other server. Okay, I've used it in various projects. Okay, and it's quite a time saver as well. Since I work with a few other companies on contract, so I'll just share you what was the utility for that. Okay, that's something that you can easily visualize as I explain. So let us say I want to download a web page, and from the web page I want to access this property called GitHub, and I want to change this and then store it on my local drive. I want to access it, I want to change it and store it onto my local drive. I want the rest of the page as it is. So I want this entire page to be stored locally. So it is as simple as this. If I go to the file menu and say save page as, I'll be able to save this page on my hard drive, isn't it? That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I want to save this file on my local drive. You'll find various use cases for that. Let us say you want to navigate to a website and download all the images that they may have on their website, which is not a good practice. But let's say both of those are your websites, and for some reason you would want to do it. So I'll show you how you can download a web page, but you can actually add more libraries to the example that I'm showing you, and then you can make this pretty complicated as well. Let us say I want to download a HTML file. I want to archive it and store it onto my hard drive. Okay, so how will I do that? So you can actually implement all of those. For now, I will just show you some simple steps, but you can progress from there. So we need to look for some website which has very less content. Okay, so why this is not a good candidate is because this has several other links, okay, which may not be downloaded, and this web page may not work completely. But there is a web page that I would be using in this example called ArcSteller. This is a simple website, belongs to a client of mine. They're working on a project which is called Rollick, which is not yet published. So this web page is really simple. So if I take the source of this page, you see it's pretty simple. There's nothing much here, isn't it? But what I want to do is I want to download all these content, and then I want to store it locally. Okay, how would I do it? Using Node.js. So let us comment this part. So you saw that now I can create a simple requirement here, but now our requirement is exceeding. We want to load an external file. So in order to load an external file, there are many modules that you can use. So one of them that we can use is called request. I guess this request was deprecated long time back, so we are not using it. Let's see if there it is. See, request is missing, right? So we'll use another module called fetch. This is one module that we can use. Fetch is a very lower level implementation. It allows you to fetch a web page, the URL, and then you can pass in some options for that, and then you can set a callback. This callback will take an error, meta information, and the body. Okay, so that you can collect that information and store it the way you want. And there is a working example here if you think about it. So fetch URL, there is a web page that they're trying to load, and then there is a function which has an error, meta, and then the body. The body that comes to you is a array buffer, basically. So you need to convert it to a string. So there are many ways to do it. In this example, they are using the toString method to convert it to a string. Okay, so let us now use the fetch library or fetch module in our project. So the packet.json file does not have any dependencies. So this project is standalone. It is not using any other modules. So for the first time, we'll be using another module here. Okay. And I think, this is the first time that we are using any external module in this workshop. So how do I add a new module into this project? That's again where that's one more utility for npm. Okay. So we'll say npm install fetch. There is a shortcut to this. Let me copy this. Paste it in the notes. So you have npm install fetch, or you can also use npm I space fetch. I is a shortcut for install. npm install fetch. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm using npm install. So this install will install this fetch as a dependency for your project. So in the package.json file, you'll now see there is a dependency that got added. And there is one more file that got added. You see that here, package log.json file. It's quite a utility. I don't suggest you fiddle around with this package log.json file. What does this file denote? I'll explain. See, when you're installing this fetch, and you notice that we have 1.1.0. So that according to the semantic version, we are using a module which is one major release, one minor release, and no bug fixes. But now you may ask, Vijay, what is this caret symbol here? This caret symbol simply denotes up until. Okay, up until this version. Let us say tomorrow the fetch developers come up with a new release. They come up with another release which will be like 1.2.0. That would be a qualified use module that I can use. But if they come up with another module called fetch 2.0.0, so that's a major release, and I don't know what changes they would have implemented, and that can break my file. Correct? Because they would have changed methods, or they would have added different logic in the same method that they would have used. I'm explaining the same thing, Priyanka. You missed it, I guess. Okay. So this caret symbol denotes up until. So up until the version 1 I can use. So if they come up with another version called, let's say 2, I'll be using that. If they come up with another version called 9, I'll use that. If they come with another version called version 2.0, I will not be using it. Or this package.json file will not use it. Or my project will not use it. Yeah. So I will go back. I'll choose the version 1.1.0. And this caret can be put here as well. So if I put here, then it means that, if I get another bug fix, I'll be using it. Okay. And if any change to this minor update, I will not be using it. Okay. So see, any minor, updates may not have breaking changes. That's an anticipation, correct? So what we'll do is, we'll put this caret symbol here. That means that any change to this version is not encouraged. We'll not use it. But somebody will have to manage different versions, right? Let us say I installed this version. Little later, the fetch guys came up with another version called version 1. Now, who will manage all of that? Somebody will have to keep track of all the different versions that were added to my project. That's what this package log.json file will do for us. It will manage different versions of the modules that we are using in our project. Is this clear to everybody? So don't fiddle around with this, because we are not authorized to modify this package log.json file. This idea of package log was actually copied from a library called Yarn. So there is a module by name Yarn, which was created by the Facebook developers. Okay. So this is also a very fast, reliable, secure dependency manager like NPM. Like we have NPM, you have Yarn. Now, NPM is not the only package manager that is out there. You also have Yarn. Yarn is also a package manager. You also have something called as Bower, which is also a package manager. So there are many of them actually. So I suggest, when you start using, so you see that, this is Yarn is available, Webpack is also available. Webpack is also bundler. You also have something called as parcel. See, when I want to send this file, the package.json file is what I will send it to. Watch carefully. If there is any update, feature addition, bug fixes in any package after we install it, then how we get that update reflected in our application's node module. And I explained that, hey, there would be something called as package log.json file, isn't it? So watch carefully. So if I want to send this file, or if I want you to use this file, from this folder, all that you need, see, you definitely need this index.js file, but let's assume that, you are interested in recreating the project as I've created. So what we need is just this package.json file. Let me delete all of these files now. See, all the files are gone. Okay. And now I will go create a new file. This is called my mod. And inside this my mod, I will create a package.json file, or I'll paste that package.json file. I can mail it to you and you can copy paste it. Okay. I'll paste all the content that I had. I can send it to as an email, isn't it? Or I can put it on GitHub and you guys can download it. Now that I have installed it, if I want to recreate this entire project, I will navigate to this folder and see, I can say npm install without asking it to install any other module. Okay, if I say npm install, it will go to this package.json file and look for the dependency here called fetch. So fetch is required. So it will actually install that for me. So now you see fetch got downloaded, a package log.json file was created. So you see that, the fetch library maybe would have updated on the npm's website, correct? Maybe it would have updated, correct? So it will download and install only up until this version. That's it. If there is a new version, it will not install it. Then it will complain that, hey, this project is using a module which I could not find. So you will have to either manually fix it. So you see that, the module that got loaded, that fetch module, is now here. Where? Here. Now you may say, hey, Vijay, I only installed fetch, but what is other baggages here? Why do I see Biscuit encoding, icon light and PSL and safer buffer? Why am I seeing many modules here? You said only fetch will be installed. See, like the way we created a project called my mod, or Vijay-Bangalore. Fetch is also a node project. See, these are some files that are available. Here you find the package.json file. The package.json file has a dependency. What dependency do we have? Biscuit and encoding. Biscuit, on the other hand, may have other libraries as a requirement. In the package.json file, okay, so there are some dependencies. See, there's this PSL is a dependency. So this got loaded. Okay, so that is how, directly or indirectly, my project is using all these modules. Fetch is directly used, and fetch in turn is using Biscuit. Biscuit is using PSL. And maybe PSL would be using something else. I'm not sure. Okay, so that is how all these libraries got installed. All these modules, different modules got installed. So usually, what is a module? In simple terms in JavaScript, module is a piece of code that can work on its own. And it can also work with another piece of code. So that way, you are making them so they're complementing each other. Yeah, dependencies, nesting of dependencies. So you can create a hierarchy of dependencies. So if you install modules like, Express, Webpack, let's say Webpack, this has tons of modules. See, it has about 24 dependencies, and there are 27,447 modules which are depending on Webpack. If Webpack updates, all of them will have to be updated. One of the modules that you guys worked in the previous training, React, uses Webpack. See here, if you click on dependents, from the dependents, you'll actually find React somewhere here. There are many more if you see. I don't think if you can find React. React text is something that you find here. But React also uses Webpack. Go React. No, React scripts. You guys remember this, right? React scripts uses Webpack. Okay. So you'll find modules nested like that. So you'll find one module using another module, and then there are tons of modules. How many modules exist in the NPM's ecosystem? These many. It's not a small number, right? Frankly, in any other programming language or in any other platform, you will not find these many modules. Okay, so it's a huge number. If for any requirement, you'll find a module. Let us say I showed you. If you want to send a PDF, if you want to convert to a PDF file, you have. If you want to come up with charts, there are modules. There is a module called chart.js. There is something called as high charts. So you can use many of them. There is something called as eChart, Go chart. I've not even heard some high charts is what I was referring. So there are many of them. So you can look for modules based on your need, and you'll definitely not be disappointed. You'll find one requirement for anything that you may want to do with Node.js. Okay. So coming to the context here, we had this fetch. Now, what do I do with this fetch? And see, according to this, the project name, I will change this to my mod. And I am expected to create an index.js file. Here, index.js file. In the index.js file, the first thing we will do is we'll import this module that we loaded. Fetch will be imported. So I'll use a variable var fetch equals require fetch. The fetch is now added to your project. Now, what do I do with this fetch? Now, fetch comes with fetch URL method. Fetch.fetch URL. Fetch URL asks you, hey, send me that URL, I can download a file for you. What was our requirement? I want to download this file, arcstellar.com/index.html. This is the file that we are trying to load. So I'll copy this. I paste that here. This is the file that I want to load. This is the file I want to download. And now what do I want to do with that? I want to download and store it onto a temporary file here. Okay, that is how I can leech to all the websites out there, and then I can copy those web pages and then store on my machine, store on my local machine if I want to, which is not good, but I'm just trying to suggest some use case, that is all. So the next parameter here is any options that you would want to pass. But I can also use a callback function, which is what I will use. The callback will take 3 parameters. If you recall from the documentation, the first parameter was the error. The second parameter was any meta information. The third parameter was the body that we would get from the request. And now what do I do with this? Let us say I would want to console.log the response that I get. First, let us address this error as well. If I get an error, I would do a console.log, console log the body. Easy. Let us now run this program. How do I run this? I'm in this folder already. So I'll say npm, node space dot. So now you see you got this array buffer here. So when you make a request to this file, if it is a small file like this, you get an array buffer. If it is a lengthy, long file, let's say this will exceed some 10-15 MB, then what you get is a stream of information. Okay. So what is the difference between see, when you make a request, you get a response. That's an event, isn't it? So what I got here is a response to the request that I made. But if this response never ends, it'll keep coming. Let's say, it's a stock code, or it's a update user's location, which is being updated every few seconds. So in such case, or if it is a video file that is being played, if it's an audio file that is being played, in such case, you will get a stream of information. I'll show you how you can work with streams moving forward. But just keep in mind that we have the ability to handle such things as well. For now, I want to take this array buffer. What do mean output? We have not dealt with output yet. So we are just displaying this in the console. Yeah. So what I will now do is I will take the response that I've got and I will convert it to a string by concatenating that to a string. That's one way to do it. Okay. So if I run this program once again, see, you get this entire code. So this is the exact replica of this. Okay. See, I got entire file. And now what do I do with that? I can do whatever I really want with it, isn't it? I can store it here if I want to, isn't it? So what I'll do is this. Okay, this is one way to do it. You can also use the toString method and convert the response that I get to a string. Okay, and then I can convert it to an uppercase as well. So I convert it to a string and then I convert it to an uppercase. And let us say once it is converted to a string, let us say there is some text. Which one? So there is this text called arcstellar somewhere here.
Let's look into yet another quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, what happens if the condition in the ternary operator is false, but there is no value provided for the false case? Now, the options for this given MCQ question are: option 1, the ternary operator returns an empty string; option 2, the ternary operator returns null; option 3, the ternary operator throws an error; and option 4, the ternary operator returns undefined. Think thoroughly which one of these options is the right one and mention them in the comment box given below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
I'm not sure where it is. There it is. Okay. So there is an anchor tag which has a class, and there is an href attribute which is set to the same page, and it is called arcstellar. Now what I want to do is I want to replace that word, this word arcstellar, with Vijay, and I want to store it. See, I can run some string manipulations right there. Let us now run this once again. See, I get the response. This time, instead of arcstellar name, I should have Vijay there. Where is it? Where is it? Not in the head. Yeah, it is here. So it is not. I guess, it actually replaced something else. What I will do is I'll copy this entire thing I'll copy this entire string occurrence. I'll replace that. Hold on. I will use single quotes. That way I can put double quotes inside. And I'll replace that with this. Okay. So let's relaunch this. So it finds that occurrence and then it should replace. You can frankly do many things with this. I'm showing you something very easy and trivial that you can easily follow. So there it is. Okay. Now what I can do is I can store it somewhere. How do I store it? I will use the fs module. So I'll say var fs equals require fs. So I've got the fs module. Now what do I do with this fs module? I will write to a file. Okay. So instead of console logging, which was okay for debugging, I can store this file. How do I store it? I'll say fs.write file. I can use write file and write file sync. Okay, cool. So I want to write to a file. What do I write it as? I'll call this as temp.html file. Okay. And the second part is I need to get the data. Where is the data? This is the data. Body.toString replace blah, 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 all of this. This is what I want to use. Copy this and paste it here. So instead what I can do is just to save time here, I will create another variable called temp data, which is equal to this. And now I would have got the temp data, which is modified as per my requirement. I will use it. The third parameter is how would you want to write this, isn't it? Write file. Yeah. So because this is not a synchronous behavior, it's an asynchronous behavior, I would get a callback function. This function will have access to the error object. I will check if there is any error. I would say console log error that I have received. Else I would do a console log and say file was created. I guess we also have to specify what is the type. Because see, this temp data is already a string. Even if you don't do this, it would still work for us. Because see, here you are converting it to a string, isn't it? So it is not mandatory for you to do it, but a good practice. Let us write this and see if this would do its job. The file was created, the temp.html. If I run this in the browser, you'll see this is the same file what we saw on this ArcSteller's page. Okay, let us say I'll call this as arc.html. So this is the same file, just that we have changed the name. So this is ArcSteller here and this is Vijay here, right? The same copy. Okay, so you can search for anything that is out there. And now, can this be a variable? The answer is yes, it can be a variable, isn't it? So that way I can create a variable file to read is this, and this file to read is what I pass in here. That way, if I pass a parameter to this file, that is what I would want to add here. Okay, so I can pass this entire thing as a parameter, process.arg vector, arguments vector. Okay, so now that I have this command, once you pass this argument will then be passed here. So if I get this, I want to call this. So let us wrap this entire thing into a condition. If file to read exists, you do this. Easy. So until I pass an argument, this code will not be executed. Easy. So let us copy this. I will delete all these files. Temp and arc, both of them are removed. Now I will say node space index space this argument. File was created. See, I pass this as an argument. And tomorrow, if you come up with another file, let's say there is another website that I was recently creating for a client of mine. Just a second, let me see if it is available. So there is another web page which was recently created. This website is still in the kitchen. It is still in the making. Let us say I want to take this. I want to copy that entire file. So maybe, what I can also alternatively do is this. I can pass in two parameters. Okay. So this is the file to read and file to write. File to write is the third argument. That is the second argument. Yes, I will. Okay. So this is the third argument. The first argument is the path of the file that I want to copy. So I'll pass another argument, which is what I can use here. Okay, as a name. I mean, you can find, if you find any other single web page, guys, you can use. So let us say I want to copy this arcstellar.com and I want to store it as arcstellar.html. How do I do that? So I say, let me just clear. And then I would say node space dot and the name of the parameter. The next parameter would be arcstellar. Enter. It will create arcstellar.com, arcstellar.html. So I can open this in a browser, Chrome. So you see arcstellar page is now loaded. Let us say I want to load another file here. Again, guys, my terminal sometimes, acts really weird. So I would now want to download another file, which is https://southindiangranites.com/stage. And the name that I want to store this as South Indian Granites. So it will download that project, that web page, and load it as southindiangranites.html. See, if I open this in the browser, see, it will give us this page. So it's quite easy for you to actually copy a web page and store a local copy of it. So I suggest you guys can explore with any web page that you may find out there. Delete this. Do we delete this? Yeah, we don't need this. So I've made this project quite dynamic, which accepts two parameters. So when you are calling this module, you need to pass in two parameters. If you pass those two parameters, the first parameter will be used as a file name, the path to download, and the second parameter will be used to write a file by that name. Okay. So this is how, you can create a module which can be used. So now we'll go create another project. So from now on, we'll be creating different projects. I come out of this folder, I'll make a directory, call this as, let's say, call this my server. Maybe I'll call this as my simple server, because we are about to complicate this as well. So there is a folder. So cd to my simple server. And now I want to create a node project. What do I do? npm init -y. So it'll create a package really quick with all the default configurations. Now, what I want to do is I want to create a project which uses which can be used to create a web server. Now, why do I need something like that? Let's say moving forward, we will be interested in interacting with the user. How will I interact with the user using Node? The user requires a web page so that he can interact or he can send some parameters to Node. So that's exactly what we'll do. We'll create a web server through which we can interact with the user. So we'll keep sending him a page, and when the user sends a response, we'll know on the server side what happened, and then we will do some, we'll provide him a response to that. So I'll put my name, Vijay, and I would like to add one index.js file here. Now, in order to create a web server, there are modules that we can use. So you can use something called as Express, like this one. You also have something called as Meteor, this one. Meteor itself is a mean stack completely. So those who are interested, I suggest you you dig a little deep into Meteor. Meteor will definitely not disappoint you. It has everything that you may want to do in one. Now, what do I mean by mean stack? It has a web server. It has an installation of Node also. It also has MongoDB, which this one, Meteor.js. So it gives you ability to create an entire application end to end. Okay. Many companies use it, and if you are a freelancer, I suggest you can start using. You see, there are many companies which uses Meteor. So it is for those who have worked with React or Angular. You can think about it like a replacement of Angular or React, but everything in one. See, in React, you had to again deal with a database server to create a CRUD application, correct? Even for Angular developers, you had to use a server-side resource to do that. But Meteor gives you everything in one place. So you can try, and maybe you can also use Meteor to develop not only web projects, but you can also create mobile applications. See, you get everything. You get React, you get Vue, you get Angular, you get Redux, you get MongoDB, Cordova, and Node Package Manager, all of them in one place. So give this a try if you guys are, inclined towards it. But however, I will still use Express, because Express itself is quite versatile. It's quite dynamic. We'll be using Express a little later, but first I want you to get acquainted to the infrastructure that is already available with Node.js. So we'll use HTTP module. So see, HTTP itself has a lot of options. This HTTP module is leveraged by Express. Express is not doing anything new. It is only making things easier. Instead of using HTTP module, you can use Express, which makes things easier. It has some default responses that you can work with. So let us go create a variable, HTTP equals require the HTTP module. And where are we getting it from? We're getting it from Node. So let's go check. So there is some installation document as well. Now you see that HTTP module does not have ECMAScript compliant import. You have to use CommonJS to work with this. So we have imported it. What is the next step so that we can go use it now? Okay, how do I use it? This HTTP module has a method called create server. with that create server method, you are allowed to create a web server. So it is like this. You can trigger an event and you can attach a listener to it. Correct? You know about the process. So what we'll do is, we will first configure the web server, and then we will invoke that web server, or we'll start listening to the events that may happen on the web server. So step 1 is to create a web server, and the step 3 would be to listen to the server. So step 1, import. Step 2, create a web server. Step 3, start listening to the requests and responses that may happen onto the web server. Watch. So I'll go create a variable. Usually you call this a server. Okay, you'll also find this in the documentation. Equals, the HTTP has a method called create server. Now, what will this create server do? It'll ask you for a callback function, which will act as a listener. So what will this listen for? It'll listen for any request that comes in and the response that goes out. And this is the sequence. The first parameter is always the request that comes in. Let me make this as a request. The second parameter is response. The first parameter is the request that comes in. The second parameter, the response that goes out. So request that comes to your web server, a response that goes out from your web server. That's how you should consider. Now that we have this stub here, we can go ahead and start listening for it. So I'll say server.listen. Okay, so the listen asks you 3 parameters. The first parameter is the port number. What is the port number? So when you're creating a web server, you require a host and the port. So the port in this case is, let's say, 1010. Choose something that may not be occupied on your machine. So don't use ports like 80. Usually that is occupied by either your web server, or if you are working with IIS, it will be occupied. If you are using a 8080, it will be occupied by Tomcat or any Apache browsers. So I would suggest use some port that is not occupied on your system. This is same for both Mac and Windows users. Mac also uses the default port 80 for many applications. Windows also uses them. So don't use something which is already being used. If you do it, you will get a conflict error. That is all. It's not that it will crash your machine or it will spoil your machine. No, it will not. It will just tell you that, no, hey, this port is already occupied. Would like to use any other port. And now the second parameter is, what is the host? This can be a host name. It can also be a domain name if you have one. I mean, if you have a domain name, then you'll need to host this on a web server, which listens to that particular domain on that particular server. So here I would simply use localhost for now. The third parameter is a callback function. The purpose of this function is to handle errors. Now, if there is an error, I would like to display that error. I'll say console log this error and display the error message. If there is an error, that is. If not, else, I would want to tell the developer that, hey, server is now listening on this specific port. Okay, so I'll now say console log web server is now ready to be used. Okay, so let's now run this simple server. As of now, we are creating an example that may crash the machine. Okay, so I will just do that for now. It may not crash, okay, but at least it'll keep this process hanging. So we will definitely have to add some way to address that here. We have not done that. Okay, so let us now say node space dot, press enter. It says web server is now ready to be used. Now, if you open your favorite browser and navigate to localhost port 5050, sorry, 1010 in this case. See, it is waiting. The browser is waiting, correct? It's not getting any response, but we have kept this response on hold. As a response, your job was to send something, correct? So we will now stop this server. See, this will keep listening for any inputs from the server side. Since we did not send anything for about 20 seconds, the browser will automatically freeze that page. Now we will go send some response. So I'll say response dot write. I'll say hello from HTTP module. See, after this write, you also have another responsibility. You need to tell whether the response is complete by using this command called end. So you should keep in mind that as of now you are making a one-way communication. So you need to specify whether the communication is complete. How do you tell the communication is complete? So when you call this response.end, the communication is complete. Let us now save this file. I'll share this file, okay? Because now you will have a valid response. The web server is now ready to be used. If you go to the browser, you get this message, hello from HTTP module, correct? You can also delay this response for some time, okay, using the set timeout. And then you can probably delay it for a few seconds and then send the response. Now, can I also send some HTML content here? Let us say I want to send an H1 content. So I'm a heading. Now Control C to terminate the web server, relaunch it. And now if I refresh, it says I'm a heading. So I'm sending an HTML tag from the server. It's not a web page, but I'm sending an HTML element from the server. But if you actually use this in Chrome, you'll notice that it is actually not a heading, but browser is treating it as a heading. Okay, so we need to also look for the network, and from the network, see, when we make this localhost request, am I getting any specific instructions from the server so that I can render it? See, there is a header message that is being sent, but nowhere it tells you that, hey, this should be treated as an HTML document. Okay, I'm not specifying. But the browser has the implicit capability to deal with any of these document types. But we are not specifying how this document should be treated. Okay, how this response that I'm sending from the server should be treated. So that is where we come with a requirement to send some header information. What is the header information? This is like a meta information from the server to the browser so that the browser knows how to treat the response. Localhost is not opening in web browser. That means to say your web server is not running. So now we will determine how this response should be treated. So as of now, we are just displaying this H1 tag. But what if I didn't want to display it as an HTML at all? I wanted this to go as a code. How do I do that? So that's where this response dot write head comes. There are several configurations, guys. There is so much of configurations here, but the purpose is not to do that, right? So we'll just get ourselves acquainted with the basic utility and then we will move to the next module. Why? Because that's where we will spend more time. Okay. And we'll actually create some web projects out of that. So write head will ask you, what do you want to write? So you can specify whether it is a valid response or invalid response. I will say 200. 200 denotes a valid response. The second parameter is an object. So it's a status message. You see that. The first parameter is the status code. The second parameter is the status message, which is a string. You can also specify a list of headers which is an array. Okay, you can do that. For now, we are not interested in that. I'll just show you a simple parameter, a status message that we would want to send. So I will say content type. This the content type that I'm using here is quite specific to the browser standards. You need to follow it. You need to type it in the same manner. That is all. The second parameter for this, so the value for this would be, let us say I'm going to treat this as plain text. So I'll say text/plain. And tomorrow, if we are sending a JSON file, that is in other example, if we are sending a JSON file, we'll be able to send it as applications/JSON. Okay, so now that we have asked the browser to read this as plain text. Okay, I'll be able to use it like text. Watch. Go back to the browser, refresh, and let us choose the network, refresh. So in the local host, when I click, see, we've now got some status code 200 OK. And if I scroll down here, you will see that the content type is plain text. You got it? So can we send some custom message from the server and client can receive it? The answer is yes, we can. So we can add, maybe, instead, we can add another property right here. Author, Vijay. I'll save this, relaunch, refresh, select the local host. You should now be able to see the author, Vijay. So we are sending the response from the server, which is received on the client side, the browser. Now, browser is able to access this and take some necessary actions upon this. Okay, but usually, you would not be sending these custom headers without any reference, without any meaning. You have a purpose for it. Let's say I want to download this page as a file. I don't want to display it. Okay, I can probably invoke a download manager. I can do all of that. Or I may want to display this page and not download that page. So you can send some meaningful response headers from the server, and then you can receive it on the client side. Okay, so let us say I want to treat this as HTML. Although browser is using some intelligence to render this as HTML, it will still take some processing time for the browser to decide what you have sent. Okay, so in order to bypass that, we can say text/HTML instead. So that straight away tells the browser, hey, use this as an HTML file. There's no ambiguity there. So now every time you make changes, guys, you need to restart your web server. That's a requirement. I run this example. And now if I run this, I will get this as HTML. See, I'm using it as HTML. If I click on the local host, from the headers, you will see that the server has asked the browser to treat the content type as text/HTML. Okay, little later, I will show you how you can be sending some custom properties, which can be stored as cookies as well. So we can identify who is this user, who's logged in, and so on and so forth. So that is coming in the next couple of classes. But I hope this is easy for you to wrap your mind around this. And in the process, what we'll do is we'll also install a module that will keep running your node, or they'll keep restarting a node every time. So let us cd out of this folder and say make a directory, my int server. So there is a folder called my int server created. That is an intermediate server, not an advanced server, intermediate server. Now we'll cd to my int, and now we want to create a new node project. So I'll say node npm space init -y. So we're initializing a new project with this package.json file. What is the requirement for this project? Nothing. It is using some default modules which come along with Node.js. So you don't have to create a dependency around it, because that is available for every, on every machine which has Node.js installed on it. So all these modules that you see here are all default modules. They all are built into Node.js. These all. So you don't have to explicitly import them. That's the whole idea. So now we will go to the package.json file, like what we want. We should go create an index.js file here. This index.js file will have access to the HTTP module. So we'll probably do a couple of things. Let us say we will now create a web server like Apache. Not as complicated as Apache or IIS, but something which is similar. So it will basically be a web server which will serve web pages and images and CSS files or JavaScript files that you may want to. First, let us make this program serve some HTML pages. Okay. And later on, the HTML page can also have some images and things like that. So we'll make something like that. So let's add two modules. The first module that you need is the HTTP module. So var HTTP equals require HTTP. The second module is FS module. Require FS module. So we have got both of these modules. So we've got the HTTP module and the file system module, the FS module. Both of them are available. What is the purpose of this HTTP module? To create a web server. What is the purpose of this FS? To read files. So we need to read files. Okay, we'll also be writing files. We'll do a lot of things. Let's say when someone comes to the web server, we don't want to serve the simple text that we served in the previous example. Okay, we would want to serve something different. And we had already written some code. I can leverage on this. I'll copy this entire thing. I'll paste it here. Okay, but we are no longer interested in this. We have learned it. And again, when you're writing this file, it can be a simple page like this or simple text like this. It can also be a complex file. Let us say we have, we'll go create some simple index.html and we'll generate some content. Let us say we want to send this instead. So I'll copy this entire thing. In fact, it can also be in one line. Okay, so we can convert everything into one line. You don't have to do this. Just watch me struggle and then imagine that you are trying to do all of this. So what is the point of putting all of them in one line? So it will be easy for us to manage this. That is all. The output would still be the same, isn't it? So if I run this in the Chrome, you'll see this is what I get. And now I go to this intermediate server and I will paste this. Sorry, because there was a double quote, so I'll use single quotes. Okay, so now if I run this application and go to localhost 1010, I told you that every time you make some changes, you need to restart the node server. So that becomes a pain over a period of time, right? So what we can do is use a module. There are a couple of modules available for that. There is something called as Forever. There is something called as NodeMon is what I'll be using. I think there are a few more options. Okay, NodeMon. NodeMon is node monitor. But NodeMon has a in the community it is referred as a daemon. Okay, it's like node daemon. Okay, node monitor is the name actually. So there are a couple of them. There is something called as Forever. You can use that also. So it's a simple CLI tool to ensure Node is running forever. It's a quite a utility that comes handy when you're using some Node hosting. Usually, most of the Node hosting servers already has forever on them. So we are now using. You also have this PM2. That is also something that you can use. The production process manager for Node.js application with a built-in load balancer. So we don't need all of these. For now, I'll use this nodemon. Now, how do I install nodemon? You can go to this nodemon.io and you can see how to install nodemon. Notice, nodemon is used or installed with a global configuration. The -g is something that if you're looking at for the very first time, you'll say npm install -g nodemon. Now, what is -g? In the older versions of Node, this was referred as a global module. That means you install it in one project, it becomes available in every project. A little later, the application changed. So you install it in one project, but in order to access the same module in another project, you need a keyword. So that is where they came up with this idea called command line interface. So all those who worked with the React project, React was a command line implementation. I mean, we had two different options. If you recall, we used something called as npx space create React app. There's one way to look at it. And then you also had the ability to install create React app globally. And then you can say create React app in space name of the application, and that would work. Those who have worked with Angular, you still use, you install Angular as a global module. With that, you get the CLI, and then you can use. Similarly, you have this nodemon that can be installed with a -g flag. So that will come with a command line interface for us, CLI, for short. And if you want to learn more about nodemon, I'll show you some basic usage of nodemon. Okay, but if you want to learn more about nodemon, I think there is a documentation. I'm not sure. There it is. Okay, so there is this documentation. So it'll teach you what all you can do with this nodemon. For now, I'll show you some basic usage, and then a little later, I'll show you some advanced usage as well, where we can configure our packet.json file to serve the nodemon whenever I restart automatically. For now, let us see how to install it. How do you do that? npm space install space -g space nodemon. Copy this. I'll paste it in the notes. So let's install nodemon. There is another alternate way to do it. Install has a shortcut, isn't it? I. So you can say npm space install space -g space nodemon. So copy this. And in the terminal, you can say npm space install space -g space nodemon. It will install nodemon with the command line interface. So no vulnerability is found. The module is installed completely. Now, if I want to run nodemon, all I need to do is type nodemon -v to find out the version. It tells us that nodemon is now available and the version is 2.0.22. So now nodemon is available. We can ask nodemon as if it is Node, but nodemon will actually run in a watch mode. It will always keep watching if this file was updated. So what file is updated? I will say if this index.js is updated. Again, .js is optional. You can also say nodemon space dot. That would also work. So nodemon will run in the watch mode. It will keep watching for this file index.js if it is updated. Where am I? I'm in this my int server, right? So my pointer is inside this folder, inside this project. So I can say nodemon space dot. And notice, nodemon has started and it is watching for every file inside this folder and it'll keep restarting. Okay, so there is a provision for us as developers to give back to the community who is developing these modules. So by default, Windows thinks that you don't know what you're doing, or maybe it can be some malicious activity or some security threat. So it does not allow you to execute code scripts on your computer. So you need to enable that. How do you do that? You scroll down a bit here. See, there is some configuration to execute code and to set the execution policy and get the execution policy. The first few commands are get execution policy. These are not of any use for us. We need to set the execution policy. See, you can set the execution policy and the name of the policy. So there is an example. Remote signed files should be approved by this terminal. Okay, so what I suggest you do is, if you want this ability to use script on all the with all the users on your laptop, you can use this command. Pretty powerful. But if you want it to be accessed only for your login, you would use this, the current user. So this current user would then be like, on my machine, my name is Vijay. So that I don't have to type Vijay here. Current user will automatically select and set the permissions for me to execute this file. I suggest simply copy paste this. What you do is, you simply run that here. So you run this command in the terminal, and that would work. Okay. So once you have done that, then you should be allowed to install Node.mon, okay, or any other modules that you may need. Okay, so that is also because you cannot, I think, you need to be an administrator to do this. Okay, just start your Visual Studio Code as an administrator. How? You right click and say run as administrator. So now that we have Node.mon, Node.mon will keep restarting our server as and when I make some changes. And you notice that this is a lengthy, long document, isn't it? So what I'll do is I'll break this into several small parts. The first part here has document, HTML, lang, head, let us say, and the meta tag up until here. I don't need any of them. The second document.write, I would delete up until here. The third one, also I'll delete this meta tag because that's anyhow there. Okay, so what I'll do is I will remove this part here and add only the body part here. So I have broken this big HTML page to small files. In fact, you can make it even more developer friendly like this. The first doc type here. All I need is the body part here. I think I'll delete this line also. I don't need this response. So I can keep adding all the responses. That's the whole point. Okay. And we can also change this message. We can derive it from some variable if I need to. But once you end, you will not be able to further modify this response. So you see that now I'm actually sending these responses in small chunks now, right? So first I said send only the doc type and the meta tag. Then I send the start of the head with some meta tag, and then some more meta tag and some more meta tag, isn't it? And then the title with the closing head tag, and then the opening of the body tag and the closing of the HTML tag, all of that. So now that I have made some changes, Node.mon would have restarted several times. You see, it has restarted several times. Of course, I had some errors. So it's kind of crashed, and it is telling that there is some unexpected token. So which in English words, it would be like, an unexpected syntax that it was not able to parse. So now this page is ready. So if I go to the browser, if I look for, okay, so I get this hello from HTTP server. This is what I had. Now I can keep modifying this. Because I modified, if I refresh, I get this updated here. So you can see, I'm not talking about word wrap, Zaid, here. No, that is different. See, if you add word wrap, it will show many, this entire lengthy long text in one line. But what I'm doing is different here, isn't it? I'm using different response.writes. They're different. So these are many commands that we are using. Okay, so this gives you, an advantage. Let us say I want to put the body tag here, and then the closing of the HTML tag is coming here. So I can keep adding. In fact, I don't need to use any of them. Okay, so in ECMAScript 6, there is a feature called backticks. I can use something called as backticks and then do away with all of these. That's also something that I can use. So I don't need any of these. So instead, I will copy this entire page. In fact, I will copy this and even format this document. I'll now copy this. It's a formatted piece. I'll now say response.write. I can use something called as backtick. This allows me to write a multi-line string here. You see, I can paste all of this and treat as if it is HTML. I'll save it. Now, if I run this, it works, isn't it? So I can keep adding these and it's done. So you can use, all the things that you have learned in React. I suggest, read this documentation, developer.mozilla.org, reference JavaScript. It has a lot of things that we can do with Node, because Node is built on JavaScript, isn't it? So the more you know about JavaScript, the better it is for you. I'm using the variable here. You can also use let and const. Okay, I'm using a callback function. It can also be an arrow function. And I'm using template strings here, and this can be interpolated. What do I mean by that? See, this can be a value that I obtain from a variable here. This one, okay? And now I can interpolate this like the way we would do in Angular or in JSX. You'll say $, curly brace, and then you put this message. Say message is now on this variable here. You can embed that here, and that would work. Where is my file? Here. Not once, I can do it many times. First time, I would just show the message, then I want to show the length of it. Then I want to take the length and multiply it by 2. So I think you get the idea. You can do a lot of things. You can also take this message and convert it to uppercase. Okay. So you can manipulate using JavaScript as well. So the more you know about it, better it is for you. However, my intention was not to show you this anyways. Okay, now you learned it. Let me just take a backup of this. I'll call this one as step1.js file. So index will now be, okay, so I'll call this as step2.js file. Step1.js file. So step 1 was the previous step. Step 2 is what I'm showing you now. So I'll probably copy all things that I wrote here and I paste it here. That way I don't need any of these. So we are just back here. Document.write is expecting us to send some text string. So I would want to read a file and send that file's content here. That's what I want to do. So I have this FS module. So I'll quickly show you how you do that. Let us say there is this index.html. This is the file that I want to read and print here. Here. So this is step 2. I go to the packet.json, change this to step2.js file. Because I've made some modification, I'll have to restart the nodemon. No, it is actually working. Let us relaunch it anyways. Now in the step 2, we will read a file that is this index.html, and write that here. How do I do that? I'll say fs.read file. So I'm using a sync now, not async. Why? Because if I'm using an async, that would take a callback. And tomorrow I'll be covering something called as an event loop. So there is a sequence of events that will happen in Node.js or in JavaScript for that matter. So what I'll do is I will hold this thread. I will not allow this to go to the next line until the reading is complete. So the first parameter here is the name of the file, read file sync. In the current working directory, you have this index.html. I want you to read that as what? So as UTF-8. Okay. And I would get that content to be written, to be written here. Come on, I need to disable this, or else, the tooltips are quite annoying. I will disable that and I'll show you how you do that next. But when I'm explaining, it becomes difficult for me to bring your context here. So I'll disable that, but you don't have to do it. I'll be disabling this later tomorrow. So as of now, I have the access to read that file and then display it onto the client side. Let's see if this is working. See, it's working. Where am I reading it from? Here. How do I know? If I add some more content here, that would be updated. So now you are actually reading an HTML file. So our intention is not to serve the HTML file in all the cases, the index file in all the cases, not necessary. We would like to read the request that is coming from the client, and based on the client's request, we will send an appropriate response. How do we address that? So we will now first go log the request that is coming in. So far, we have only been talking about the response. What about the request? We'll do that now. The request has a property called URL. So what this URL denotes is what the user is requesting from the client side, the browser. So if I open this terminal here and see, if I press enter, it says / and favicon.ico file. Chrome browser expects a web page to have an icon file, which is missing here. So it is asking for icon file. Of course, when I press F12, you will find that there is an error as well. I think I've suppressed it, but usually you'll have an error saying that, the icon file is missing or something like that. Okay. And nevertheless, see, I'm making so many requests. I will also say / Vijay, press enter, and see this request is actually being cached by the server. I can say about.html, that comes here. So any request that I'm making on the browser comes here. So what I can alternatively do is this. With this idea, I can take this request.url and I can make that to be the file that I want to read here. Easy. So what will happen now is, I will have to now ask for index.html, and that file will be loaded. Index.html is not loaded. I think some error. Let's go check. App crashed. Let us relaunch this because it could not find that file. Okay, hold on. Okay, it's not able to load this file. That's what it says. Okay. This request.url will be prefixed with this /. Okay, like this. Let us go check. Yeah, see, the HTTP file is now loaded. But this favicon.ico file is still, something which is missing. Okay, we can address that. I think, let us remove this dot. I think this should work. Because the request.url, I guess, already has this. / we'll have to probably remove that part out, isn't it? That's another solution that we can use. So request.url, we can use a variable file URL equals request.url is a string. So I'll convert it to string. And once I have got this, I will be able to split a part of that. So I can use something called as splice or a slice. I can also use trim. I can, there are a couple of ways to do it. That / you replace that with nothing. Correct. You can do that. So you can say request.url dot replace this / with nothing. That's what he means. And this file URL can be used here instead. Easy? Cool. Or else there are other ways. I was thinking about join and then splice, things like that. Okay, so nevertheless, let's go check. If I now, okay, I'll create one more file here, like this index. So this is hello from index file. Similar to this, we'll have another file. Okay. I will copy this and paste it again. I'll rename this. I'll call this as about.html. The about.html will have hello from about file. So now we have two files, index and about. So let's open the browser. And let's say if I look for index.html, I should get index.html. If I look for about.html, I should get about.html. No, about.html. It says it is not there. about.html. Why is this file not available? It is loading. The only problem here is once I make a request, the response.end is called, isn't it? Because the response.end is called, any further requests will not be entertained. So we'll have to find a way to not end this, or to end this with every response that we are sending from the server. We'll see how we do that.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So coming back, guys, we learned how to create a module, upload it onto NPM's website. We also saw how to use it. We did not use it, isn't it? So I'll show you how you can use it, and then how to delete it as well. Okay, so we've learned a lot. And then we created a module that uses another external module, FS this time, this fetch module. And because of that, we got this node modules folder created, and the node modules contains the fetch module. Now, there is some caveat that you should keep in mind is that when I'm looking for this module, the first thing that it will do is it will actually go look in the node modules directory. If it doesn't find, then it comes to, if it doesn't find it, then it goes to your node installation directory and see if there is any module around that. If not, it will look for a file with this name in this project. Okay. If there is a file by name fetch.js. Okay, if it doesn't find, then it will complain that, hey, I don't have this module. Okay, so by convention, it'll actually look for this folder fetch, and this fetch will have a package.json file. See, this package.json file has a main file. If it doesn't have a main file, so in this case, the main file is there, it exists. See here, there is this main file. So in this example, in case of fetch, the main file, I mean, we have always been using this index file, correct? Not necessary. I'm sure those who work with React or Angular, they know that these files would be somewhere deep nested sometimes. And in this example, the main file is here in the lib directory. There is this fetch.js file. This is the file. So this is what they have used behind the scene. What have they used? So they've used HTTP, HTTPS, URL lib, utils lib, zlib. Zlib is for archiving. So I hope I will be using this in the next couple of examples. Let's see. DNS streams, cookie jar to store cookies so that they can do something. I'm not sure why they are using it, but there are many modules. So all of these are built-in modules that are being used. Okay. Cookie jar is their own module, which you find here. Okay, and then you saw that there is this encoding also being used in this example, this encoding. Where does this encoding come from? This module here, isn't it? So that is how Node works behind the scene. So it'll look for a module within this Node modules folder by default. If it doesn't find, then it'll go to the Node directory where it is installed and then check if there is any module by that name. If it doesn't find, then it'll complain that there is no module by that name. This is a very low level module which allows you to interact with users' request and response. And if the user is making a request and response with a specific object, let us say you have a web page which is sending a JSON file, or if it is sending a URL encoded form data, then the HTTP module will not know how to handle it. So that's where we'll have to take that request that comes in and then deal with it. Okay, moving forward, we'll be spending a lot of time using this request and response. As of now, just keep this in mind, that this request and response that we use here, there is a URL, Microsoft URL in the link, correct? Click on that link and you need to enable, you need to set up the permissions to execute script files on your system. I mean, if you click on that link, you will actually go to a website. See, I've clicked and then I've navigated to website. There, you'll find options to get and set. So we would want to use something called as set, not the get. Scroll down a bit here and then to use this configuration, isn't it? User will make certain requests. Based on the request, we will provide him a response. I will now go create a module. So I'll go create a folder. I'll call this as a web server. This is going to be my project. Okay, so what are the things that I would need? I need a node project in this case. So I'll cd to this folder. And then I will initialize a new node project. Node npm, sorry, init-y. All right, so with this, the package.json file is now created. According to the expectation, I need to have an index.js file. I will create an index.js file, which is empty. And in the package.json file, author's name, I'll fill. If you have an intention to upload it onto npm's website, then all these information are required. Like, description is required, keywords are required. But if it is distributed amongst us, a small team of developers, then there is no need. Okay, so I can add a dependency here, but there's no need. All the inbuilt modules for Node.js, you don't have to add them as dependency. They can be used out of the box. Which step what did we do here? Okay, I'll create a notes file. I used npm init-y. Okay, that's the command that I used. So once you have your file ready, once you have your module ready or the project ready, I should be able to import all the modules that I'm intending to use. That's the first piece of code that is required in your program. So all the import statement will have to be on the top. Okay, all the imports will have to be on the top. So I will now go create a variable http equals require http. Okay, so now we have a HTTP module, and with what we have learned yesterday, you know that this HTTP module has the ability to create a server. It has other capabilities, but we are interested in this for now. And this create server, when you call, it will give you a server back. The create server will create a server, and it will give you the a variable with which you can control that server. So I'll go create a variable. I call it server equals this http.create server. Easy. So what will this http.create server accept? It will accept a callback function which allows you to handle the request that comes in and the response. Okay, so if you change them, okay, so if you interchange them, so let us say the first parameter is referred as response, the second one is referred as request, the output will not just accept it, because the first parameter is always the request that comes in. So you have actually named a response to a request object. So the first parameter that you get inside this create server is always the request that comes in. The second parameter is the response that we as a server developer will send to the client. I hope that is clear. And what we'll do is, we will keep logging. Okay, so if we get a request, okay, so if I want to just show you console log the request object, this is a huge object with a lot of properties in it, and we'll simply say response dot end. So I have the ability to log the request that comes in, and then I will terminate the request immediately by sending a response end. Now that I have this web server ready, so I can use this server object, the one that I created in line number 2, and then we can use a method on top of that called listen. See, there are other as well. Okay, so you can also use address. Now with this address, you have the ability to configure a string. So it is usually a port and host number. So there is a example of that you can use. So there are many things that we can do, but let us just stay focused on the things that might be relevant for this exercise. So I would be interested in using the listen method. The listen method again takes 3 arguments. The first argument is the port. The second argument is the host. The third argument is a callback function actually. So there is a listener. This one. Okay. And you saw that this listener does not return anything. It simply returns void. Okay, that means to say it doesn't give you back anything. So you will have to take advantage of the call of the function. So I will go give a port, let's say 2020. The second parameter is the host, local host in this case. Okay, for now we are just taking simple steps so that we can get the job done. But once you become aware of this, then I'll show you how you can migrate to the next step. And the third parameter would be a callback function. And don't worry, this is something that we will be using at least for another 10 examples, at least. Okay, so we'll be using this several times, and you'll be acquainted with all that we are covering. And now this function will get some error object if there is. And when this error happens, we'll use the condition to check if error. If error, we'll do a console log And the console log will display an error. Else we'll have a console log which tells us that no error happened and the web server is running. Okay. All right. So we have our code ready. So now we can get things started. Let us now ask Node to execute this file. So I'll say node space start. And yesterday you remember we installed nodemon as well. So I'll use nodemon space start. So now nodemon is running in the watch mode, and it is actually looking for any file. If it is changed, nodemon will restart node. Okay, nodemon will restart Node.js every time any of the files change. What are the files that it is actually looking for? It is looking for JS, MJS, and JSON. Now, what is JS? I'm sure you know. JSON, MJS is a module that is defined by JavaScript. So, which is referred as MJSON. It's a module in JSON, in JavaScript, sorry. So you can actually create a file and just give this extension as MJS, which is deemed to be a module. Okay, now coming back to the context, if I go to localhost port 2020, you get to see that the response was terminated immediately, but I got a response, a request from the browser. There's a lot of information, isn't it? There's a lot that we have got from the browser. Browser has sent us hell a lot of information. And you see there is a URL called favicon.ico. It received a GET request, and the status code was nothing because browser did not send any status code to the server.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, what is Node.js? Now, for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are option 1, a web browser developed by Mozilla. Option 2, a runtime environment for executing JavaScript code server-side. Option 3, a front-end framework for building user interfaces. Option 4, an advanced JavaScript library for data manipulation. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment box below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So when you run this example, we get this request object. Out of this request object, the only thing, is there another way to run this server? Is there another way? There are many ways to run this server, Bhavesh. Okay, but just follow with what we are doing, and then we will progress further. Okay. Now, what am I interested is, I'm interested in getting the URL so that I can prepare a response accordingly. So from this request object that comes in, I can use the URL property. And that way I'm filtering out all the properties that may not be relevant for me. Okay, I would just look for the URL property, which in this case is this favicon.ico file. You can also say what is the the request dot method. Okay, so you know that this is going to be a get method that is requesting in to the web server. So let us run this. Let us relaunch this once again. So it is already running, so I don't have to do any restarting. And if I refresh, see, I get this /. Of course, the very first time, let me just restart this server once again, webmon or nodemon, and I will show you this terminal in full screen. If I relaunch, yes, nodemon is now running. Yeah, see, in case of Firefox, it is making a request to the root of the web server. If I use Chrome, it has a different behavior altogether. Localhost port 2020. So you notice that it is making two requests. One for the default route, and the second one is for fav icon. Okay, favorite icon.ico file. We don't have any favorite icon.ico file. Many websites will have. Many websites will have. I'm sure you if you go to, let us say, Amazon. If you go to Amazon.com, see, Amazon's logo came here, isn't it? This one. This one. That is a favorite icon. So if you go to Google, Google then gives Google icon here, correct? So that's the favorite icon. But as of now, we don't have an icon. There are a lot of websites which will help you generate a favorite icon for your web project. Okay. Now, what we'll do is we will educate our web server to deal with this favicon.ico file. If there is a request for favicon.ico file, what are we supposed to do? Nothing. We'll simply ignore this. Okay, because we don't want the browser to get an error. See, as of now, if I go to localhost port 2020, the web server is not sending any response back when the user makes a request for favicon.ico file. So what will happen is that it will actually create an error here, isn't it? So what we'll do is, we will simply address that on the server side by doing nothing. Okay, how do we address that? Let's comment this part out. So you know that this was step one. So what I suggest is, let us all do this together, or else you lose out on this. Not running. Why is it not running, Devin? The site cannot be reached. Okay, so this can happen if that port is already occupied. Check, if that port is already occupied. Response.end. Response.end is not a function. Okay, see, have you called this as response? So that you can call this as response.end. This is the name of the property, which is what we are invoking here. Okay, so I suggest you copy my code and then you'll not be in any trouble. These are like baby steps. So I told you that we are progressing, correct? We have progressed from step 1 to step 2 to step 3. In production, you will not use, you'll not find time to use all these modules. You will directly be using something called as Express. That is because NodeMon is not installed in your machine. The error clearly is telling you, isn't it? Term NodeMon is not recognized. Install NodeMon. See, now all of you guys are smart, so you know what to do, isn't it? So what we'll now do is, guys, we will see if the request that comes in, the URL, is actually favicon.ico file. So we'll use the condition to check if the request.url is equal to /favicon.ico. If the answer is yes, okay, if the answer is yes for this question, we'll have a console.log else we will log received a request for, and we'll concatenate the request.url. Makes sense? And then we'll have to terminate as well. Okay, so after this condition is executed, we'll say response.end. So that will terminate. Let us now launch our web page. See, it says request for / and request for favicon.ico file. So these are logs that are being generated on the server side, but you see that we are able to address what kind of requests we are receiving. If the user makes a request for, let us say, index.html, we'll be able to receive that. And every time you see favicon.ico file is being requested, let's say I look for login.html, you get login request and the favicon.ico file request as well. So you're getting both. Okay. So if this is the request, what are we supposed to do? In this case, we are logging. Now, what else can we do is we can simply ignore that request, okay, by doing nothing on the server side. We can say response.write, nothing. So we will actually send a response to the client. If someone makes a request of favicon.ico file, we not only log and find out on the server side, but we will also send nothing. And then we'll say response.end. So we terminate that request right there. Okay. If not, we will terminate that request here. We will simply log and then we will terminate. So if I now go to this website, see it got a request for the /, but we also got a request for favicon, but we ignored it, correct? We simply ignored it. But let me just keep that log there so that you understand what's happening. See, we got two different requests, but we safely ignored it. Now, if the request is not for the favicon, then what? In that case, we have several possibilities. The user may ask for an index.html file. The user may ask for any other file. Okay, so let us assume that the user is asking for an index.html file, or we would want a default file to be projected for a welcome. When someone comes to a website, we need to greet him, isn't it? We need to address. So if I go to Google's page, I do get an index page, isn't it? So if you go to any website, you get an index page. So this index is the default page that we will go set here. So how do we address that? So what we'll now do is, let's understand, okay, we have got a request for favicon. If the answer is yes, we do this. If not, okay, so if not, let us say else if, and then we'll also have to have a else here. So else if the request is for the default route, that is /. If it is for the default route, then we would want to write we want to send a response. How do we send a response? We'll have to read a file on this web server and then send that file. So how do we do that? We'll go create a index.html. This can be anything. So you can configure this to be anything. That will be your index file. That will be your main file. I'll show you how to create a configuration file in the next step. For now, let us say I'll put this text, welcome to our home page. Okay, so this is the message that I have here. And I want this page to be read and then sent as a response to the client side. And I'm sure you know how to do this because we did part of this yesterday. So I'll go create a variable, use the file system. Guys, just watch, okay? So I'm not going too fast. I'm being a little slow so that you can follow along. And I'll give you guys this code again so that you can check whether you have what you have understood is working on your machine as well. Okay, so I'll require the FS module, the file system module. And now we should be able to read this file index.html and send it here. How do we do that? fs.read file. So you can either use the sync or async method. I would use a synchronous method to read that file. Here, I don't want to just log because we have seen enough logs on the server already. We'll now use fs.read we'll get we can send that here, a response dot write fs dot read file sync. Which file? The index file, this file. Okay, and how you'd want to read this? As UTF-8. Okay, so this is the file that we will look for, and we will write that as a response, and then we will end. I hope this makes sense. Let us now go to our web page and request. See, I get this home page. Now in the home page, I will make some links. So I'll use a UL tag with some LIs in it, and these LIs will have an anchor tag. And I will say about. So this is the first link. The second link will be for products. The third link will be for contact. And let us say, yeah, I think we'll just have this now. I don't have these pages, so let's go create them. In fact, we can clone this twice. About.html will have all the content. This will be home page. Sorry, this is about page. About page. About page will not have the about link. It will have the home link. So home link will be just /, isn't it? And yeah, we need to have other pages as well. So in the index file, we'll make some changes. I'll share these files. Okay. For this about, we know that we can access it like this. That's a qualified link for this page. And similar to this, I need two more files. Products.html. Did I call it product? Yeah, products.html. And contact.html. We can add one more file here called not found. This is like 404 page. Okay, I will put a message. Okay, so this is the only link that we will have in the 404 not found page. So this part is done. I'll close this. In the contact page, contact us, we'll have a form. Maybe if you want to have a form, you can. So we'll have a link for home page, link for about page, about, and link for product page. I guess even / would still be the same, right? So I can use a / and that would also work the same. Or maybe I would not need them. A contact page is done. Let's go to the other pages, link them, done. In the home page, done. See, I've got all the wiring done. So now our application, if I refresh, I get these three links. I can actually apply Bootstrap and make this look cool. So if I click on this, I don't have any response. See, the server is waiting. It doesn't have any response. So as of now, our server does not have any valid response for that. So we will now create another response. See, if the request was for fav icon, we have a response. If the request was for default web page, we have the response. But for anything else, we don't have a response. Correct? So what we will do is here. So we'll look for that specific file on the server. If we find it, we will serve it. If we don't find that file, we will set this not found.html to be sent. Easy. See, as of now, the browser is still waiting. Control space, press it. So what you meant is this one, right? If I don't have these files, control space will give me the option. See, now we need to configure all these routes. See, one way to do it is we can use other else if commands, isn't it? So we can say else if the request is something, else if the request.url is /about.html. If that's the request, then we'll look for about.html. Let's run this and see if that would work. If I click on about, I get the about page. See, I've navigated from the index page to the about page, and now I can go back to the home page, about page. These are two responses that these are two requests for which I have a response. It's working. Correct? But you see, we cannot create if else for everything. So we should be able to make things a little dynamic here. So which is what we will do. Now what we'll do is, based on the request that comes in, we will read that file. If that file exists on the server, we should be able to serve that file. If not, we'll render him a 404 page. Makes sense? So if we find this page on the server, we'll be able to render it. If not, we'll give him this not found page. So we'll use a condition here, or maybe we will try reading that file, fs. So fs read file. We now will use read file sync, read file async. So this read file, when I call this, it will now give an error. See, in this case, I had to use the read file sync. Why? Because I don't want this piece of code to be executed until the file reading is done. Okay, and I know for a fact that this / request will be quite often made, and it is okay for me to load that page with some time delay. User will wait. Okay. Even in this case, user will still have to wait, but I will use this read file. And for this read file, I will now use the path of the request that the user has made. Okay. So you know that the current folder is denoted by /. That's a requirement. And then this path I will obtain from the user. So if I go back here and click on, sorry, I think I'll go back to the home page. And if I say about, now there is a problem because the application crashed because there is no valid response. At least this is where we are, because this program crashed our application. So what we'll do is we'll first log that, and we will terminate that request so that that request will be handled. So we should now relaunch this application. And if I click on about, see, it says that it got a request for /about.html. One thing that I want to change here, guys, in the about page. Okay, I don't think I'll have to change. Okay, but you got that request /about, correct? Now I can use that request and do some check on the server to see if that file exists. So what I'll do is this. So I'll say fs.read file. You know that the / is obtained from the request. So I'll concatenate this with the request that comes in .url. This is the file name that I want to look on the server, on the web server here on this place. If I find it, I will be able to get that file and then use it. The second parameter is a callback function. So no, it actually takes 3 parameters, right? The first parameter is URL. The second parameter is how you'd want to read that file. So no, I think, we will just use this callback function. This function will get the error object and we'll get the data object. If the data arrives, we know that we have got a valid request. If not, if we get the error, then we know that we have got a invalid request. So I will use this condition. If error, we'll deal with it. Else, we know we have got a valid response, request, or rather. So I can move this code here because this response.end is required in both of these cases. So if it is an error, we will write head. It should be a response.write head. So this way, we will send some header response. The first thing is 404. You know what is 404, correct? You have seen this many times in your life. You access a resource. If it is not available on the server, you get a 404 page, and which is what we are trying to say. If if there is a file that you are requesting which is not available on the server, we'll use this 404 page. Then we will use an object where the content type will be plain text, or maybe we'll use this text. Text/HTML will work, and then we will send that file. Which one? We'll send that not found page. Temp HTML or temp 404 equals fs.read file sync. You will read this file /not found .html as UTF-8. And this, okay, I don't even need this variable. So I'll take this and say response.write. Yeah, see, because we need this dot, isn't it? So the request URL that is obtained will be /about.html, correct? So we'll add a dot to it. So that will read as ./index.about.html. So that's a qualified path for this file. Correct, Gio? Yeah. So why this dot? Yes. So the dot is used because we'll have to convert it like this. The URL will come as this /not found.html. So we want to add dot to it. That is what I'm doing here. So this will give us a path. If that file exists, we'll use it. If we get an error, we know that we could not get that file. Correct. In that case, we'll provide him a not found.html page. If not, we'll use that particular file and then send that as a response. Watch. So we'll use the response.write and we'll use the data that we have obtained. We'll convert it to a string and then we send it. I think there is an extra bracket. Done. So let's go check this out. Mistake. So I was always seeing a products page, but in the products page, it was a copy of about page. Correct. So see, such mistakes can happen. Silly, isn't it? Let's now check if it is done, working. So in the about page, I can click on both products and contact. That's working. In the contact page, I can click both on about or the products. That will work. Correct, Gautam. See, I did not pay attention on that. It's a very trivial mistake. Okay. Now we have created a web page. Now let us say I look for something different. Anything. Okay, so I'll say Vijay. So that will lead me to a request file does not exist. See, Vijay does not exist, right? So if I say Intellipaat, that doesn't exist. But if I just go to the home page, it exists. Correct. So if I say Batman, okay, that nothing exists. Okay, so you have created a page that will be displayed if that request is not honored. So if then I can go click on this home page and then I'll be back on track. You see, with very simple code, we created a simple web server. In fact, it can do a lot of things. In fact, you can also have images in all of these, and that would work. Okay. Because this HTML page will then make a request to those images, and those images will be served. We did not have to discuss about it because you have been all along watching me addressing all that, even here, the request.url. See, that is where I said /favicon.ico file. So there was a slash included always, isn't it? And then for the default request, it was /. So I did not take this URL request and replace that here. I could have, but there was no need, isn't it? So now that we are done with this step, guys, we will proceed to the next. See, although we have the ability to solve this creating a web server using the HTTP module, it will soon become a complicated process. Let us say when we are displaying this template, instead of saying welcome to our home page, we would want to send a company's name to this page. How will I do it? So let's say there is a company name. Okay, I would want that company name to come here. Yeah, okay. So I would want to render the company's name here. How will I do that? Let us say we will create a template. Our company, or maybe I'll call this as title. So there is a title property. I would like to replace this with my company's name. Maybe I'll put this on the top. I would like this to be added in all the pages. Of course, I would not want that in the not found page. Okay. But let us say we would want that. Let us say we would want that. So what I can do now is I can look for this occurrence, replace that with something on the server side, and then send. Let us say there is a variable here that we will go create. Company name. I'll call this as Vijay's company. You can put your company name. All right. So we have this company name property here. Now I want to take this, and while I'm writing this, okay, I would want to replace that content and then display. So what I'll do, I'll go create a variable, temp HTML, let us say, equals this fs.read file sync, blah, 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 all of that here. And now that I've got this, I can take this temp HTML and I will call the replace method. Replace is a string method, and I will look for this occurrence and I will replace that with the company name. Now that I have made this change, I should be able to get that in the home page. So it still says title, because this part, I guess, is still not affecting this Y title. Copy this as it is. I can also do this. Index file is red. It'll replace this title text with this company name. And this temp title will be added here. Okay. Let me also try logging this temp HTML. And let's see what would happen. Sorry, this should be index file. Yeah, it is working. So I think I had not refreshed that page. That is all I can say. Refresh. See, it says Vijay's company. It's working. And similarly, if I go to any page, okay, I would want to replace that. So I will say dot toString dot replace this occurrence with the company name. Okay, and that should work. See, if I go to about, it says Vijay's company. You go to product, it says Vijay's company. You go to contact, it says Vijay's company. So you are able to send some property from this file to the files that we are reading, and then that is how we can send. A deeper understanding of this is, if we have a requirement to read something from a database, we'll be able to do that on the server, put that onto some variable, and send it to a web page. Okay. You have an example. You'll also have some code snippets that can help you understand. You would not need any further course tutorials, documents, because you have everything here. Okay. So I suggest spend some time. It's not going to be done in about a day. I've been working on JavaScript since quite some time. Okay. So, and still, it doesn't fail to surprise me, because there are so many things, and I would have learned it some time back, but if I'm not using certain syntaxes, it may fade out, isn't it? So refer the documentation. You'll always be good. Okay, so guys, with that, we will go to the next step. So what I was explaining here is, if you want to do some customization, so if you want to send some information from the server side, a simple property like this, okay, is okay. But what if I wanted to send something a little complex? Let's say I want to send a web page, or I want to send an HTML part, depending on what the user is asking for. Then this approach will fail us. Okay. At the same time, if this index.html file is sending some complex data to me, okay, I will not be able to address that as well here. Let us say there is a form, and this form has an action. By default, it is always get. Let us say the action for this would be / data. Maybe I'll call this as user data. And I would have a input. Okay. The input should have a name property. Your name. Okay. And let's say when the user clicks on this button to submit the data, so in the index page, we'll now have a button to submit the form. So there is a form. I can add something and I can send. See, now the requirement has changed. So there is a property called user data. Okay, I think I have added this title here as well. And we did not do anything about that here, isn't it? So I'll have to just replace that here. If you find it, you replace that with company name. That's what we should have done. And then that would work. Okay, so requested file not exist. But what happens to this parameter? So that is where, we need to address what kind of request the user is sending from the web page and address it. As of now, we have only sorted the URL part of it. So a web server will have few more requirements, not just these simple static requirements like the ones that we created. That is where we can no doubt, find out from the request here, what kind of request am I getting? Is it a get request? Is it a post request? If it is a get request, am I getting any other parameter? Is this parameter called user data? If the answer is yes, we can actually absorb this part, and then from this uname, I can take the value, or I can derive the value, I can put that into a log. Okay. So although we can do it, that would be like, when you have tools available, why you want to, pick up the hammer, like why you want to go back to the Stone Age? You have tools that are available. So in other words, why do you want to reinvent the wheel? It's already existing, so use it. So we'll use a different library called Express. And the next couple of examples will be, we'll delve a little deep into Express and understand, how you can use Express to create a simple web server, which deals with all of these scenarios. Let's say, the user is sending a form, then what should I do? If the web server is sending an array, what should I do? If it is sending me a huge list of data, what should I do? So you'll actually be able to address all of that with Express. Now, where do I find Express? You go to npm.js.org. and you can download it from here. You can download it from here, Express. Now, what will Express help you do is it'll help you create a web framework. It'll create a web server. And if you want to read more about this, see, I'm here to cover some trivial aspects of Express. And trust me, most of these examples that I'm showing you, although it is all from my memory, it is a simulated environment. I think about the topic that I want to discuss with you, and I create a scenario where I already know the answer, and then I would project that for you, or I'll prepare them. But in the process, you see that, I also make some mistakes. Correct? But those are not all that severe mistakes. But many times it may happen that, you are looking for some property that you would want to address, and that does not exist. Okay, or we did not discuss about that in the class. So what do? You read the documentation. Okay, so there is a lot that you can learn. So this API reference, and we are now using the version 4. 5 is already in beta. So you have an example right in front of you that you can use. Okay, so you have Express that can work with JSON, raw data, router data, static data, a text, or a URL encoded text like forms. So you have a lot of things that we can do with Express. Let's take a minute, create a new project, install Express, and then we'll continue. We'll do more or less the same thing, and just keep a note of, how many lines we wrote here. Okay, so we wrote about 39 lines to accomplish this simple requirement. And let us see how effectively we can use Express to sort that out. Okay, let's create another project now, guys. I'll stop this NodeMon. I move out of this folder. I will create another folder. I call this as Express 101. Well, it's just the basics of Express that we are trying to address here. So let's cd to Express, and I will create a node project inside that. I'll say npm init-y. With that, I have a new project created. And what is the dependency here? Express is a dependency. Correct? We need to add Express into this project. How do we do that? You'll say npm install Express. If you press enter, Express not only gets installed, but it will also enter itself, or it will make an entry into the dependencies here. This was not previously done. Okay. And when we work with a larger project, guys, there would be some dependencies, and there are some development dependencies. Like, what are those development dependencies? See, in order to develop this project, I'm using a module. Correct? Can anyone identify what module am I using to develop this module, this application? And I've always been using it, at least in the last example. Anybody? As a developer on the server side, when I was working, I was taking help of another module. Fetch? No. Correct. So I fetch, no doubt. But okay, let me just break the ice. I was using a module called Node.js that was helping me to develop this project. You all agree with me on that? Yes, correct. So this is a module that actually is a part of this project. Express will be embedded on this project, but Node.js was used for a development purpose. Correct? So I can add that also here. So I can say npm install Node.js as a developer, as a development requirement. So I'll say --save -dev. This is a lengthy long command, isn't it? So I'm installing Node.js in this project as a development requirement. I press enter, and that way, if I share this project to someone, they know that Vijay has used Express to create this project, and while he was creating, he was also using Node.js. Correct? Later you will find that there are many development dependencies that I will be adding. Let us say I want to unit test this file. Then I need Mocha. A Mocha will also require Chai. So I need to make more additions here. And let's say I want to put some end-to-end test on this project. Then I would need another module. Let us say I'm using a module called Webpack to bundle all of this and condense them into smaller file and then share it with my client. Then I would be using Webpack. So there are many development dependencies that we can add. So the modules comes in two different forms. A module that becomes a part of your application, a module that will be used to develop a node project. So all those will be, which will be used to develop a node project, will be added here as a dev dependency, and that does not get added by default. You'll have to specify that using this command. Okay, I'll put that in the notes file so you can get it. So npm install Express is what I did. So whenever you're installing a module, by default, this will be added as a dependency for your project. If you want that to be a development dependency, you will then say npm install Node.js -save -dev. Okay. You can also say -g here. That way it will be globally installed as well. And what if I want to uninstall a module? I can say npm uninstall Express. See, as of now, let us just do that really quick. So if I go back here, you see Express is somewhere here, but there are many modules that we have used here, correct? And let us say Node.js is also here. Correct, Sachin. The -d, uppercase D, is an alias name for --save -dev. So Sachin is absolutely right. There is a shortcut for this. I was about to cover that anyways. So now that you have brought that, I've explained that. So you can either use --save -dev, or you can say -d. Both would do the same job. Now, when you want to uninstall a module, you'll say uninstall Express. So let us say I want to uninstall both of these, Node module, Node.js and Express. How do I do that? I go back to this project. I'll say npm uninstall. So don't type u there. Okay, it doesn't. It's not an alias for something. So you will use uninstall Express. So with this, I will be able to uninstall Express. Express is now removed, but NodeMon is still there in your project. NodeMon may require all of these. So I will now uninstall NodeMon. See, NodeMon is also gone. Now you see the node modules folder has been reduced to just a package log.json file and a bin folder. Okay, so you can install and you can uninstall. In the package.json file also, you will find that the configurations are now removed. Okay, so let us now go back and add Express, and we'll add NodeMon as well. And this time we'll add it as a global module. We know that the NodeMon is already installed as a global module. Okay, so let us now say npm install Express. Npm install -g -nodemon -t. Perfect. So with this, the package.json file now has all the entries. Okay, -d did not work, isn't it? You see that it didn't work. So let's go back to --save -dev. Yeah, that is because we are using the -g, so that could be the problem. Yes, so let's try this. Yep, the -d, uppercase D works without the -g. Okay, so let us go to the project now. So we know that this project we have to create something called as index.js file. If you don't use the main configuration, that's the default file any which ways. So if I don't use the main configuration, what is the default file? Index.js. If you use it, you can configure. If you don't use it, the default would be index.js file. Okay, so but for all good practices, just keep that file there. But you'll find that, if you work with other projects, let's say React, you'll not find this main configuration at all because the default is index.js file. Now that I've addressed that, let us go create an index.js file. And in the index.js file, we can use those modules. Which one? Express. So I'll now go create a variable, call it Express equals require Express. So now, now that we have imported Express, this Express is nothing but a subset of the HTTP module that we just worked. So this follows the same pattern, just that our steps will be a lot easier. See, you are making your life a lot easier by using some modules, isn't it? So as a community, they are asking if you want to pay back, if you want to do some donation, if you want to contribute their cause. If you have money, you can send it to them. Okay, so many people do. I mean, if you're using it for a project and if it is saving some development time, then why not, isn't it? So you can contribute. Let's go to the next step here, guys. So we have Express, and you know that HTTP module has that create server method, which gives you a server back. Now the same scenario here. I go create a variable, call it app. Why? Because Express, when you call this method, it returns a create app method back. So if I take my cursor over it, so when you call this Express, it creates an Express application and gives it to you so that you can use it. Okay, and now when I have got this Express, I should be able to create a web server out of this. And notice, I've just done some 3 commands as of now. In fact, I could do this also here and put that into app folder. Okay, that's the same thing, right? But I would like to keep things easier for us to understand. So I'll keep it in 2 different lines. Okay, so now that I have got this app, I should be able to use this app and call the listen method on that. Now, similar to the server, we have the listen method. It takes 3 parameters, but the change here is that these are optional parameters. The listen method in HTTP module requires a port, requires a host, and requires a callback function. A callback function, however, was optional, but how will you know if something happened, isn't it? So now that we are using this listen method in the Express, most of these will be by default assigned. If you don't use the port, okay, there will be a port assigned automatically for you. If you don't use the host, the default host will be localhost. So I will simply say 3030, and I will not use any other parameter. So I'm not providing the host name here. Frankly, even if I don't do this, there would be a port assigned dynamically on this. And that will, then we'll have to chase where is that port. Okay, for now, I will show you this, but later I'll show you how to chase that port even if you have not assigned anything. Okay, the second parameter is host. I'm skipping that, and then I'll use a callback function. This callback function, again, is capable of handling errors. And what I'll do is I will listen if there is an error. I will then be able to log that here. So I'll say console log the error here. Else, we know that things have gone fine. So I'll use the console to log localhost port 3030. Easy. And after this, guys, my colleague would like to come here, Anshul, and he would want to give you some briefing on to the platform and a few aspects of the training as well. So I will run this code. So you know that I'm working with nodemon. So I'll say nodemon space dot. So our server is now running. So if I go to localhost port 3030, I should get this, cannot get /. So that indicates that our Express is running. Okay, Express web server is running, and be done with it. Okay, Express allows you work with sockets. In fact, HTTP is also required because you need to go a little low to handle those streams. But Express kind of, gives you a wraparound method. So it'll kind of handle all the complexities and gives you a simple API to deal with. So in production, many companies use Express. Okay, there are other flavors as well, but Express is predominantly the most popular ones. Okay, so if you see how many people have been using Express, so you see the number of weekly downloads that's happening on Express. That's quite staggering, isn't it? Huge number of people download it on a weekly basis for their projects. Okay, so in this example, what we saw is that we can use Express, and with Express, we can leverage, and we can probably set aside all the other complex requirements that we had. Watch how easy it is. Okay, we can solve this entire problem that we had in the previous step here, which we used about 39 lines. Okay, in just a few lines. Okay, I'll complete this code and I will explain the purpose of each one of these lines later. Okay, for now, just watch. So I'll say app.use. Sorry, I'll say app.use express.static. Okay, and then for the static, I will use the current working directory. Current working directory can be obtained with two things, right? We've learned about __ dir name. Okay, so that we are now done with this part. We should be able to create all these files. I'll simply copy all these files from here. I paste it in this project. Okay. Now that we are done with this step, let us go check if this would work. I open localhost. See, I get to see the title. The page is already here. I click on about, is working, product working, contact working. All of that's working. right? Now you may ask, okay, Vijay, how do you send a file? How do you send an information to a file? We'll deal with that later. But you see, just with a simple one-line configuration, we addressed all the problems that we had before. Of course, I'll show you how you can send these information and how to collect this info, this form data moving forward. But you see how simple it is. We could recreate whatever we had created using HTTP module in these 3 lines. So you hopefully you understand what is the kind of leverage that we are getting. And let me explain what is that this line is doing here. So there is, in Express, there is an idea called middlewares. Now, what is a middleware? Middleware is something that comes in between the request and the response. It gets sandwiched between your request and the response. Okay. And this use allows us to do some configurations around that. So when there is a request coming from the browser, this guy will address it. And now what are we trying to do with this here is that I'm suggesting Express to use all the static files. Now, what is a static file? A file that is not changing is referred as a static file. And a location for all the static files on this web server is the current working directory. That is what I'm trying to suggest. Isn't that cool? So we have the ability to inspect any request that is coming in from the browser, and then we will be able to take some appropriate action on the server side. Okay, so this is a configuration file. In fact, we'll also be creating an external configuration file that can be used by Express. Okay, I hope this helps you understand and to demonstrate the power of Express. And moving forward, we'll see some more utilities of Express. See, there are a couple of good practices that you can implement when you start working with Express. Let me just introduce them to you. Now, all the files that you see here are client-side files. Now, what do I mean by that? Is that these are not files that would be controlled by the server side. Okay, they are static files. So what we usually do is create a folder. It's a convention. Okay, so you may find different implementations. But by convention, when you start working with Express, you create a folder called public. That denotes all the client-side files. I'll move all of these files there now. Which are those? All these HTML files are moved inside. So now that we have moved, our program will fail. A program will fail. We'll fix it. It says cannot get /. Why? Because the default page for index.js, for Express, sorry, is index.html. There is no index.html here. Where is it? It's inside this public folder, which is a good practice. So where do you keep all the JavaScript for your project? In the public folder. Where do you keep all the images? In the public folder. You don't keep it outside. Okay, you'll keep everything in the public folder. So how do I configure Express to load all the static files from the public folder and not in the current directory? So you will say current directory, concatenate that with /public. That's it. So with this configuration, that is fixed. See, now all the resources that you have are moved into the public folder. You can navigate through all of them, and that's working. Now you may say, hey Vijay, what if this index.html is renamed as, let us say, app.html? What if the configuration has changed? Now, will I still get that home page? No. Why? Because I've changed. What is the default file Express is looking for? Index.html. Index.html is missing. So you'll not get access to it. You'll have to explicitly go say /index.html, sorry, app.html. And your application will come back to life. And now, the navigation is as usual. But see, if I go back to the home page, then, you have a mismatch, isn't it? So there are a couple of ways to fix it. You go back to this about page, and instead of using /, you will then say app.html. That's one way to do it. But do we have to change it in all the places? Not necessary. We come here and make some changes. So first we have understood how to set up the static folder for Express. The second part that I want to show you is the static also takes another configuration which allows you to change the index file. So the configuration goes like this. I can say index is app.html. That is, instead of using index.html, I want this index file to be renamed as app.html. So if I go back, relaunch, app file is our index file, and your application works. So we have learned about a default configuration or default configuration for static files. And then we've also learned how to set up an index file, an optional index file. So by default, it is looking for index.html. If you don't have it, if you have something different, or if you want, let us say login.html should be my main file all the time because I want the user to log in. Okay, then how do I address it? We'll come and specify the index file should be login.html. Okay, so far so good. We go to the next step now. Now, if you want to specify a different response for different request that comes in, you can set up your own routes. So as of now, we have not set up anything called as routes. But if you go back in our previous example, the previous step that is, we actually addressed different requests that are coming in. So if the request is fav icon, do something. If it is for a default page, do something. If it is for any other page, do something. And here, we came up with a solution which can address any request that comes in. Correct? If that request has a matching response, then we will give that response to him. If not, we will give him a not found page. But Express goes a little beyond that. So you can configure Express to respond to every request that comes in with a different response. So it is as if we are using the if conditions, several if conditions. Okay, so let us go ahead and see how you can set up a route. So we will use app.get to address a get request that comes into the server. If you are expecting a post request that comes to the server, you'll use post. If you want to use, if you want to handle a put request, you can use the put. If you want to use a delete request, you can use delete method. So you see, these are RESTful verbs that denotes the kind of operation that the client is trying to do on the server side. It basically represents the state of the server. Okay. Fundamentally, there are only two types, get and post. That's it. Get is used to read the data from the server to the client side. See, as of now, we are making a get request. If you, okay, I've just commented this previous line. If I run this example, you see, it gets a message on the browser. It says cannot get /. Now, let me translate this to English. What Express is trying to tell us is it cannot respond to a get request that is coming on the /. If I now change the route and say data, it then says cannot handle the get request that is coming on the port on this route data. Easy. So if I say index.html, it says cannot get /index.html. So the default request that is coming from the browser to the server is get by default. If the browser or the web page that is making a post request, using a form, you can make a post request. How? You go back to this in this app.html. See, we have a form, we have an action here, and we can set a method here. the default method is get. You have only two of them. Okay, get or post. You can ignore this dialog. We don't use it. It can be get or post. So if I use, if I just don't declare anything, by default it is guest. If I say post, then I'm making a post request now. Okay, so let's uncomment this part. And now if I go back to this page, because we don't have index.html, we have app.html. So if I make some updates and submit, now it says that, cannot, send a response to a post request that is coming onto this data, isn't it? So what that tells you is that fundamentally there are two types of methods that we can engage in a server to client communication, get and the post. But we have described, the developers over a period of time have described this feature as RESTful operations. Now, what is REST? I'm sure you guys can Google and put that response on the screen, on the chat. It is basically representing the state of what the server is doing. Okay, so the browser may just want to do a read request. It can also do an update request. It may want to do a delete request, for which we'll create RESTful verbs. So the popular operation that you do on the server side is CRUD. And what is it standing for? What does it stand for? Create, read, update, and delete. Create, read, update, delete. CRUD stands for create, read, update, delete. These are the only operations that we can make. Yeah, representational state transfer. That's the abbreviation for REST. Basically, it is representing the state of the transfer. Is it a fundamentally, there are only two, get and post. So the client, that is the browser, is trying to send some information without any URL encoded format. That would be get. But if you want to URL encode the data, then it would be post. And the server also can deal with different types of state transfers from the server to the client side. Now, what is that state here is just the value that we would want to send to the client side. What is the state on the server? That is, what is the information on the server? I want to transfer that information onto the client, onto the browser. Okay, so there are different APIs that we can use. And there is an advanced feature which is on Node.js. I suggest, this is, which is not included in the course, but I want you to be aware of it, which is called, okay, I think, I'll address this first and then I'll show you some more libraries, because first I suggest you get used to this RESTful verbs, and then if you find no, there are some glitches, then there are other tools that you can use. Okay, for now, let us just stick to this. But you should know that there are some some different tools available, which is an advanced step for REST as well. So REST also is quite outdated now. What developers now use is called as a query language, like SQL on the server side, called GraphQL, which kind of leverages on the requirement that you have, and you don't have to set up different routes like the way we would do. You'll set up a query on the server side, which can address all the requests that are coming from the client. I suggest try and explore this on your own. Think about this like a little advanced features of Express, which are not part of this curriculum, but I want you to be aware of it, because after you have learned this, after you have completed this training, your learning in Node actually begins then. Okay, then you would have got all the fundamental knowledge, and then you'll bump into a project which will give you a different requirement, or which will have some feature that may not be addressed easily by the modules that we are working with. But there are responses to that. There are many modules available which can help you get your job done. Now, coming back to this, we'll first digest this aspect. How do we do a create, read, update, delete operation on the server? Okay, I guess, Sajid has put some comment copied from some blog, which also talks about different types of data that a server can send. In this workshop, we'll not be using SOAP-based response because that is that requires you a different server-side architecture. So we'll if you have worked with the Java web services, SOAP is what we can derive from there. But we will see how to work with the XML, JSON, even JSON-P, and HTTP in this workshop. Okay. SOAP as of now is quite outdated. Yeah, it is outdated. So we will stick to JSON. Okay, so JSON is now the industry standard for all the communication that happens between client and the server. There was an intermediate language much before these Node.JS and things like that, which was called AMF, action messaging format. What that would do is, it will compress the JSON data, it will gzip it, it will compress it, and then send it between client and server, which was considered to be really fast. But now we have, we have overcome that inefficiency by complementing that with other modules. Okay, even browsers have become a little smart now, right? So we will take advantage of the modern situation to create a solution. But if you want to discuss, there are many things that have been obsolete now. So let's not get into all of that. So we'll discuss about this. But first, let's say we have a default web page, no doubt. But let us say if someone makes a request for about, so where will I find it? Okay, so although this is serving all the purpose, I'll comment that out. And now I'll create different routes to handle different types of requests that may come in. So I will say app.get. If someone makes a get request to this route, what will I do? I want to send some response. Okay, so this get will take two parameters. The first parameter is the request string that is coming in. The second parameter is a callback function. This callback function will have access to the request that comes in and the response that goes out. And you see how they have actually organized it to make it more efficient. So instead of all the different types of requests and response handled in one place, you now have different requests and response for every route. If it is the default, that is /route, we can respond and see the response has the same architecture. It still has the same write method. Double write, this one. Okay. And we can say hello from Express, like so. And then we can say response.end. So if I run this example in the browser, where is my browser? This one. It says hello from Express. And a few advantages that you get from Express, if I'm sending an HTML file, watch. Okay, yeah, I'll just send an HTML file. I'll send an h1 tag and I will make some more changes, but keep your eyes on the screen and then observe what's happening. Okay, I'll put this hello from Express, and if I go back, refresh, I get to see this page in HTML. But am I sending or serving this data as HTML? Not sure, isn't it? Remember in the last example, when we had this situation, we used some response.write head, and then we wrote some header text, isn't it? So let's inspect this output now and go back to this network. And where am I? Okay. Sorry, I should have used Chrome, because that's what we were using. Okay, so now if I open the network, Of course, we have not addressed that favicon.ico file requirement, but when you use the local host, so you see that the method is get and the status code is already sent as 200. Okay. And you have this X powered by Express. This is a custom header message that they are sending, isn't it? So few parts are already addressed. That is, the status code is by default set, but we have not set up the MIME type. We have not set how this should be addressed. Watch. So if I go back here, instead of using write, okay, and then end, you have a smarter way of doing this with one command called response.send. What send does is it actually sends the response and ends it immediately. Okay, so it's like a 2-in-1 method. So it'll write and end in the same line. You don't need to end it. So if I now save and refresh, go back to where am I? Okay, again, I came back to this browser. Let me refresh localhost. And now you see that I've got some addition. Scroll down here. You see the content type got automatically added. Okay, so you see the content type was automatically added. And the character set is also added. It's an advantage, isn't it? So Express does a lot of such things implicitly for us. Now, apart from this send, you may say, no, Vijay, I want to send a file. What will I do? You can do that as well. You can say response.send file. You see, you have something called a send date. You have send file. You also have send status. Okay, I will use send file now. We have seen the send now. What will send date do? It will send a timestamp. Okay, but we will now use the send file. You can also send the status. The default status is 200 any which ways. So if you want to change that, you can. I'll show you how you can club them. Okay, because there is another method called response.status as well. You can use this to configure. So I will now say response.send file. Remember, you had to use that file system module to do this. But with Express, you get FS embedded freely for you. So you don't have to even worry too much about where the file is. I can simply say, I want to read this file from the current working directory, or I can say __ dir name, concatenate that with /public /app.html. So when someone makes a request to the root, we'll send this file as simple. And send file will make an asynchronous call to this file. We'll wait for that file to load, and when it loads, it'll display it. See, all the logic that we had to write is now absorbed from us, right? So we can just stay focused on what we really want. See, I got my HTML file. If I now click on about, that will be a disappointment because I don't have any response for about.html, isn't it? So what will I do? I will create another route. If there is a request for /about.html, then we don't need all this clutter. We'll remove this and say about.html is the page that we want to send. So if I go back, relaunch, yeah, see, about page is loaded. So I can go back to the home, okay, wherein the default page is loaded. I can also go back to the about page. Working. Now we can create responses for each one of those requests like the way we did here, and that would work. I suggest you give it a try. Okay, I don't want to spend time on creating more routes. You can, in fact, if I want to create another route for products. Then I would load products.html. One way to do it. So you can also pick the request that comes in and then use it. So let's, when the user is making this / request, we will read. I mean, after the send, you cannot read. So we can use console.log. The request that is coming in has a URL property. I want to find out what is the URL. You all know the answer. / would be the answer. You see that is being logged here, isn't it? So we can actually pick this request.url in all these cases. Sorry, we can copy this console log itself and paste in all the cases. Now let us see what we get. So if I click on about, I get / about.html, products.html. Okay, so now you know that we have got this page. So I can actually remove this, concatenate this with request.url here, isn't it? So if it is about, do this. In fact, you can also use a wildcard route and say ** for any such request. Use this. So if I now go back, relaunch, see, I get the contact page. Did we create a route for contact? No. We have a default route, a catch-all route rather. So you can term this as a default route. Let me just make a note of that here. Default route. And this is a wildcard route. And this, all of these other things that we create is a named route. Okay, but the sequence should be always like this. The wildcard should always come after all the named routes, because the moment Express confronts this wildcard, it will not look for any other matching routes. It will stop right there. Okay, so we have addressed the issue that we had just with the simple requirement. So I think it is still working. See, product page, about page, it's taking some time, and contact page, all of them are working, the home page. So we have routes configured for all the pages that we have.
Let's look into yet another quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, which class is the object named process in Node.js and instance of? Now the options for this question are option 1, event emitter, option 2, buffer, option 3, stream, and option 4, process manager. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment box below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So let us now take this to the next step. So what I'll now show you is different. We will look at different aspects of Express in today's workshop. What I'll do is I will create a simple web application. And this time I'll show you how to generate this contents dynamically using template engines. So we'll go create one more project. We come out of this project. So I'll say make dir Express 102, and which is meant for templates. CD Express with templates. And guys, put your eyes on the screen. CD. Okay, so now we need to create a project. So I'll say npm init-y. So a packet.json got created. Now I'll say npm install express. Along with Express, I would like to install few more modules. What are those? There are many templating engines that are available, which Express can use to generate templates or generate pages dynamically. So there is something called as Pug, P-U-G. This one. There was a previous name for this Pug. It was originally known as Jade. Now they have renamed it. I don't know why they did not like the word Jade and they fell in love with this Pug. So Pug is what we'll use now. If you install Jade, it actually tells you that, hey, you should be using Pug instead. Okay. By accident, if you use, see, Pug also has a keyword Jade. Okay, but there is a web page dedicated for Jade called Jade Lang, I guess. Like the way, you know, pug.js.org is dedicated for Pug. You also have Jade Lang. Okay, I may be wrong. Let's say Jade template. So I think they have removed their domain and they have put it on Jade. Jade Lang. Okay, it was jade-lang.com, which is this web page is down. The website is down. That's because, you know, they have migrated it to Pug now. So which is what we will be using. Similar to this, you also have something called EJS. Now, what is EJS? EJS stands for Embedded JavaScript Templates. You see that name here. Each one of them have its own flavors. Okay, so I would suggest you start exploring each one of them. In this workshop, however, I'll show you both Jade and Pug. But there are other templating engines which are popular as well. There is something called as Handlebars. Okay, this is also quite popular, Handlebar.js. This one. There is one more. There are many actually. So I suggest you do some exploring on your own. You can also be creating your own templates. As it's not a complex process. If you spend about a day for any sizable project, you can create templates. So let me show you how you can embed or use all of them. So when I'm installing Express, I would also install few other modules along. How? I'll say npm space install space express space Jade. We don't need Jade. We'll use Pug space EJS. Okay. So I'm installing 3 modules in one command. If I press enter, I should get all these modules installed here. So let me put that in the notes. npm space I space express space Pug space EJS. Now in the packet.json file, you'll find all of them installed. EJS, Express and Pug. And notice that, you know, the dependencies are always alphabetically sorted. Quite a convenient feature, isn't it? It'll help you look for your module. Let us create a project that will start using all of them. Index.js. Let us first create a variable express equals require express. Do we have to load EJS and Pug? No, not necessary. You just have them in your project. That's it. You don't have to explicitly import them in your project because Express knows how to use them. Okay. So now let us go ahead and create a basic configuration to run this file. Var app equals express. So you call the express method, what do you get? A create application method is fired and an application is returned. That is why express is always using the variable called app. Now the app can listen to a port, let us say 4040 and localhost, and then we'll have a callback function. This callback function will deal with the error. Okay, and we will use a condition to check if error console log the error, else console log. All right. Now, for all convenient purposes, let's say, when you start working with a larger project, you may want to give the permission to change these ports and hosts to someone else. So it is not okay for us to put or embed all of them here. So it's a good practice that you create a file. We'll keep modifying this, in examples further. But as of now, let's start with something really simple. I call this as config.json. Okay, so it's a JSON file. JSON stands for a JavaScript object. JSON simply means JavaScript object notation, correct? So we need to create an object, and this object will have a property. We call it as port, and port has a value 5050. Host as a value localhost. It is a string value. We can add few more properties to this. As of now, these two are good enough. Okay, port and host. Moving forward, I'll keep adding all the variables here. Now I want to use this port and host in my project. How do I do that? I can import it var config equals require from this current working directory. You have a config.json file. You can import it. And what is the name that I've provided? I've called it as config, right? So I'll now copy this config name, and I can now say config.port here, and this will be replaced with config.host. And that way, I should be able to dynamically use the name here as well. Correct? So let's use a backtick, because that way I will be allowed to use some template references, so template variables. So I can say config.port, host, concatenate that with a colon, and say config.port. So if I want to make changes, I go to the config.json file, I change it here, and that gets changed here as well, right? So now let's ask nodemon to keep running this. So if I type localhost port 5050, it says cannot get /. That's obvious because we have not created any routes nor responses. Now what we'll do is we'll ask Express to use these files, that is use these templates, and render them appropriately for us. So let's go ahead and create a folder called views. I think it's called views. What is views? Views is the default location where Express will look for these templates. Okay. So let's go create in the views. I'll go create a file. I call this as home.jade. Not Jade, sorry, we have pug, right? So we'll rename this to pug. The syntax would look the same, guys. Okay, so as of now, I've just installed pug, but if you had Jade, the syntax would look the same. I told you, Jade was the previous name, Pug is the new name. And I will create another file called home.ejs. So what do I do with this template? I go to this Pug. Now, there is a way that you write code in these templates. They are not like HTML. But I had suggested you to install that emit plugin. That will come handy. So if I now press exclamation, press enter, it'll generate a template which looks different. It's not HTML, right? But the output would be HTML here. So what Pug and Jade prefer is that they would use these tabs to create the hierarchy. Inside this HTML, there is this head tag. Inside the head, notice that there is a hierarchy here, meta tag. And in the same hierarchy, we have another meta tag, and a title tag. So they're trying to avoid using unnecessary XML declarations, like, the start tag and the end tag are not needed. And now, parallel to this head, we have the body. That means head and the body are siblings to each other. Now, inside the body, I need an h1 tag. And if you want this h1 to have any attributes, you'll use round brackets, like the way they have used here. But if you want this h1 to render something, you can say, you can just put that beside this h1 tag. Hello there, Pug template. Okay, so let's do the same with EJS as well. And yeah, over a period of time, if you start working with Node.js and Express a lot, you'll pick your favorite. Okay, I see many developers like Pug over EJS. At the same time, I see many developers like EJS compared to Pug. So you will always find something that people will favorite too. So now I will use home.ejs. Now this looks exactly like an HTML file. One reason why many people like it, but Pug gets the same job done in very less code. Okay, it's just a small learning curve, but when you're done with it, Pug is more lighter in terms of the file size as well compared to EJS. Then I'll use an h1 tag and I'll say hello from EJS template. So we have both home.pug and home.ejs here. Okay, and now how do I use it is the question. So I'll go create a middleware which sets a templating engine. In fact, we don't even need that step. I'll show you without as well. So I can say app. If someone makes a get request to the default route, we will have a function that will be called, isn't it? What will this function do? It'll take the request that comes in and the response that goes out. And instead of response.send, which we have seen, we have also seen send file. I will now use something called as response.render. What will this render do is it'll ask you for a location. Sorry, not the location. View is the default location. It'll ask for the template that you want to render. So here I can simply say, hey, go get this home.pug, P-U-G, pug. Okay, that's what I want to render. Simple. I'll save it. Now that I have made some changes, Pug is the template that I should be seeing here. It's taking some time. Okay, hello there from Pug template is what I get. Now, if I change this to EJS, that would work as well. So if I refresh, I'll get to see EJS template. So instead of using the extension here, okay, because when you start working in the large project, you will have hundreds of pages that you would be adding. And you don't have to use the extension in all the cases. And there is another advantage. Let's say you decide to change your templating engine. Instead of you changing in all the places, you can do it in one place. Okay, here. So there is a configuration that we can set called app.set. Set is for settings that we can apply onto Express. Express has a lot of such tricks. So the first parameter here is the view engine. For this view engine, what is the default name? So I'll say Pug is the default engine that I would be using. Notice that I have removed the extension here. Because I have set the default engine to be Pug, the Pug extension will be by default added here. Now go back, relaunch. So the default templating is Pug for my project. We'll initialize a new project. So how do we do that? npm space init and -y. With this, we are initializing a project with default configurations. So that should be done. Okay, I guess it's taking some time. I recently, installed few extensions to work with Python. And from that time, I'm realizing that the VS Code has become slightly slow. Okay, so I don't think, this will be a big challenge. Let's see if that is the case, then I'll uninstall that extension and we can work. So I have a package.json installed. And in this, let me put my name. You too can probably put yours because you are working along with me. And I really appreciate all of you guys putting efforts to learn. It's not easy, isn't it? Most of you who've been working with me, you know that it's not easy, isn't it? So let's install few extensions, few modules. So in this workshop, I would need some of these. We need Mongoose, of course. We need Express. And we need some, if you're working with the external library, you need CORS. If not, you would not need it. I'll show you when CORS is really important and when you can go use it. The next thing I was just thinking that, we will use another module. I think this should do for now. Okay. Let's install Mongoose and Express. These are two modules that we have installed. Okay. As and when I require few modules, I'll keep adding them so that, we can progress to the next steps. So Express is installed, Mongoose is installed. Let us now go create a new file. According to this project, we need an index.js file. I can call this anything I want, isn't it? I'll call this a server.js file. In the packet.json, I'll change this to server.js. Node.mon is a dev dependency, isn't it? So maybe, we can put that expectation as well. But Node.mon is already installed, so you don't need to explicitly add that. You can, however, say npm install nodemon -d, and it'll be installed as a dev dependency, isn't it? Fair enough. The nodemon has been installed with a dev dependency. Nodemon will not be installed here in this project. Okay, you will see that, mn. It is installed. My bad. Usually, these are global modules, which is a module with a command line interface. You don't have to actually install it. Okay. So let's open the server.js file. I'll go create a variable to hold Express equals require Express. Express is now installed. Mongoose require Mongoose. Mongoose is installed. Now we need to configure these modules. So this is where all the installations will come, and this is where all the configurations will come. So let's do some configurations for web server and configurations for the database. So the configuration for the web server goes like this. We'll go create a variable called app equals Express. So what happens behind the scene. When you call this Express method, it returns a create server object. That create server object or create application object, frankly, it is create application, will be stored into this variable called app. Now this app can be configured to create a web server. So this is important. Once we are done with this, there are a few additional middleware configurations that we will be doing. I think we spoke about some middlewares, right? What is a middleware? Did we speak about that? So let's use app dot listen to a specific port. Let's say I'll call this 5050 and host, local host, and we'll have a callback function which will handle errors. If there is an error, we'll console log it. Else, we'll console log port 5050. Okay, so I have my basic configuration. So what is a middleware? Basically, it acts as a sandwich. It works like a sandwich. So it'll sit in between the request and the response. So one of the middlewares that we saw is this app.get. This is a middleware. Okay, for every request that comes to this route, this callback function will be called, isn't it? So this will handle the request that comes in and the response that goes out. We have seen something like this, and we were able to handle the request and the response. Now, similar to this, you can also create your own custom middlewares as well. So what I can do is I can use another request called app.use. This app.use doesn't have to wait for any specific request on a location. Okay, it takes 3 parameters. So we have request, response, and the next function. So what is this next function? This one. This is the one which is queued after this, isn't it? It comes immediately after this middleware. And these middlewares can be assigned a name, and that name can be used here. Okay, it can be any function. So you would want this get to call a function much before it is executed. You can do it. So that's where this idea of middleware comes in. So what is a middleware? It can deal with the request that comes in and the response that goes out. So here, let us say I would want to just console.log the request.url. So I want to know where the request is actually coming. We know that this is the middleware that will handle the default request. But for anything else, let us say I will say /about.html. I don't have any route that is configured, isn't it? I don't have any middleware that is waiting for that kind of a request. But we would want to log all of that in. So I can even comment this out for now. And let us say this is a custom middleware that we are trying to write. Now, what is the objective of this middleware? To handle the request that comes in, to modify the response if there is a need, and to call the next available function. See, as of now, we have not decided what this next should do, isn't it? If there was a next middleware, that is this one, we could have actually called that, isn't it? If not, the request will be stuck here as of now. Okay, watch. Let us get this to work. Let's say node space dot. Dot would run the default file, which is server.js in our case. Yeah, so it says the server is now running. Let's go check in Chrome. So guys, here in Chrome, let's open that URL. And we'll be able to see the middleware logging that information here. Localhost port 5050. See, it says that you got a request for the /. And you see this is waiting, isn't it? Because there is no response coming from the server, isn't it? Now let's stop this. It's not recommended to keep the browser waiting for some response. So what we'll do is, we will push this, we will log, and then we will send it to the next. Next. So what is next? As of now, we don't have, we'll configure this guy here. This will be the next middleware that will handle the response. Okay, and here we will say response.send. You know about send, right? Hello from Express. So let us now relaunch the server. I'm not using Node.js, I'm just using Node. And if I relaunch, see, I get this hello from Express. So basically, any request that is coming into my application is being logged here. So let us say I will now go to another route called about. See, the about is logged. Why? Because that is being logged with this middleware. I just show you, okay, is the new request. So I've made some change. I'll have to restart the server. I'll quickly do that. See, about is the new request. So you see that, this middleware is working. So what is the purpose of this? You can come up with some strategy. Let's say, for this login authorization that we did, for every time a new user logs in, we may want to do the validation in a middleware and then send the response to the appropriate route, isn't it? So we can do that. So you know that we can actually either send the, instead of calling next, you can also say redirect or response.redirect. So you can do a redirection also here, isn't it? So you have the scope to create custom middlewares, but there are many middlewares that are available. Express has lots of them. In fact, if you go to their website, you'll find lots of them. Go to npm.js.com and look for Express. And from Express, you can look for middlewares. There are tons of them on the express.js.com guide. There it is. You can also writing a middleware. You can be writing a middleware. You can use middlewares. So what are the different? So there is an example right here, isn't it? So very similar to what we just did. Basically a middleware that sits in between the request and the response. Okay, and you can do whatever you really want with the request that is coming in and the response that is going out. So the routes that we created is actually a middleware. So you can use something like this as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So let us begin by taking a look at full stack developer beginner interview questions. First, what is the use of a namespace in web development? A namespace is a single global object that contains methods, properties, and other objects. It adds ease of use via modularity, thereby providing users with the ability to reuse the code and avoid naming conflicts. Second question, what are the latest trends in full stack development? Candidates interested in full stack development should be aware of the following trends according to industry experts. Increased use of frameworks and libraries such as React.js and Vue.js, as well as progressive apps, real-time web apps, and mobile web development. JavaScript enhancements are beneficial to programmers. Finally, the development of a more compatible extension. Third question, is it possible to reduce the load time of a web application? Using image optimization, keep JavaScript and CSS in external files, reducing redirects, load CSS and JavaScript files asynchronously can reduce the load time of a web page. Let's move to the fourth question. What is the use of CORS? CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. It is a mechanism that allows multiple resources to be requested at the same time from a domain other than the current request domain. Fifth question, explain pair programming. Pair programming is the practice of having two programmers share a single workstation. Formally, the code is written by one programmer, known as the driver, at the keyboard. The other programmer is the navigator, who looks over each line of code, spell checks it, and proofreads it. In addition, programmers will switch roles every few minutes and vice versa. Sixth question, what is long polling? Long polling is a web development pattern that is used to improve data push from the server to the client. The client requests information from the server using a long polling pattern. Instead of sending an empty resource, if the server does not have any information about the client, the server holds the request and waits for some information to become available. Let's move on to the seventh question. How is GraphQL different from REST? The primary distinction between REST and GraphQL is that GraphQL does not work with dedicated resources. Instead, everything is viewed as a graph which is connected and can be queried to meet the needs of the app. Eighth question, what is a RESTful API? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is a compositional style used to create web services. It accesses and uses the information via HTTP solicitations. We can create, update, read, and delete data. A site's API is the code that allows two programming projects to communicate with one another. It enables us to write mentioning administrations from a running framework or another application. Ninth question, how is multi-threading used? The primary goal of multi-threading is to provide multiple threads of execution concurrently in order to maximize CPU utilization. It enables multiple threads to exist within the context of a process, allowing them to execute independently while sharing process resources. 10th question, explain inversion of control. It is a design control used to invert different kinds of controls in object-oriented design to achieve loose coupling. Controls refer to any additional responsibilities a class has in addition to its primary responsibility. Control over the flow of an application as well as control over the flow of an object creation or dependent object creation and binding are examples of this. So now let us look at full stack developer intermediate interview questions. First, what do you mean by data attributes? Data attributes are used to store application or page specific data. They enable us to store additional data on standard semantic HTML elements. The saved data can be used to enhance the user experience on the JavaScript page. A data attribute is made up of two parts. There must be at least one character after the prefix data and no uppercase letters, and a string value can be used as an attribute. So let us move on to the second question. Explain the distinction between blue-green deployment and rolling deployment. Blue-green deployment strategy. This deployment strategy creates two distinct infrastructure environments, blue and green. A blue environment contains older code, whereas a green environment contains most of the up-to-date code. At any given time, there is only one live production environment. Whereas in rolling deployment methodology, this deployment strategy completely replaces old versions of an application with new versions by completely replacing the infrastructure on which they run. The third question, how do you protect against screen scraping? A simple and effective technique is to use JavaScript to set up cookie value that is checked by the web server. Captchas are also an effective method of preventing scraping. If an IP sends too many requests, captchas can be presented to the end user to validate human interaction. Fourth question, which technologies and languages would you need to develop a project from scratch? So this is a hypothetical question designed to help you understand how the hiring manager will evaluate your readiness to start the job. It is a simple method for distinguishing between a good full stack developer and a novice. Therefore, it is important that you choose your answer accordingly. Fifth question, explain mean stack. Mean, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node is a well-known set of software development tools for breaking down language barriers. A mean stack is built on MongoDB and a NoSQL data storage text. The Express and Angular HTTP servers are used to build the JavaScript frontend. The stack's top tier is Node, which is used for the server-side programming. Next question, explain event loop in Node.JS. Asynchronous programming is possible in JavaScript thanks to the event loop. Every operation in JS occurs on a single thread, but we can create the illusion of multi-threading by using smart data structures. Any async work is handled by a queue and listener in the event loop. When an async function or an input-output function needs to be executed, the main thread relays it to another thread, allowing the V8, that is the JavaScript engine, to continue processing or running its code. There are various phases in the event loop, such as pending callbacks, closing callbacks, timers, idle or preparing, polling, and checking with different FIFO queues, which is first in first out queues. Next question. What is a connection leak in Java and how can we fix it? So a connection leak in Java is defined as a situation in which the developer forgets to close the JDBC connection. When using a connection pool, the most common type of connection leak is encountered in Java development. We can resolve it by disconnecting the connection and paying close attention to the error handling code. Next question. What is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern used to execute IOC. Object injection and object connection are handled by the container rather than the object itself. There are three types of classes involved. First, client class. It depends on the service class. Next, service class. It provides service to the client class. Finally, injector class. It injects service class objects into the client class. Ninth question. What are the two phases committed in the database? Explain. So the two-phase commit, 2PC, is a feature of transaction processing systems that allows databases to revert to their pre-transaction state in the event of an error condition. The two-phase commit strategy is intended to ensure that either all or none of the databases are updated. As a result, the databases remain in the sync. 10th question. What is closure? Give an example. So closures are made whenever a variable that is defined external to the current extension is reached from within some inward degree. It grants you access to an external function's degree through an internal capacity. Closures are created in JavaScript whenever a capacity is created. To use a conclusion, simply characterize and uncover a function within another function. Now we take a look at full stack developer advanced interview questions. First, what is the difference between event bubbling and capturing in JavaScript? In JavaScript, event flow refers to the propagation of events within the DOM, that is the document object model. The event flow specifies the order or sequence in which an event is received by a specific web page. As a result, event flow in JS is determined by the following factors. First, event bubbling. An event is captured and handled by the innermost element first and then propagates to the outermost element. And in event capturing, the event is captured and handled by the outermost element first and then propagates to the innermost element. The second question, what do you mean by temporal dead zone in ES6? So the variable declarations were only possible before ES6 using var keyword. We now have let and const in ES6. Let and const declarations are both block scoped, which means they can be only accessed within the quotation marks that surrounds them. Var, on the other hand, does not have this restriction. Unlike var, which can be accessed before its declaration, the let and const variables cannot be accessed until they are initialized with a value. The time elapsed between the declaration of let or const variables and their initialization is referred to as the temporal dead zone. Let's move on to the third question. Do you know how to prevent a bot from scraping your publicly accessible API? It is technically impossible to completely prevent data scraping as long as the data within the API is accessible to the public. However, bot activity can be reduced by throttling or rare limiting. Rare limiting can prevent a specific device from making an unlimited number of requests within a specified time frame. A 429 too many attempts HTTP error is thrown if too many requests are made beyond the defined limit. Fourth question, what is callback hell and how to fix it? Many full stack developer interview questions are all about explaining certain technical terms. Callback hell is a JavaScript phenomenon in which the developer attempts to implement multiple asynchronous operations concurrently. The nesting of callback functions to produce difficult to read, error prone, and difficult to manage code. We can efficiently resolve it by employing the following methods. First, dividing large functions into smaller ones. Then, use promises. And finally, use either async or wait. Next question, what are the types of design patterns? A design pattern, in general, is a repeatable solution to common problems in software design. These patterns demonstrate the interactions and relationships that exist between classes and objects. Design patterns are classified into three types. First, creational. These are about the creation of objects or the instantiation of classes. These patterns are further subdivided into object creational patterns and class creational patterns. Next, structural. These are concerned with organizing various classes and objects in order to form large functionality and provide new functionality. Finally, behavioral. These are concerned with identifying common communication patterns amongst objects. Sixth question, what are the advantages of using a content delivery network in jQuery? CDNs are widely used in jQuery because they provide numerous benefits to the users. The server's load is significantly reduced as a result of CDNs. They result in significant bandwidth savings. jQuery frameworks load faster due to optimizations. And finally, CDNs have caching capabilities which contributes to faster load times. Next question, what are the types of CDNs supported in jQuery? So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. First one, Microsoft. It is used to load from jQuery Ajax CDN. Then Google. It is used to load jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Eighth question, give an example of a project you have worked on and the technologies involved. How did you make these choices? So this allows you to understand the full stack web developer's methodology as well as his sharpness and precision in selecting the right toolset. When discussing why you chose a specific toolset, you should be as specific as possible and go into detail. Demonstrate your ability to develop both the front end and back end of a web application.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, which tool is commonly used to monitor memory usage in a full stack web development project? Now for this particular MCQ question, the options that we have here are option 1, Google Chrome Developer Tools, option 2, Notepad++, option 3, Visual Studio Code, and option 4, Internet Explorer. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is right one in the comment section with a 1 or 2-liner explanation.
Ninth question, what do you think of AMD versus CommonJS? So both are methods for implementing a module system which was not native to JavaScript until ES 2015. AMD, that is asynchronous module definition, is obviously asynchronous, whereas CommonJS is synchronous. CommonJS is geared towards backend development, whereas AMD, with its support for asynchronous module loading, is geared towards browsers. Most people would find AMD syntax quite boring, whereas CommonJS is more akin to how you would write import statements in other languages. Most of the time, AMD is unnecessary because if you served all your JavaScript in a single concatenated bundle file, you wouldn't get the async loading properties. Furthermore, CommonJS syntax is more similar to the Node style of module writing, and there is less context switching overhead when switching between client-side and server-side JavaScript development. The last question, what was your best implementation or debugging in the past? The hiring manager will gain an understanding of the type of complexity of previous projects you have completed by asking this question. You should describe the difficulties you encountered and the steps you took to overcome them. You can also discuss the lessons you learned from the situation.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.